I've been ashamed of family members before. You probably can't. If you think it's that bad, it probably is.
We are gonna have an awesome night. I don't care if this game fucking lags. We're gonna have an awesome night. It's gonna be fucking lit. I think we're gonna play some Fall Guys too. Especially if Lonnie pops up, we're gonna play some Fall Guys. For shizzles. Okay, I got everything on my computer set to just boost this emulator. It's fun to see me play Fall Guys thing. My app is optimizing. We're still in chit chat, so we're safe. All we gotta do is talk a little bit and we're good. Okay. Display settings. Oh, what the fuck? It's in 2K, that's why. Keep changes. Who the f... There we go.
Fall into the sea. Feels like home. Whispers in need. Let it out. Let it go.
I'm restarting the emulator, so we're good. Oh, my vape gets taken out? That's wild. Last time it wasn't getting taken out. But the NVIDIA broadcaster got an update too a couple of weeks ago. Oh, maybe it's because it's normally a bit mellow on nicotine still there. I guess normally it's got something behind it. Wow. Try to join. I'll Google it this time. Inevitable? Anna, did you change your name to the same name? Oh, okay. What Google changed the word. I'll do it again. Are you sure? Christmas music. Let's make some cookies. Fuck, now I want cookies. So why did you change it to the same name? You could have just canceled the name change and saved the $5. Did you buy the battle pass? You could have just canceled it, so you just spent $5. Did you buy the battle pass? You straight up could have just canceled it. Like, you could have closed your game out and you could have just hit back. Yeah, did you buy the battle pass? Okay, good. gonna do a name change soon. Or I might keep Matt Dank 3S, I don't know. I could rebrand everything to Matt Dank. I've been using that since I was like 14. Streams lagging. Okay, since this is the very beginning, if it starts messing up on my end, I'll restart it. Shut the chat box a little bit. Oh, that wasn't a good sign. Oh boy, needs a backpack. So was the Rutherford Steel. One second. Could have been bad. My keyboard is still in controller mode. Oh no, it's not. Nice. Wow, for the first time ever, my Synapse Sync is working. It's supposed to change games automatically depending on the input preference. So like, if I play Grand Theft Auto, I might be able to use that as a controller. So I might be able to stop crashing in like the airplanes and stuff. Yeah. We will. Test run, see if it's gonna lag out.
Lost the lead.
Here we go. Lagging or not. Am I getting juicy frames? Or are these frames fucked up? I don't know. got this. I'm dirty. Dirty. Murder. Oh. Oh. It's alright.
If coffee tasted as good as it smells, if the U.S. of A. don't need oil wells, if I walked into Woolworths, they got nothing to sell.
Yes.
I'm not in love with you. I'm in a hotel room, looking at these four walls. There's people downstairs waiting for me to perform. If their reception should be ever so warm, it'll be cold compared to you. I've been around the world, been around the clock, seen a lot of pretty women that would make your
What's up, guys? Yo. Oh, I didn't even see him join. I'm a dummy. Let me read this. Pine. What up? Alright. This is the real test. See if these settings work. Oh, Pine with the follow. Hello. Dog, he ain't going up there. Sorry, he's stuck. No. Spam with me. Let's see if this lags. It's not a horrible sign. Oh, I'm gonna. I used to throw a truck or somebody's head, yeah. I forgot I equipped this last night. This morning, today, whenever. Get out of here, lag. Take a lag out of the back. Throw this in performance mode. Performance mode. Capture with it. Oh, why is it over there? Minimos. Alright. Oh. Please just stay this stable. Just throughout it all, just please. I can work with that. You know, I won't just die like that. Pine. Of course, I hit a tree and then just fall to my death. Okay, so there's some stress on the EV. Walk right. That's a little risky. I can't manage with frames much more than that, because if I go and I open a box and I die again, I'm gonna fucking throw this monitor. I'm trying to get my cast to work, because if I can get Trovo cast to work, the image quality in Trovo cast is so nice. I could just cast with Trovo cast and literally play with the controller. Ooh, thank you for the birthday cake. Oh, give or take, TrovoCast did work the very first time, but then I restarted my computer, and now it's every time I switch windows on my phone, it'll cancel out. Dog, you're about to get yelled at. You better shut up. You're not going up. No. No. One sec. I gotta raise my voice. He peed in the house today. He was nothing but bite. Yoki too had the test today and he failed. I put him on the front room and behave. What did he do? Pissed on the floor. Yeah, so Luna's not in heat anymore, so he wants to go inspect stuff. I let him go and look at stuff, and then when he was unattended, he peed on the floor. You can't do that. It wasn't just pee, he marked. You can't do that. So now he gets to sit next to me. Yeah. There's gonna be loads of fun, Yogi. I'm playing video games for 8 hours. No, no. I do take a break every 4 hours. Alright, you little buck, where you at? Don't tell me you're climbing up here. Oh, you're just an idiot. Where you at, buddy? You're dead. See, that was a little sketch because it froze for a sec. I can't be at the last circle and have that happen, really. Those guys play a lot faster, you know, they're either using a controller or they're good, or they're either using a keyboard or they're good with their controllers. So I don't want to test that. Like, that guy was junk. He should have got his shot off before, like, you know, he just started shooting at me. I'll rail 20 of those dudes and then come to the circle and one little mess up and someone just pops me, dude, and I'm just like, okay. Because I like to be sweaty, you're gonna make me play with sweaty people. Okay. Fair enough. Look at that though, it's not lagging all that much. Like, jeez. Normally, because it already ran for. Yeah, I'm using my keyboard. Game Loop doesn't like to work, and Game Loop support doesn't like to respond to me, even though I've been nice the whole time. Now I'm just pointing out how they started deleting my messages. Me being nice, like, hey, you know, like, this is my first time using an emulator, blah, 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 I don't know what I'm doing, I'm a computer guy, not a phone guy. And they start deleting my messages. Yeah, on their support page right now, they just said that they don't delete messages. Dude, I'm about to roast that guy. Like, you clearly deleted, like, my first 3 messages, you butthole. And I was just asking what the appropriate settings are, or like what would be a start to having the appropriate settings, which I found that all out on my own, just clicking things randomly over and over and closing it down and booting it up. And they think that I want to go talk to them or tell them how I figured it out. No, I'm gonna go emulate that on BlueStacks or something and then not tell them. Tell people how to use BlueStacks without getting effed over. That's what I will do. Because Game Loop likes to be grinding. I tried both. Are you the doggy? Hey, now I'm embarrassed. I tried to I tried to message you on Discord, by the way. No, I meant I tried Wi-Fi and USB. I didn't know where to get the logs. I didn't know if you wanted like something from my phone or if you wanted from my computer. But low key, the Game Loop people are shunning me. I don't like it. I don't like when I'm nice and people are just kind of like rude to me, bro. It's so frustrating. No, it's an Android. My bad. I just drank an energy drink. I'm hyper. I'm just waiting to shoot people. Sorry, I'm cheating. You have to die. Ooh, you deserve better, bud. I'll take those. Ah. I use a Samsung 10 Plus. It's in Game Loop. That's what I'm talking about. Discord, what do you mean? Maybe. I'm not really good with phones. Like I'm good with computers. I can figure things out on my computer. That's why I asked when I try stuff and I can't figure it out, I'm not ashamed to ask. You know what I mean? I have no idea about phones. They don't even seem to like do the same thing as computers, but they're kind of the same thing. They're both like general purpose devices, and I have no idea. I gotta do anything on the phone. No, I sent you a message on Trovo. I'm being dumb. I'm gonna get a shot. Watch this. No, we're gonna get a dub. This is the first match. Getting a dub ski. No! I've come to run you over, my friend. Okay. Look, guy. I'd have laid down. I'm surprised it's staying stable. I'm trying to just make it break right now. It's not. It's holding up. There's a dead guy. That's my boat. Oh, I actually like the next song on this playlist. I'm going to shoot you into bits. Thank you. I plan on using Trovo Cast. I really want to get into the mobile gaming. It's fun. I like the controls more. I feel a little dirty using my $400 keyboard and mouse to shoot people. But it's such a good game. I just want it to run. It runs perfect on my phone. On my phone, I get like 90 FPS. But I guess that's why I expect it to run like that on my computer as well. Which I know it's an emulator. That I'm using. Drop off. No. Back button. Back button. Thank you very much. Oh, I'm gonna die. No, we're not. Oh, shit. This guy's very serious. Brah. That was the bomb sniper, too. I've only been able to get one kill with that thing. That's what I get for messing with my box. I should have just got it. Should have just grabbed it. It seems way less laggy. I don't even want to try to mess with the settings unless it messes up again. It's very nice. Very nice. I like this song. We gotta pickaxe someone this match.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start.
We gotta.
Time for the mission. Get ready.
Pine was nice. That was super sick. Ooh, see that right there? That would be death. That would get us killed. I mean, a small frame drop gets me killed normally, but... Also, one thing I've noticed is when, like, so how, like, I just picked up that gun and it didn't load in right away, like, it didn't switch up the animations, nothing. When that happens to, like, me, it'll be happening to the opponent, too, like, the other people. And it's just really kind of, like, weird, to be honest. To me, it's weird, like, so, like, I wonder if, like, if we're connected to a server or if there's a host. Like, one of the players are a host, maybe. I don't think that would be the case, but that could explain why, like, when you get a bunch of crazy lag and, like, your guns don't load in. It could be, like, the host phone getting lag. Box? Christmas. Yo, they really like throwing Christmas music up in my... Oh, actually, I guess this isn't Christmas music. It's just classical. You said gift, and you gave me a green AK. Sweet gift. Dog. Don't, dude. Don't. We're getting a lot of ammo. No. Look at that. Stop it. What the? Alright, can we make the game much more? No. Nah, whatever. We don't need that last box. Should I try to kill the boss with the helicopter? Hit him with the helicopter? I had to restart my app. Okay. Let's try. Nah, bro. Come on.
You cried yourself to sleep again.
This music's all DMC free.
You're thinking when it's gonna end.
I wanna shoot that shit out of this guy. Come on, you pussy whip bitch, pussy fuck head. Head ass, butt. Ah, broke the Emmy. Broke the Emmy. Get out of here. Go.
Others hurt you. Why can't you see? Why can't you see? I am different.
Right there.
And I won't let anything happen to you. Baby, if you just take the time.
He is a little ugly.
And see, I'll make you
We're gonna get this.
as happy as you can be.
Rage. Can't believe I just got one kill. That's it. We're doing ranked. We're gonna do ranked. We're gonna do ranked. I'm surprised that it's running so well right now. Surprised. I did have to clock everything out, so I got like 4,000 pins activated right now. Just fucking right now. Let's check my performance tab. Let's check this real quick. Oh, you know what's crazy? Normally this game's sucking up like 60 to 80% of my GPU. And it'll sit at like 90 Celsius. Right now it's 82 Celsius and 44%. I'll peep that again in the middle of the match. I hope. It worked fine the first couple of days when I boosted the graphics, and then it just got all crazy. And it's like I just want to play. I don't even care if I have the graphics maxed all the way out. I have them maxed out right now just to see. But like, I just want to play it like in somewhat stable frames. Let's not jinx it. We won't jinx it. Game Loops jinxes it. Yeah. Nah, I'm just kidding. I mean, not about Game Loop. That was a very poor experience I had with them. Because give or take, okay, when I say they deleted my messages, they started deleting my questions like 2 weeks ago when I started using Game Loop and stuff. Like, it's just like, dude, like all I did was ask, like, what settings would help someone running my build. You know what I'm saying? Like, or someone with similar builds, something. And all I got were like smarmy comments like buy a new processor. It's like, bro, I got a 10th gen i7, like literally. An 8-core, like it literally sits like 230 gigahertz or 230, like 2.3 gigahertz. It runs most games. It don't ever really go up above like 3 or 4, but for this I have to crank the threshold like all the way up, which like that's just not good for the computer, to be honest. And running a potato emulator is not that intensive, like on a on something with like RTX architecture, yeah. Upgrade the processor, program better. I don't know what to tell you. And it's like the people, like they clearly like hooked somebody up, you know what I'm saying? Because like I'll watch some people's stuff and they're like lag free. So like that took some sort of curating or like, you know, effective like figuring out. And it's like I've even asked the people, the guy I saw playing like PUBG, who plays on, he plays, one of his computers is like a 1650 and the other one's a well, his other computer, it's got like a 2070 in it. Which is comparable to my, I got a 1080, you know what I mean? So it's like, I just wanted someone to help me with like explaining the settings, like what do I turn off to let me have like high performance with like stable frames, you know what I mean? Like I don't care about maxing the quality. I care about having stable frames and aesthetically pleasing picture quality. It doesn't have to be the best, it just has to not be the worst. Give or take, they take a lot out of Call of Duty when you turn the graphics down. But they also keep a good bit of like low-res detail that helps it not look so bad. Bro, you're dead. Told you. No. We are going to get away from this spot because it's dropping my frames. No, actually, it's not that bad. That was probably like 20 FPS frame drop. Not bad for being on a big open map. Don't look down. This is one of my favorite areas for the circle to end. So hopefully it does. End here, I mean. So we gotta get to that loading. What the?
Your palm is glowing, your head is spinning. Do you really watch her eyes?
That's what I'm talking about. Frame stopped for his whole fucking second, and then it overshot and swigged back. That's what I don't like. Hurry up. Oh my gosh. I know, I got him. I don't care. I don't fucking care. Play again, please. Play again. Let's play again. All right. So I got for Trovo cast. We might try to figure it out. We might play some Fall Guys and try to figure it out. I got to.
Welcome to Btccoin, the magnet of the stars.
What do you call it? Just gotta figure out how to make it not sleep the app. I was thinking about that after Pine said it. He said maybe it was sleeping the app when I slid it off the screen. Okay, we're getting this dub. I just hit space like I was playing Warzone. Okay, that was discerning. That's discerning. We're going performance mode. See, this will get me killed. All this lag is gonna get me killed. Can't fight this. I already hear footsteps. Can't fight this. Bro. Come on, don't do this shit to me, bro. Apparently this guy just disappeared. Dude. No.
The safe zone is collapsing.
Bro. Gonna just stab me in the middle of the fucking road? Sweet.
Airdrop has been delivered.
Makes sense, bro. Makes fucking sense. Makes fucking sense, dude. Game loop is such fucking trash, dude. So this is the same shit, dude. It's just, it worked for what, like one fucking match? Two? And then it started lagging. I should have appreciated those fucking first two matches more, because now it's just gonna run like fucking crack. You know what I mean? Like, just... I can't kill people. I can't fucking play this shit. What the fuck? The most annoying fucking thing is the goddamn watermark popping up on the bottom left-hand part of your screen in some fucking race car yellow. What the fuck? In fact, nah. We're gonna drop out of this match. I'm gonna just lower the settings. I can't fucking take this shit. Can't fucking take it. I'll look at Trovo real quick. So, yeah, now we're out of this.
Welcome to Battle Royale. The match is about to start.
Dude, I had like fucking 30 Battle Royale wins in a row. And now I can't even kill people now. Like, their support team won't help me. So fucking annoying. Okay, so I can still cast even though I'm already live. App details. Notifications, camera. Set as default. Let's try this shit really quick. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. We're gonna try. Dude, if this works, I'm uninstalling Game Loop like right the F now. Trying what? Hurry or? Oh, okay. I didn't know if you were saying hurry or not. I'm trying to hurry. I swear. I swear as I'm trying to hurry, my friend. Am I? Wi-Fi? Let's find out. What the? Yup. That's what it was doing. So that's what I gotta figure out how to fix. How to not sleep in it. Go. Go. Jeez. Okay. Figure shit out. Where are we going? T's and the T's and the T's. I'll turn the music back on. My bad. I'm done. What up, Dark Knight? Trying to figure out Trovo Cast. About to pop some music on. Yeet. How are you doing? Okay. Permissions allowed. Default. It says default. Add timer. Battery use. Allow background activity. Okay, let's find out. Let's see if we fixed it. That guy's smart. That guy's smart. Okay. We'll figure this out. Go live. Some features are not available here to stream other tools. Oh, you know what? Okay, I think I know what's going on. The phone's mic is active. Shit, I am figuring out Trovo Cast. I couldn't figure it out necessarily earlier, but I posted up in their Discord, and someone from the Discord actually popped up in chat. It was someone by the name of Pine. And they told me that the app's probably sleeping. So I'm not familiar with phones, and I forgot that phones sleep apps in the background. So I checked it, and now we're about to find out if we can play Call of Duty Mobile on my phone on the big screen. But the only thing with that is I might have to mute the music on my computer. Like, I might have to mute the actual music coming in through the stream, and it might have to come in through this mic. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure yet. We're gonna figure this out. Yo, this almost looks as clear as the emulator. Lani! What up, bro? Today I waited for my VODs to download so I could I wasn't satisfied with what I started making last night for a video, so I'm gonna get better clips today. But I was trying to click on my I'm dumb. Oh, my elixir counter's fixed too. I had the chat box up over the elixir. Lani. It's I get embarrassed pretty easily. Skip. There we go. MP Series rank 2. Got this. Oh, dang. 1 second. Yo, the latency ain't bad either. I might be able to play on my big screen. I might. Yo, I might be able to play on my big screen. This is wild. Without game loop. That's almost as crisp as How's the audio? Is the audio messed up, guys? Got me. I shouldn't have done that. Especially with joysticks, I can't turn how I normally can. Give this guy the hammer. Woo. Does it go? Does it go? Ah! Controller's hard to adjust to. Murdered me. We got this. Yes! You're a radar. Oh, go. Sweet aim, my dude. Targets in sight. Oh, 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 oh. Thank you. Get dick, guy. You're all fed. I use the Goliath because I'm sad in real life. That's not true. That's not true. I'm not sad. I'm just a piece of shit. Alright, guy, you want to be in that tower? You can keep the tower. I'm gonna walk around here. I'm gonna shoot your friend right in his dick. Oh, this screen is so small. But as small as my dick. Me? I'm a piece of shit. I know you're over here, come on. That was gritty though. That was gritty. We still might be in a... I blanked out. No, we still might be in a ranked. The meat shanker. Oh wait. Whatever.
You try hard, be like them. It's like you're drowning and you can't swim.
There we go. How's everyone doing tonight?
It's like the race that you can't win.
We're gonna get this though.
Be yourself. Is that a sin? And you say the things will not change. You will not fade. And
Oh!
you fade away and you're not the same. You're acting like it's a fucking game.
Woo! Same guy. What the? Bro, I'm hitting Doc. Sure. Woo, thank you. We're gonna get this. Got me. I don't know about you, but that looks like an aimbot. Unless it's just aim assist on the controller for mobile. That gun just looks so juicy. I'm gonna ransack one of these guys. Oh. Boy.
coming and he wants you to pray. Go under the water and wash your sins away. Your papa don't need to know, but you better write this in stone. Never again will you break my heart. Never again will you go this far.
I guess I can play like this. It should adjust. I guess not. I'll make it adjust.
But I know it's gonna take time. But it ain't what you think, 'cause I never
lower.
crossed that line.
Lower.
I was trying
Fucking auto frame,
hard to
little lower, bro.
make you see
Aye.
what the hurting feels like when you did the same thing to me.
It almost worked. It just didn't want to go. See, I moved everything around so I can do shit like this now. Ta-da! Actually, I'm very pleased with the way I set everything back up. I'm down. Honestly, I'm about to throw open some Fall Guys. 'Cause I gotta charge my phone soon, and now that I got this set up, I'm happy. Hey, so hey. You wanna hear something? Every question I've asked in like the Trovo Discord, for the most part, they've like answered like every question, or like they've helped me like in every way that they could, right? Like anyone that like commented back to me was like being helpful. You know what I'm saying? My first experience talking to someone in the Game Loop Discord server, they told me to buy a new processor to run an emulator, bro. I was like, bro, that is not help. That is not how you treat people that use your product. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get better with this aim. It's rough. Oh. What's that gun? I see you, bro. Come back. Come back. Oh, shit. Oh, boy, I thought I was gonna just leave him alone. I'm coming for you, guy. What the f- someone saw me. They're over here. Ah. You bean sprout motherfuckers are all dead. No, no, no. I am Batman. You're a dummy. You see a guy in a fucking a suit and you're like, I'm gonna fight him. You make no sense. I run from these things. It basically auto aims for you. So did I get hacked? I've never even had that happen before. It's so fun on mobile. Go it out. Go. My poor aim. My controller aim. It's not how you shoot a gun. You ever notice in Warzone how they hold their guns? It's like the... This is a conditioning stick. Right, in Warzone, they hold their guns like this. You know what I'm saying? That shit cracks me up. This is a conditioning stick. If you don't know what that's for, it's for beating the shit out of myself. No, actually, you like roll it on your shins and stuff. It was for karate way back then. It's real weird. It's real weird. Like, you try to like shoot one of their guns and like, it's like they put the butt of the gun in front of their face, and it's like, bro, you would lose teeth like that. For some reason, in Warzone, when I use the keyboard and mouse, it makes that even worse. Like the like overshooting on the barrel and stuff. How did I get 30? They probably felt bad because those guys were shitting on me so bad in the first round. Dang, I could even play it with. I don't really want to try to do that because I set it up last time. I didn't really like it. The 22%. I'm still in chit chat too. I'm dumb. We've been in chit chat this whole time. Man, I clipped one of my nails a while back, like the last stage I had set up, dude. I broke one of my nails and it's still dinged up. It was like a week ago. Oh, I keep trying to... Eee.
Spins into ceaseless coils. In constant toil, we turn on torment's wheel. And death is a jealous mistress. A kiss you can't repeal, but wait for regret to come. It will call for you. It will tear the fabric of your nature.
I can. Genius.
I walk without a name. Bathe in the lakes of
I'm on my way, bro.
fire. The snakes and liars of yore, they wore your face. Endure. Friends on the path of knowing are growing in your space. But wait for regret to come. It will call for you. It will tear the fabric of your nature. I walk without a name.
Bad dog.
I don't know what
Eat.
it is about you, but you got me feeling some kind of way. Thank you. I don't care. Give me the word. Tell me what they say.
Sorry, I'm just figuring out how to drive.
Come on and vibe with me. Don't let it go. I just want you to stay. I think I know what I mean. Come on, get lost with me.
Circle. My bad. Oh, my pickles. That's what you get for being dumb. I'm on my way, Brody. Balonies. One sec. I'm alive, my bad. I heard something fall out there and I ran out there and then I hit my knee on the dog gate. I heard something. I thought my cat's knocked something out. I was like, F. You got this though. If anything, I need to turn my aim down sights down a little bit, or just get used to it. Is my camera lagging? Seems like it is. Oh wow. Trovo Cast might use a lot of processor. I got your tags, bro. I'm coming. Excuse me. I'm gonna get this car. I'm gonna dip to you. I got time. I got time. I'm on my way. Is the audio messed up? Thank you, Lani. Bro, we're gonna get this dub. We got some dummy walking up on us. Should have learned. Thank you for the birthday cakes. So I need to hit this button. There we go.
How can I tell you that I feel the same? If you just want me enslaved in this game, you throw all your daggers, but I feel no pain. This place is in flames. The neighbors, they
Thank you. Triangle. Oh, whoa, whoa, oh, 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 oh. I couldn't figure it out. The buttons weren't going for me. I'm gonna spectate. This is gonna be good. See, I hit X once, and by the time I said I'm gonna spectate, this is gonna be good, I had to click it twice. But it is under a table, that might affect it. I don't know. Maybe I won't lean over like that. Dude, thank you for the confettis. Oh dang! Both of y'all. Oh yeah. It's happy. I don't know why I'm still holding my controller. Am I on the revive? You revived me. Oh, you revived me, bro. Oh. I just need to get. I need to get my QXR or whatever. I'll get the QXR out. Oh. Let's see if we can defend ourselves against anyone coming up here. We got a solid chance. We got a solid chance. Thank you. Gotta stay the fuck away from that tank, bro. Oh. Come get me, bud. I got an adrenaline shot for you if you need one. pictures of me, bud. This guy's gonna get shot. Oh, no, 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 no. I had no excuse. I should have shot the rocket. No, honestly, I should have got rid of that rocket. I shouldn't have used the rocket. Where's my phone at? Ooh, we're at 10%. I had this guy. Next button. I was getting all hyped up about that fucking thing. Oh. That's cool. Oh. 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 He's still going. Oh. Oh. Mother. Had him. Let it go. Dang it, he's good too. I can't accept right now. I'm gonna charge my phone and we're gonna play some Fall Guys. Parent. Okay, I got the PS4 controller working and I cannot get it to, what do you call it? I can't get it to sync to my computer. Congrats on level 8, bro. Shut up, bro. You're not going out there. Why not? The dogs and chat not licking the floor. There's no blood on the ground. You ain't licking the floor. Okay? You can't do it. Let's go. Let's go. Put my phone on the charger. Mouse got stuck. My bad, I had to mute my stuff real quick while I was fixing things. No! I had to mute. 1 second. I'm about to put my dog in the kennel. He's annoying me. He's gonna go spend fucking 20 minutes in timeout. Dogs need a man, though. He's being such a butthole. And see, there's literally... The dog's not in heat anymore. Now he's just being neurotic. You know what I mean? I'm about to fucking yell at him. Like, really fucking yell at him. I'm gonna make him go lay down. I'm getting very salty. I love my dogs, though. I don't like being in this area. I can tell you that. Being in this area makes it weird to have dogs. Speaking of dogs. It says adorable video shows endangered African painted dogs get first-hand health check. I want to click on it, but it's coming from MSN, and it might literally just be like politically fucking. Hell yeah. See, I think dogs are good for people. Like, they help us relax a little bit, you know what I'm saying? I really wanted to click on that article, but I'm not going to. The game's definitely done, installed already. Clickbait. Yeah, I don't trust any of those news groups anymore, dude. Like, after, like, the last... Basically just, like, the last, like, 10 years. Becoming an adult in America just made me just, like, you don't listen to the news. Because your local news isn't your local news. It's, like... one of 50 different news networks reading the same teleprompter screen, and it's really weird. It's really weird. Like it's weird when you see one guy in one county, right? Because you're driving in a truck and you go state to state to state and stuff, right? So like you see like the one broadcast of the news, and then you go to another town, and it's like 100 something miles away, and they say the same shit. Like, it's all... They're all liars. They're all crazy. They're all crazy. See, but when I was a kid, I thought this stuff was, like, normal. Like, I thought it was, like, word to mouth. You know what I mean? Like, I genuinely thought people, like, we would all develop these opinions so fast, and, like, the stuff would just travel. No. That's very, yeah. I'm very fickle about what news groups I actually listen to. They have to be non-biased. It has to just be people that want to know the facts. Or I don't want to I can't trust it. I can't trust one BuzzFeed video, one BuzzFeed article, anything from like any of them. Newsmax, I'm like, you know, like 50-50, you know. But like still it's just like all of them, it's just like, I'm going to click on this and you're going to tell me about some agenda that somebody has that, like, isn't... These things that aren't agendas, they call them agendas, and then, like, these things that are agendas, they're like, these aren't agendas, this is normal. And it's just like, no. Like, if it was normal, we would just start doing it. You know what I mean? Like, there would be, like, this common factor of mutuality, like, where everyone's just, like... You know, oh, you know, I was never really taught this, but I just think that way. You know, like, my bad, I don't want to rant. I've been taking a little break from the political stuff. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I got a Linwood notification. So if you know who Linwood is, you know I'm anti-federal. Oh, this looks like a good one. Oh,
This sounds.
alright. Oh, this will be good. I don't know if there's anything that you ever want to like look at on stream. As long as we're within the guidelines, we can look at it. We can look it up. We can read about stuff. We can learn together. Like I'm pretty smart, but I just like to retain information. I just like information. I get excited like when I get to tell people stuff. That's really all it is. I know it probably seems like I'm agitated or I'm like irritable or something, but I'm really not. I'm just I got a lot of body language. I'm very hyper, very active. Let's peep this though. Watch live TV from 85 top channels, unlimited DVR, don't miss a moment. I feel like they changed that. Like, that used to say something else. They're just trying to, like, loop me in. They're like, Matt, we know you watch TV now. You know, we know you've been watching TV. Come on. What's $10? Just buy it. No. No. YouTube is the last place I need television. Thank you. Yeah, I noticed you've become quite the regular. You're probably like our first official regular. Unless you count Anise, but I don't know where Anise is. Anise was funny. Anise asked me, I don't remember what it was, but he asked me a question. And then he started interrupting my sentences with the mana and the gems. So I never even got to finish my question. He just spammed one, like, over and over and over. I haven't seen him in a while, though. That was my first encounter with him. We were talking about something, chatting, and he asked me a question, and I went to go answer it, and, like, right in the middle of my sentence, he just, ting, ting, ting. So I asked him, I was like, do you want me to finish? Like, or are you trying to troll me? Like, cause I'm a little awkward, like, socially. You know what I mean? So I wasn't sure if I was being awkward or if he was being awkward. liked Fortnite.
It's totally made up
do like
until
Fortnite.
you listen to the police report. In the early 90s, a teenage girl started to see these shadowy figures that would come into a room at night and crawl all around her room and even grab at her legs.
the one
at the
guy
same
comes
time,
in,
her health began to rapidly deteriorate, which
sometimes when I
ultimately
play
led to her
Fortnite.
death, which doctors never understood. A few days after her death, her sister woke up to a whistling sound and saw a creature crawling around her.
I didn't mean to play that. That's my TV. Alright, so that's a bad camera angle. Fixed it. Wait. Yeah, I didn't mean to hit play. But no, quite genuinely, I want to start doing a podcast. And see, cause all good. Like I've thought about like I'm sure everyone's thought about wanting to create content. But I always, for one, I like the news. I like conspiracies, so I've wanted to start a podcast for like the longest time. And I'm genuinely trying to get my buddy to start one with me. But I want to do like a chit chat, just talking podcast, something somewhere in the near future where we do like a genuine deep dive and look at some scary stuff. Cause I see. My buddy's not in a good headspace right now, to be fair. Like, he's doing alright for himself. But, I don't know, I'm real good at blocking out, like, all the negatives. I'm negative enough as is in my own head. I'm not completely optimistic. I'm very pessimistic. I just keep doing things. I like getting results and things like that. Getting results makes me feel better, right? And, like, I can go a while without getting results and it won't bog me down. My buddy Matt, my name is Matt too, by the way, but my other buddy Matt, he gets a little bit more bogged down than I do. But genuinely, when I was 12, I took a head trauma. You know what I mean? Like I got bumped in the head. Well, really, what happened was this dude basically like beat the shit out of me. He punched me in the brain, so to speak. So I definitely have some, like, issues. Just not like that. Yeah, actually, it was a big Mexican guy. He was, like, 6'6". I was 12. He was, like, a full-grown man. He started speaking Spanish to me, and I said, I don't know what the fuck, you know, and by then, pop, Katie, something more Spanish. I got hit like 2 more times, and he said something, I'm assuming about hitting me again, and he hit me again, and I started to piss myself, actually, as this happened. My vision went out like a wave, you know, went, and my head was like cocked down. I was walking in a circle. Someone hit a girl. So this guy was a pedophile, basically, and he was having sex with a 14-year-old girl. Someone hit the girl with a stick. It was this kid, Alex. I got blamed for the girl getting hit with a stick because I didn't tell this full-grown man that was telling me he was going to kill me over this 14-year-old girl getting hit with a stick. You know, I'm not going to send him somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? So he beat me up. Basically what happened. Yeah, I'm not shy of confrontations. Sometimes it's better to punch someone before they punch you. We tried to press charges, and see, he actually had like his skin was in my mouth from hitting me. So the guy's name was Tim, and he was what's real weird is that my friend who was there with me, who witnessed this guy attack me, his name was Tim. This dude's name was Tim. The guy that attacked me, Tim. And then Tim's little brother was named Zach. The cops didn't do anything because this guy was already on like adult probation, and he had to move out of the state of Tennessee into his mom's house from his from his dad's house and stuff like that. The cops didn't do anything. My brothers grabbed him. And my friend's older brother, who is friends with my older brother, grabbed him. They beat him up pretty good. I know nothing's really gonna come of it. But probably not something I should say. It happens. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not gonna lie, it affected me for a long time growing up. Like, I was honestly probably like, from like 12 to 16. Around 16, I got into wrestling, like high school wrestling. I was real skinny. I'm not too skinny anymore. I'm fairly well built now, but from like 12 to 16, I didn't really like talk to people. I didn't associate to people, or with people I didn't have friends. If someone began like threatening me, I would tell them like, I'm gonna hit you. Like that was just like a defense mechanism. Like I had it for like years. So that led to me getting into a lot of fights in middle school, and I got expelled from high school twice actually for beating people up. See, alright, so I somehow became like popular in high school and got expelled. I transferred schools, completed the semester. Some drama happened. I had to move back to Portage, my old town, 2 weeks early, and so my school got rid of my credits, which I had worked to recover because I was a fuck up the year before, and so I was trying to genuinely get good grades. I actually tested out really high in the nationals and shit, but when they took away half my credits, I just started being really bad. Like everyone that talked shit to me, I would just attack them. Like genuinely. Like in school. They had a petition with the cops there, and all the teachers signed the petition. But Mr. Spagna, Mr. Spagna was like our lead principal guy, and he was like, Matt, what do you want me to do? And I was like, fuck this place. I was not smart. That's why, like, I did date a lot, but now I don't date. I think everyone wants to be popular, and I think we all try to mold our lives around popular cliques and trending whatever. So all that shit, I don't let it in my life. Like, especially in America, adulting, yeah. There are so many people here. Like, people, see, I've been on the lower tax brackets for the majority of my life, right? Well, nothing really changes when you make 90K a year. Nothing really changes when you make 100K a year. What changes is that you buy something more expensive or you pay for more. Chicks here are bad. I don't know if this is allowed, but I don't know like what context I can bring this stuff up in, because I don't live in what you would call a normal area. Yeah. I mean, one of my exes slashed me. You know what I'm saying? Like, she genuinely, with a big old knife. Her name was Cassandra, cam leader. Which I probably shouldn't even say her name. I don't think it would be bad if I, like, but still, like, I'm just not like that. It is what it is. It happened. Cops actually had to remove her from this room. But people here, going back to like trending and people wanting to be popular, people here are obsessed with yeah, I got a fatty scar from it too, actually. This shit was like in my chest. People here rely on, like, I plan long term. Like, the plans I make, the plans I started making on Trovo, right? Or on Trovo about streaming. I planned for like 3 months before I even like started, right? Some are. Even Anna's a little crazy. She's not too crazy, but she's a little crazy. But she hasn't been, how do you say, infected. Anna's actually not that crazy. Anna's more of a pushover. She needs to be more assertive. Some of the stuff she tells me that she lets people get away with. Bro, I'd snap your meniscus in your thumb. Treat me like that. You'll never hold anything again. You won't drive. You won't punch anyone. You can't use a bat. You won't shoot a gun. You won't do anything. I snap it. And like you can tell when it's something that actually like bothers Anna because she won't bring it up. So when she tells me something late, I know it's something that's gonna piss me the fuck off. Or feel like she's being subjected on. So it's just, you know what I'm saying? Like, what I was getting at. Oh, why? My bad. Why what? Why what? Please be a little more specific. I rambled quite a bit there. And I'm caffeinated. I didn't get any caffeine in me all day, so this is fucking me up. No, quite seriously, I could drink like 40 milligrams of like micronized caffeine and I work out for hours. Like, caffeine is so bad for my brain. I'm just... I had quit smoking weed. And like, it'd been like 2 or 3 months and I smoked some bud and I got stoned. And like, we were like calling and texting like every day at the same time. Like, Anna is stubborn, but she won't tell you that she's stubborn. Anna is so stubborn that she will fail to realize that people are being weird with her because she wants to see the best in people. She hasn't experienced a lot of things. I wouldn't say her life has been super easy, but she's kind of like not sheltered, but kind of like just like inexperienced. No, actually, Anna, you're very lucky. You're very lucky. If I could forget as much shit as you haven't experienced, I probably wouldn't feel stressed all the time. Because the more you learn, the more it stresses you out. If you can't healthily acclimate to a situation, which I do have problems adjusting because I like my routines, it just throttles you. I didn't say you didn't experience bad shit. I just said you haven't had as many experiences as people over here. You guys live a little bit differently. You live in a city, like you got a big old hotel next to you, like some fucking like 100-story hotel next to you, and there's not abortions. Like, abortions are illegal where you're at, and that is uncommon. Monetarily speaking, it's beneficial to have abortions because that funds the state. You know what I'm saying? It's traditionalism. See, I don't think your president's like a bad guy. He's a little bit of a pushover, but I definitely see why a couple of people went missing, specifically communists that were running for office in your country. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, Putin's not really that bad of a guy. I mean, he's probably has a horrible past, you know what I'm saying, being who he is. He's probably done some bad shit. But the things he does are actually ethical. And I know it's messed up that, you know, he tried to poison another political party leader in his own country, but that political party leader is siding with crazies. And I mean literal crazies. Like, when labor dies, slavery begins. That we can't not have labor in life. We bear the fruits of labor. That's specifically how it happens. Nothing will happen without labor. People like Donald Trump understand that. People like Nancy Pelosi understand that. What they do with it is completely different, and they're two completely different symptomatic outcomes that'll happen. Like, Nancy Pelosi might already be indicted. Like, when I was a kid, I was hearing about the illegal stuff Nancy Pelosi was doing with, like, Hillary Clinton and stuff. Like, what they do is bad. Typically, what's been panning out in America over the last couple of years is that the White House, the face of America, and, you know, the face of our government, our military, right, in a very unethical and unprofessional way, have been, like, telling certain businesses and corporations, and this has been going on for like 20 years, to do something, you know, like, hey, if I ask you to do this, will you do that? Like, George W. Bush did it, Obama did it, like, back to back. Obama did it with phone records. He literally just asked major phone companies to give him data, or give the government data, which was illegal, and then the White House, being incriminated in that situation, got saved by Congress. Congress rewrote laws to save the White House from being indicted. And that's recent history. Like, that's not old. That's not going to be in a book for another, like, 60 years. Hi, Alex. We're chatting a little bit. Wow, for a chit-chat stream. Starting off a chit-chat stream. This is fairly popular. I guess that happens anytime you sit in a category for an hour or two, though. I mean, one time when I sat in Call of Duty, we got like 590 views in like 2 hours, and that was wild. That's like almost Twitch viewership, like, after your stream. Let's watch this.
This sounds totally made up until you listen to the police report. In the early 90s, a teenage girl started to see these shadowy figures that would come into a room at night and crawl all around her room and even grab at her legs. At the same time, her health began to rapidly deteriorate, which ultimately led to her death, which doctors never understood. A few days after her death, her sister woke up to a whistling sound and saw a creature crawling around her room with no face. The same night, her mom was ripped out of bed by someone. The father calls the police, who come over, they search the house, they don't find anything, it's all quiet. As they're about to leave, they hear something. Horrifying screams coming out of the bedroom. They run inside, no one's in there, but there are these huge gashes on the wall that were not there before. The police
That lady's gums look so calloused. She has no teeth. It's just one big callus on her gums. Imagine.
get out of
Imagine
it. In the
eating hot
police
dogs
report
like
that was filed immediately after this house call, the chief inspector and the three officers that were there that night swear they saw and heard the same things as the family, which means the police officially believed that
I knew
the
that was
house
fake though,
haunted.
actually. I just thought the
You're about to hear
The
one of the
callousing,
most
like, on her
disturbing true
gums was
stories on
grody.
the internet. In 1921, a German farmer woke up to find a deep set of footprints leading from the forest right up to his back door. Whoever had come to his house had not left yet. After making sure it wasn't just his family, he searched everywhere on his property, in his house, everywhere, and he could not determine who made the prints or where they went. A few weeks later, his maid abruptly quits, saying that every time she's alone in the house, she hears demonic voices in the attic. Shortly thereafter, he and his family start to hear the voices too. When no one's heard from them in a couple days, the neighbors go over to check and they find them in the barn. One by one, each of the family members made their way down to the barn where they were systematically murdered and stacked in the corner. To this day, no one knows who or what is responsible for this crime. This is why you should always be...
You had a group of people and you sent them one by one. Bro, gang up on that guy. Go beat his ass. One person get a brick, one person get a stick, poke his ass, and one throw it. Like, I ain't going. You're not killing me, bro. If I die, you're losing a hand and an ankle. Like, I don't...
be afraid of strangers. In 2014, a disturbing text message conversation between two classmates was uploaded to the internet. Annie and David are talking casually, and then Annie hears footsteps outside and goes to look. She sees someone standing in her yard, and she assumes it's just Dave playing a joke on her, but it's not. Suddenly, the stranger starts sprinting towards her house. He smashes through a window, and now he's in her house. She freaks out, jumps in a closet, and tells Dave to call the police. She tells Dave that he's yelling for her to come out, and then Annie stops texting. When Annie finally writes back that everything's just fine, Dave realizes something. He wasn't talking to Annie anymore. This is why you should never take walks alone at night. In 2007, a girl was on a late night walk when she looked at the end of the road and saw the silhouette of a man moving around very strangely. It was like he was doing the waltz, but he was moving towards her, so she was sketched out, crossed the road, and went the other way. After a couple minutes, she turned around to see what he was doing, and he was right across the street from her, now staring up into the sky with a huge grin on his face. Now totally creeped out, she turns around and walks about a half block before checking again, and to her horror, he's now crouched down right behind her. But luckily, he stands up, turns around, and kind of hobbles away, and then she notices something. The man had turned around and was now sprinting directly towards her. She runs to safety and now just hopes she never has to see that smiling man again. Believe it or not, this is a well-documented true story. In 1947, an American ship picked up a horrifying distress signal coming from an unidentified vessel. The first transmission was all officers, including the captain, are dead. The next transmission was the whole crew is dead. The last transmission was I die, and then silence.
What the...
Americans trace the signal back to a ship that's drifting off in the middle of the Indian Ocean. They quickly assemble a rescue team who boards the ship. They find the entire crew has perished in the exact same position. They are on their backs with their hands up as if fighting with some unseen force, and they look like this. There was no physical damage to the bodies or to the ship itself. However, even though it was 100 degrees outside, it was 40 degrees on the ship, and the bodies were rapidly decomposing. As soon as they tie up the ship to tow it in, it explodes, and then it sinks. To this day, no one knows what happened inside of that ship. Some say it was a chemical leak, others aren't so sure.
I think that's what the ghost ship is based off of. For sure, bro. I didn't know what screen to look at. I'm sitting here like...
This is why you should always take your lockdown drills seriously. In 2017, two 16-year-olds were in their school bathroom when the lights suddenly went out and their school went into lockdown. Feeling rebellious, they decide, you know what, let's go explore the school a little bit first, and then we'll go follow procedure. They step out of the bathroom and look down the hall towards their classroom, and they see this large figure standing in front of their classrooms. It's definitely not a student, it's not a teacher. He's got ragged clothes on and he starts walking towards them. They dart right back into the bathroom to the corner stall where they hide, praying that that man didn't see them. The man bursts in and starts yanking open all the stalls. Not wanting to see what happens when he gets to their stall, they get on the ground and start crawling to the side of the room where they finally get up and make a run for the door. They look back and he's holding a gun. The boys manage to get away safely and no one's hurt, but the police never capture the ragged man.
No.
This is why you should be very careful who you talk to online. A 16-year-old girl was home with her mom when she got a disturbing text message from a boy she had recently met on Snapchat. He told her he was right outside of her house, but when she went to look, no one was there. Frightened, she decides to sleep in her mom's room that night, and right before she goes to bed, she gets another text from the boy that just says, "I'm in your house." She shows her mom, who immediately searches the whole house, checks every door, turns on every light. There's no one there. So even though they're creeped out, they go back to bed. The next morning she gets up and she goes back to her bedroom and immediately feels like she's being watched. She checks in her closet, looks behind her door, there's no one there. Then she noticed that the shoe boxes she normally kept perfectly arranged next to her bed had been moved. So she crouches down to put them back in order, and out of the corner of her eye she notices something. The boy who was texting her was under her bed. Sometimes monsters are real. After his parents fell asleep at night, a 9-year-old would sneak downstairs into the kitchen and crush junk food. One night, as he's making his way downstairs, he swears he can hear someone in the kitchen, but his whole family's upstairs asleep. He peeks his head around the corner, and in the kitchen is this skinny man drinking milk straight from the carton with his back turned. The boy's terrified, sprints upstairs, tells his parents, who come right downstairs, they can't find anything. It looks like no one's been in the kitchen. And they ultimately blame their son, and they say, your imagination's just playing tricks on you. The kid knows what he saw, and for the next few days, he felt like everywhere he went in the house, he was being watched. Then one night, he's laying in bed looking at the vent on his ceiling, and he sees a pair of eyes looking down at him. Freaks out, runs to his parents, who come in, look everywhere, find nothing, and blame him again. A couple of weeks go by, and the boy starts to notice a terrible smell coming out of the vent on his ceiling. He convinces his parents to come in and actually cut into the ceiling and go look around, and they find that skinny man, and he's dead.
And he's dead.
The more you think about how this true story ends, the creepier it gets. In 2015, a college student was renting the basement apartment of his friend's house. One weekend, his basement roommates take off for the night, so he decides to use that time to get some homework done distraction-free. But as soon as he sits down to do his work, his friend upstairs and his family starts making all this noise, moving furniture around, shuffling feet. It's impossible to focus, so he picks up his phone and he texts his friend. "You guys sound like you're really having a good time up there. I'm not really getting anything done. Can I come up?" And his buddy says, "No one is home. We went to Wisconsin for the weekend." Terrified, he runs out the side door to get a look in the window to see who's making all the noise. All the lights are off in the house. There's not a single car in the driveway. He had been home alone the whole time. You're about to watch one of the creepiest videos on the internet. In 2015, two men were driving at night when they spot what looked like a hunched over person in the middle of the road way off in the distance. As they got closer, they started hearing shrieking sounds in the woods all around them, and then they lost sight of the hunched over person. Feeling totally spooked, the guy in the passenger seat starts filming.
It's gotta... Oh, that's gotta be fake.
Despite numerous
sounds
attempts,
genuine.
this video has never been debunked.
That sounded genuine.
This true story is so simple and so creepy. On June 21st, 2009, a 16-year-old wakes up to an empty house around 11 a.m. He heads downstairs, grabs a snack, and goes to the basement and plans on watching TV for the next few hours until he meets his friend around 3. About 30 minutes later, his mom comes downstairs and asks him, "Where have you been all day?" Confused, he says, "I've only been up for like 30 minutes. And then he looks at his phone, and it's after 7 o'clock at night. There's dozens of missed calls and several text messages from his friend and his mom asking, "Where are you?" He tells his mom that none of this makes any sense, but what she tells him is even worse. She said that she was there all day and saw him go into the basement at 11, but after that, he was gone all day. So for one day in the summer of 2009, this kid didn't exist.
Creepy.
Boy, did this
Creepy.
kid pick a good night to have his phone out filming. In 2008, a teen decided he wanted to film himself playing the very creepy Midnight Game. In a nutshell, you turn off all the lights in your house and you walk around from midnight to 3:33 a.m. And if at any point you stop moving, the Midnight Man will attack you. Around 2 a.m., the kid thinks he hears something in the kitchen, but he also thinks his mind's just playing tricks on him because he is playing this game. But he goes to check it out anyways. When he gets downstairs, he doesn't hear anything, but he does see that his door is now open. And when he goes to shut it, someone pushes back. He sprints away, goes upstairs, jumps into his room, but keeps filming.
Ooh, that got me. Oh, I gotta go back and like that. That was good.
This sounds totally made up until
That
you
scared the
listen to
shit
the
out of me.
police report.
This is a
Today,
new
we're
one.
going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 3 or 4 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's eye drops with acid. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads.
No.
All right, let's get into today's stories. In the 1960s, Alan Burkhart opened a riverfront restaurant in Beaumont, Texas. And for the next 50 plus years, his customers would eat burgers, drink beers, and on super hot days, they would jump off the pier into the river to cool down. But one day in June of 2015, while Alan was in his restaurant looking out the back window, he saw something strange in the river. When he went outside to get a better look, he noticed his customers who were eating outside had also noticed this strange thing, and now they were standing up and nervously watching it as it floated by. Alan immediately yelled out to everyone to not go swimming, obviously, based on what they were seeing, and then he went back inside and made a sign that said no swimming, and he posted it on the pier. A few weeks later, on July 2nd, a 28-year-old local man named Tommy Woodward and his girlfriend, Victoria LeBlanc, arrived at Alan's restaurant for a fun night out. After several hours of drinking and playing pool, Tommy and his girlfriend made their way over to the bar and had a seat, at which point Tommy began telling his girlfriend that he planned on going swimming in the river that night. The bartender overheard him and said, "Tommy, you can't go swimming in the river anymore." But Tommy was a bit of a rule breaker and said he didn't care, he was going to go anyways. The bartender began pleading with him and even got other staff members of the restaurant to talk sense into Tommy that he should not get in the water. But eventually Tommy just stood up, he grabbed his girlfriend's hand, left the restaurant, and began walking down towards the pier. The bartender at this point just kind of rolled her eyes and thought, I can't do anything to stop him, and so she went back to her bartending duties. When Tommy and Victoria got down to the pier, the black water was quiet and calm as Tommy took off his shirt and removed his valuables from his pockets. Right before Tommy was about to jump into the water, Victoria stopped him and said she thought she saw something moving underneath the pier. But Tommy just laughed and said he didn't care and jumped into the water and disappeared below the surface. Immediately, the water around Tommy seemed to erupt like a bomb had gone off underneath him. When Tommy came back up to the surface, he was screaming and trying to swim back to the pier, but before he could get there, something pulled him under the water. And then a few seconds later, Tommy came back up again, and this time Victoria could see the left side of his torso was bleeding profusely. And so she instinctively leapt into the water to try to save him. And Tommy, even though he knew he needed help, he said to her, "Get back on land, save yourself." And so she obliged. She climbed back onto the pier, and when she turned around, she caught a final glimpse of Tommy as he was pulled back under the water. And this time, he did not come back up again. The bartender had heard screaming, and so ran down with a flashlight to the pier. And when she got there, Victoria was hysterical, and she was yelling Tommy's name and looking out over the water. And so the bartender, at this point, is reasonably certain she knows what happened to Tommy. But if by some miracle he's still alive, she wants to find him. And so she raises her flashlight and she begins scanning the now totally calm black water. And as she's scanning, she finds him. He's floating face down, way off in the middle of the river. And as soon as the flashlight hits him, something pulls his body under the water and he disappears from view. It was no secret that the river that ran next to Alan's restaurant was home to alligators. But these alligators were small and they didn't bother anybody, and so the locals really didn't have any issues swimming with them. In fact, they had nicknamed two of the alligators that were seen the most often. They named them Cheeto and Marshmallow. But on that day in June of 2015, when Alan and the other guests saw this thing out in the river, what they were seeing was a monster alligator, the likes of which they had never seen before in this river. It was at least 11 feet long and over 400 pounds, and that summer it decided to make the underside of Alan's pier its home. And so that night, when Tommy leapt into the water, it was this monster alligator's feeding time, and so Tommy became its dinner. About 2 hours after Tommy was attacked, what was left of him was recovered from the river. Tommy became the first alligator-related fatality in Texas in nearly 200 years.
Damn, boy. Oh, jeez. That sucks. Because that could be anybody. That could genuinely be anybody. Anybody. What do you mean? I'm gonna go walk into the water. Rah, rah, rah. Okay. Oh, Jesus.
Just north of San
I love swimming in the summer. That just ruined my summer. Fuck.
Francisco, California, lies Lake Berryessa, which is a massive freshwater reserve that provides drinking water and hydroelectricity to hundreds of thousands of people. The lake is not a natural occurrence. A dam was built in the area in the 1950s, and after it was in place, the water that pooled above it became Lake Berryessa. During the dam's construction, the engineers realized the structure would not be enough to keep all the water in if the lake were to flood. To solve this problem, the engineers installed what's called a spillway in the middle of the lake. A spillway is like a huge drain. When the water levels in the lake are normal, none of the water will go into this drain. But when water levels reach a certain point, the water, instead of spilling over the side of the dam, will spill into this spillway, and it will travel 200 feet straight down the 78-foot wide pipe. And when it reaches the bottom, the pipe bends sharply to the right, and the water is shot out on the other side of the dam into a creek. On a summer day in 1997, 41-year-old graduate student Emily Schwalik was swimming in the recreational side of Lake Berryessa. That evening, before she got out of the water, she decided she wanted to have a closer look at the spillway, which at the time, because the water levels had risen high enough, water was pouring down into this spillway. So Emily turned around and began casually swimming away from the recreational area towards the center of the lake. At some point, she would have seen signs poking out of the water, and she would have seen them on land telling her to stay back. After passing those signs, she would have reached a long line of red caution buoys that were the last line of defense to try to keep people back from this spillway. But Emily went under those buoys and continued on towards this huge drain. Meanwhile, the other swimmers that had seen Emily take off towards the middle of the lake, they didn't think she would actually get close to the spillway. Nobody went close to the spillway, and so nobody tried to stop her. Around 6:10 p.m., Emily made it to right before the edge of the spillway. It would have been deafeningly loud as 360,000 gallons of water poured over the edge into the spillway every second. Emily most likely was trying to get right up to the edge and then grab that outer cement lip and kind of anchor herself and then lean over the edge and get a look down into the hole. But what ended up happening is as she got closer and closer to the edge, the current picked up so dramatically that it began pulling her down into the hole. And so by the time she's over this cement lip, she had already turned around, realizing her mistake, and was trying desperately to swim away from the spillway. But it was too late. Her legs got whipped around and sucked down into the spillway, and she managed to grab onto the lip, the outer lip of the spillway, with her legs now in the spillway. Thousands and thousands of gallons of water are pouring down on her face, and so she can't pull herself back up. So she's pinned inside the spillway. People on land noticed this happening to her, but they realized there was nothing they could do to help her. If they tried to go down there and pull her out, they would get sucked in too. And so they called the authorities, who have the right equipment to pull her out. But by the time they got out there, it was too late. Emily had managed to hang on to that edge for 20 minutes. But finally, the water overpowered her, she lost her grip, and she fell backwards down the 200-foot chute to her death.
Oh my fuck, dude.
On August 6th, 2018,
Oh,
a
you're
manager
ruining
at
my
a grocery
summer.
store in Lancaster, California, which is a town about an hour north of Los Angeles, started getting complaints from his staff and from customers about a terrible smell coming from the front of the building. The manager, who had come in the back door that day and so hadn't smelled anything, began walking through the store towards the front in order to investigate. He only made it to the cash registers before he had to throw his arm over his mouth and his nose because the whole front half of the store reeked. The manager's first thought was that food must have somehow fallen somewhere out of view and it was rotting, and that was causing the smell. But when he went past the cash registers and went out the front doors, the smell got exponentially worse, and he noticed the smell was predominantly coming from this brown liquid on the ground that seemed to be leaking out of the base of one of the pillars that lined the front of the store. And so the manager thought, well, it can't be food that's causing the smell. It's got to be a sewer pipe leak that's happened right underneath this pillar, and it's seeping up through the cement, and that's what's causing the smell. And so the manager went back inside the store and he called a plumber, and then a couple of hours later, the plumber showed up. The manager pointed at the brown liquid out on the front and explained what he thought was going on, and the plumber looked at it and then looked at the manager and said, there's no sewer pipe underneath here, so whatever that liquid is, it's coming from inside the pillar. And so the manager was stumped because this pillar and all the others in the front of the store were purely decorative. There's no reason anything would be leaking out from inside of them. There was nothing inside of them. And so the manager asked the plumber to pull off one of the bricks around the area where this liquid was coming from so they could see what was on the other side. And so the plumber got his crowbar and he began prying off one of the bricks, and then once it was loose enough, he pulled the brick away, revealing an opening into the pillar, and the two men got down and they looked inside, and what they saw horrified them. And they immediately backed up and they called the police.
At least he
5
wasn't
days
swimming.
earlier, a 35-year-old man named Ray Rivera was pulled over by Lancaster, California police on suspicion of driving a stolen vehicle. As soon as the officer got out of their cruiser and began approaching Ray's vehicle, Ray peeled off down the road, turned the corner, and was gone. The officer immediately got back in their cruiser and took off after Ray, but he had gotten a huge jump start and he had fled into a highly populated and busy area where it would be relatively easy
Dirty.
to blend in and disappear. The officer called for backup, and before long, there were dozens of other cop cars in the area looking for Ray, but no one could find him. A little while later, the police heard over the radio that a car matching the description of the one Ray had been driving had just crashed into a local grocery store. And so the police head over to the grocery store, and sure enough, there's Ray's white pickup truck crashed into the side of the building, but Ray is nowhere to be found. The police began asking witnesses at the store if they had seen the man driving the white pickup truck, and a few said they had. They said after he crashed, he leapt out of the vehicle and he ran inside the grocery store and then went up a flight of stairs to the staff-only area. The police went inside the grocery store and searched the staff-only area, and they searched the rest of the grocery store, but he wasn't there. And so they assumed at some point after going inside, he managed to slip back out again and had escaped on foot. And so the police, just as a precaution, stayed outside of this grocery store for several more hours in case if Ray was in there, they would catch him trying to leave. But after a couple of hours, he never did, and so they put out a warrant for his arrest, and they left. Well, it would turn out Ray had run inside the grocery store, but he had never left.
Ray.
After running up to that
Thank you.
staff-only area, he found a crawl space, and he hid inside of it for several hours until the police left.
Dude.
And then at some point that evening, he decided he wanted to find a better hiding spot, and so he made his way onto the roof. Now, it's not entirely clear how he did that. Either the crawl space he was in directly connected to the roof, or he got out of the crawl space and then found his way onto the roof another way. But regardless, he found his way onto the roof, and when he got up there, he realized the roof was totally flat until you got to the very front edge of the building, the part that looked down into the parking lot. There, on the roof, was this small structure that was built up just on the front end of the roof that gave the impression, from the parking lot looking up, that this building was a lot bigger than it really was. On the backside of this phony structure was a door that was accessible from the roof. Ray saw this access door and ran over to it. He tried the handle and it was unlocked. And so he opened it up and he went inside. Now, this attic-like space that sat on the front of the building really didn't have that much of a purpose to it. However, it did provide access to the insides of all of the pillars that lined the front of the store. And so it's believed that Ray, as soon as he walked inside, saw these openings and believed one of them would be the perfect hiding place. And so he lowered himself feet first into one of these hollow chutes. He got his feet and his legs, his hips, and most of his torso into this tight 9-inch by 17-inch space, but his shoulders were too broad. They would not fit into the pillar. And so he raised one arm over his head and he kept his other arm pinned by his side in order to make himself as narrow as possible. And this worked. Inch by inch, he began sliding deeper and deeper into this 2-story tall pillar until he was completely out of sight. But as soon as
You're a fucking idiot. I mean, I understand hiding and stuff, but you're a goddamn moron.
his shoulders had gone down into that pillar, he would have realized he had made a grave mistake. With one arm pinned above his head and the other pinned by his side, he would not have been able to pull himself back up out of this narrow space. He was stuck. And so he probably began squirming and trying to use his feet to try to get back up into the attic space, but all of that movement only made him slip farther and farther down into this pillar until his feet touched the ground at the absolute bottom. And so not only is he already in this totally compromised position that would have made it hard to breathe, he was also in such a narrow space that the walls of this pillar literally were crushing his chest, making it nearly impossible to get a full breath of air. And when he screamed out for help, nobody would have heard him because he was entombed inside of multiple layers of cement and brick. Also, making an already horrible situation that much worse, Lancaster, California was experiencing a very significant heat wave that month. And so all day long, the sun would have been blazing down on the outside of that pillar, heating up the inside like an oven.
Thank you.
5 days after Ray got trapped, the plumber removed that brick on the pillar, and he and the store manager bent down and looked, and they saw Ray's leg. The smelly brown liquid that had been coming out of the pillar that had alerted everyone to this in the first place was purge fluid, which is something that comes out of a decomposing body. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp, and if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comment section.
Fucking gross. Should we watch another one before we play some Fall Guys? Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Did we see them all this week? We did watch them all this week. Oh, wow. Dang it. Let me see. Okay, never mind. Click, click. Oh, those were pretty good. Let's see if there's one we missed in the last couple of... They all live. Wow, it's insane how many of these I've watched in the last couple of months. That photo, that guy got, I know that guy got stuck. He's like the guy that's like been underwater like the longest or something. Ugh.
Today, we're going to
Today? No. Yeah, that's me. I'm sick of this jerk. I'm sick of this jerk. That's all you see on his banner. I like his videos, actually.
Prepare your...
I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. Fall Guys. Here we go. No, it's a full screen app. I don't want to open it yet. If I open it, it'll force itself on top. We'll just change to a intermission screen real quick. Boop, boop, boop. I need to figure something out for my intermission screen, or I need to just make one or get a new one. Because I don't like the emptiness underneath the camera screen. Dude, you're not going out there. Go. Go. No. One sec, I'm gonna get a drink too. I'm gonna switch back actually. We'll just stay on the live screen. Well, I don't like that blank space, like on the part of the screen, like under the camera. I want it to be filled. I made a new overlay, but if I make a new overlay, I gotta copy and paste all the my chat and stuff from the last one because they don't. The new links don't work on Btccoin. So I'm waiting for that to fix itself. No. Alright. I'll be right back. I feel like that one thing's looking at me on screen.
Wake up every morning, realize it was a dream. Roll out of bed, start your daily routine. All that you do reminds you of me.
Refocus.
Your clothes, your perfume, it's like I'm still in the front seat. Why you gotta be so crazy?
Do it.
The tweet is not about you, baby. I'm the only thing that's going through your mind. And I'm sorry that I'm the reason why. Lost you like the
Focus. Oh, I don't want to focus. Okay. It is the autofocus. It's trying to stay in 720, but it doesn't know what it wants to focus on. Or 720, it's trying to stay in 1080. Oh, I hate this computer.
Pull out conversations with you in your basement. We talk all through the night, but we're both too complacent. So keep what we got going. Why is your heart frozen? Still underneath my sheets, but now you're a ghost. Took away what I love the most. Putting me with my back against the ropes.
Yo, if you're ever trying to do anything fancy with a computer, don't go with any Razer product. Razer's turd, I swear. My whole setup is Razer, and they suck. Their peripherals are amazing. The hardware itself is amazing. The machining required to make this aluminum chassis is amazing. The finished product is fucking turd. It's like a turd tap out your butt, and you scraped it with a piece of toilet paper and it didn't go, and you tried to use a bidet, but the turd's still in your butt, so you know you're just fucked. Ah. It's not really that bad, it's just that it exceeds the specifications required to do what I want to do, but for some reason it has a problem doing what I want it to do, but it can do anything else. Like, last night I mined Bitcoin for like 10 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. Okay. The processor and the graphics card can both be set to different miners and just go off for hours. The computer's fine. Can't play an emulator. The camera always has some sort of fucking power draw issue. And to me, I'm just like, what happened to the dynamic boost? What happened to, like... Because a dynamic boost is like cutting out part of the processor to reserve power draw for other properties, right? What happened to that? Like, why is my processor always going off on the scripts? It's like I'm being data mined. Like, genuinely, it's like my computer is mining something from me and sending it somewhere at all times. And I really don't trust it. Because if there is something on my computer, I'm not capable of detecting it. I have no idea why this computer operates the way that it does. Like, as far as like diagnostics go, I've done basically everything I could. I could start really meticulously pulling parts apart in the hopes that I can do that backwards, you know what I mean? Put everything back together right. But yeah, I genuinely think there's some sort of chip or something soldered onto my motherboard. It just don't operate right. Half the time, half the time, my cores don't want to clock up past 4.0, and their clock speed is 5.1 gigahertz. But if I check my specs, they're always at like 2.3 gigahertz, 8 cores activated, for whatever reason. It's like there's just like a chunk of my computer that's missing, which is odd. So like I do know I've been bitching about Game Loop a bit, but I think the people at Game Loop are just kind of rude, to be honest. To be fair about the situation. No, not all laptops are like that. Give or take, if you get a laptop with an NVIDIA graphics card that says Supermax, what that means is that they've cut down like 40% of the length on the processor pins to make it fit in a smaller chassis, so that does reduce the overall capacity and like threshold of those processor pins. Or they solder. They basically make a smaller version of the same graphics card that operates at 60 to 80% capacity of the real one. So like a laptop 2080, you can't get a full scale graphics card in a 15 inch or a 13 inch model. It has to be a 17 inch. Basically. They're too big. And from what I understand, with what I want to do, I probably should have went with Alienware for a pre-build. Alienware would have basically ensured a specific level of functionality before sending it out. Razer did not. I can't believe Razer really sent my laptop to China. I will not forget that. That's like unforgivable. Like, my food should be done. I'm gonna go grab it real quick. For real, ever since it's been there, like I'm just paranoid about it. But they're known for doing that sort of shit. You see what I'm saying? Like that's what makes it even more suspect. Like they do whatever they want.
Oh Christmas tree, that leaves us so unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, that leaves us so unchanging. Not only green when summer's here, but also winter's cold and drear. Oh Christmas tree, that leaves us so unchanging. Oh Christmas tree, that candle shines so brightly. Oh Christmas tree, that candle shines so brightly. That candle shines so brightly. That candle shines so brightly.
walk out the room for a minute. My dog tries to walk right out the door. Go eat some food, dude. Your food. I just read that. This is the thing. Me and Anna talk. So if you have the intention of flirting with Anna, you might as well not. You know what I mean? I don't particularly mind if people talk to Anna. But I had a couple of people try to be really flirty with her. And that does kind of irritate me. One of them tried to laugh at me, and I was like, bro, I'm not really, like, laughing about it. I was like, or I said something like, I'm not laughing, I'm being kind of serious. Some shit, but he hasn't talked to me since, and I don't know why, because all I was saying was, me and Anna talk. I shouldn't be trying to talk to someone when they're clearly talking to somebody else. But no, I don't care if people make friends with Anna. Anna is I just kind of got the impression that this guy was using pet names on Anna by means to flirt with her. You know what I mean? I just told him to not be so flirty. And it's like, nah, bro. Like, I'm not like a butthole. You know what I'm saying? Anna just isn't good at gauging people's characters, in my personal experience. She has some really cool people from her streams that I met, but a lot of them were also very weird. And I don't think she's very good at telling the difference. Ain't it? But as far as like Instagram goes, as long as like no one's trying to fucking ask Anna for nudes, I'm cool with it. This thing's hot. I didn't want to use glass, because glass... Use that microwavable safe plastic. Thing's hot as hell. I'm not going to be able to eat for another 20 minutes.
Yourself. I'm confident these scary videos are about to frighten you senseless. Number 10. Christian Garcia
I feel you,
and a
bro. I
couple of
appreciate
his
it.
friends are riding around
try not
on a
to,
motorcycle late at night through the streets of Mexico, and
Not to keep pausing this, but I kind of like, I get it. I appreciate it. That's all I gotta say about that. I appreciate it. I'm not really I probably sound a lot rougher than I actually am. You know what I mean? I'm a lot more nice than I probably sound. In regards of, I try my best to not freak out. Like, but as far as like the stream goes, thank you. I try to no, I just try to keep it like, I guess somewhat professional. You know what I mean? Because I do have plans and intentions with this stream, and I don't want anyone from Trovo to like look in here and be like, oh, look at these fucking weird flirty people, or think I'm just like, I don't know, doing weird shit. I want to build like a real community. I want to get a podcast up. All right, this is my like 3-year projection, okay? Very true. What's mine is mine. Yeah. Alright. So, to be like transparent about this, I got probably like 8 months to basically become sustainable off of streaming and content creation before I have to think about, maybe not even 8 months, maybe 4 to 6 months to figure out sustainability, you know what I mean, like trying to grow a viewership and stuff, because like, I know a lot of streamers make money off tips, right? I actually got my first tip, like, in my, like, Coinbase wallet or something. Someone sent me $5. That was fucking lit. I wasn't even on stream. Someone sent me $5. Fucking, like, that was sick. But I want to grow, like, a viewer base. I don't want to have, like, ads or anything, but I would like to do promotionals. Like that's something that, like, I think is actually really cool that content creators get to do. They get to make their own advertisements and be themselves. No, it actually doesn't tell me. In my Coinbase wallet, it doesn't have a name. But it does tell me that when they sent me the money, it was $5, and that Bitcoin was at like $50,000, and it's $3.60 because it deflated to like $36,000. But they didn't tell me who sent it to me. I just made a Coinbase recently so I could transfer money from my Bitcoin wallets. I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like an anonymous thing, or I'm new to crypto too. I probably started getting like interested in crypto when I became interested in streaming. Fucking hot. Dirty little bitch. Motherfucker. Let me see. Oh yeah, okay. So, to get back on track, I'm gonna check that Coinbase. I had to look up how to check this stuff on my Coinbase. Coinbase is like a wallet for Bitcoin, but they're like a brokerage, right? So I can have like one wallet that holds all my different cryptos in it. So if I want to like mine Dogecoin, I can mine it on one wallet, but have it sent to this wallet for like a 1% fee. So like they'll transfer everything for me. But say like some of them you need at least like 5 USD worth of whatever to transfer, and they take $1 off of that anyway. So if you're doing small transactions, it's probably not worth it. But I'm trying to like save some up for like rainy day, so that potentially I can pull it out at the right time and make a little bit of money instead of last time there was a big flux and I actually had crypto. I had like $900. It was all the money I had, actually. I had like $900. Crypto went from fucking like 26,000 to 50,000, right? So I would have made some money right there, but I didn't pull my money out. Okay, so damn. I would have had like 1,800 extra bucks last year if I would have woke up at the right time and saw the notification that like they were sending me. They were like, "Hey, yo, crypto skyrocketing." I was asleep. Yeah. Basically, last year, I survived off the money from the year before. Like, that's how, like, broke I've been, to be honest. I used to do a lot of stuff to make money, like, odd jobs. I'd work fucking 4, 5, 6 days a week and, you know, do odd jobs and stuff. And I'm not gonna lie, I used to sell bud and shit, but none of that stuff is really worth it. It's all getting too dangerous, to be honest. I want to get a small farm going. Okay. I get sidetracked easily, I'm sorry. I got like 6 months to figure out a way to create like sustainable like part-time income so I can stand on my own, right? Which I don't think that's really the hard part. I think the hard part is getting noticed by promoters. Because promoters promote you, okay? They put you on a list. So if I can get on a couple of different, I've talked to a couple of different promoters. So if I can get put on a list, it requires me to buy into it though. So it's a lot like purchasing ad space, but since it's not an automated ad, and there's like an interaction between us, those people are also content creators. So them being content creators automatically makes what they produce more appealing because they're known and they're influential. Like, that's why they're influencers. Like, when you start to become recognized, people call you an influencer opposed to like a YouTuber or something. Some people are YouTubers, but they've clearly branched off more into being like influencers. And the best way to explain that is that your time on camera is finite. Like, not everyone is Asmongold, right? What the dude Harris Heller preaches, what Streamlabs tells people, that is the full-blown truth. Like, none of us are exceptions to the rule. You have to find your niche. You know what I mean? And that's a part of self-discovery. Like, I won't know what my niche is for a very long time. There's a good idea, or there's a good chance that like a crowd will notice a niche before the streamer, because people aren't entirely self-aware. You know what I mean? But considering most streamers have like a lifespan of like 3 to 5 years, right? Not everyone is Doc. Not everyone's fucking Nick Merckx, or you know, those guys. Those guys have the potentiality to stay on camera for their entire lives on camera because they've reached a state of influentialism, right? That takes a lot of marketing, a lot of networking, and a lot of promotional deals to get put on all those different lists and just basically flown around the internet. But for someone like me, what I believe my best chance would be to follow the modest path, right? The straight and narrow, long and distant. So, you know, like in 3 or 4, 5 years, if I do this successfully, I probably won't be on streams anymore, but I'll build a network, like kind of like an actual station. I guess that's my intent with streaming overall, is to build a real network, because from like next year and on, like I stream at nighttime, right? I do like streaming during the day, but during the day I like to get my stuff done. So that leaves me, you know, like 4 a.m. my time, which I believe is 4 a.m. 1800 is 6 p.m. So 4 a.m. is 4 o'clock where I'm at, on like the UTC. So my best chance at like developing an audience, I believe, would be early morning, 4 a.m. to noon, right? Or because I'm not even like one of the popular people on Trovo. You know what I mean? Like, I'm starting to build, like, a little bit of a group. Which, honestly, that feels fucking awesome, by the way. Like, having people, like, pop in and say hi. I'm not in the slightest bothered by, like, my start time at 6 p.m. Because normally the first 2 hours, I don't, like, I'm fixing stuff on my stream anyway. So, like, that tells me that, like, I am not a part of, like, the primary viewing group. And that does, like, that doesn't bother me. That could be statistics or click-throughs or the games I play or how I talk. It could be anything. But I do know that if I fish around long enough on the internet, there is sustainability in there, right? So, if in 3 years I can get, like, an actual, like, channel up, what I would want to do from there is honestly start hiring lawyers. This is gonna sound crazy, because I don't think a lot of people, like, understand, like, what's, like, happening with, like, net neutrality coming in and going out and the potential of it coming back and stuff. Like, I think people, like, really need to, like, know about these things. And I don't think enough people are active enough in it. And so, like I don't ever want to, like I wouldn't want to call it, like, a news station, but I do like the idea of journalism. You know what I mean? And that's why, if shit wasn't crazy around here right now, I probably would do some, like, in real life streams. I'd go to the grocery store or something, go to the beach, show you guys around my neighborhood and stuff. But, like, it's fucking dangerous right now. And I just want to basically, I want to leave something good for people. You know what I mean? Like, life don't last forever. Nothing lasts forever. So if I can do this, and I can, like, I would rather, like, donate the majority of the money I make. You know what I mean? Like, if I actually get something up and going. Because there's no real reason to have all that money. Like, I don't want a mansion. I don't want, like, any of that stuff. I just want a trailer and some land where I can go farm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's my end game. Self-sufficiency. So I guess that's what this is. A journey of becoming self-sufficient. Trying to be a nicer person. I know exactly how, basically, like a bucket list. There's a saying, right? It goes like this. One day, you will realize that you have wasted a lot of time. But it'll be okay. Because on that day, you begin your new life. The one you recognize is finite. And now most people, we call this our midlife crisis. You know, like when, you know, like 35 comes around and guys have so much bills and their wife don't love them anymore and their kids hate them and stuff. That's when guys have, like, that realization, that thought. And I guess I always thought like that. But I think more like, I'll stop when I'm ready. Like, I'm not gonna die. You know what I mean? That's how I think. Like, no one's going to kill me. I'll die when I'm ready. Like, that is how I think. I'm probably a little damaged in my head. But like there are just some things that I feel like I'm compelled to do. And I don't know if it's like internally or if there's an external force, you know, whatever, telling me to do this shit. But I feel like if I listen to that shit, this shit's gonna all work out. And normally, things work out for me. Like, as shitty as things become, I always end up being the one that doesn't lose. As weird as that sounds, like I have faith in myself. Like I trust my body, I trust my brain. I don't think the universe is trying to do me wrong. I don't think God has it out for me. Anything like that. I don't even think I'm on God's radar. You know what I mean? Like, my bad. It's hard for me to actually say things out loud that I think about. I have a rule for myself to where I don't really talk about things because I haven't finished it. It's not done. So this right here is me. That's inspired. Thank you very much. I swear I'm not trying to be, but the fact that you said that makes me feel good. No, you guys on Trovo are very sweet. You're all awesome. Great people in here. Pine didn't even seem upset that I was just blasting the game loop developers when he popped up. Yeah, I don't know. I've always just had like this train of thought to where like I'm not supposed to be talking about things. I'm supposed to be doing something. I'm not a very open person when it comes to more than my intention. Like I'll tell someone if like I'm gonna do something bad, I'll probably tell people. But if I'm doing something good, I ain't gonna tell anyone. There's no negative repercussion for anyone if I'm doing good. But if I'm doing bad, like there are potential negative repercussions for everyone around me. You know what I'm saying? Like if I go to do something bad, or if I want to be a bad person, I feel like that's something I gotta tell people. And I understand that most people don't think like that. Because nobody's perfect. We all fuck up. We all get bad little thoughts. That's because I have this problem in general. This is probably the majority of my problems right here. Are I don't like a lot of things. And I don't mean like, oh, I don't like that TV show, or I don't like your clothes, or I don't like your friend. I don't like, not stuff like that. Like I don't like characteristics and mannerisms, like rude behavior. Like rude behavior is like one thing that'll like really set me off. Like if I'm being respectful to someone and they just start being ignorant to me, I can't promise that I'm not gonna like go off on them. And if they want to fight, bro, I'll slap you. I'll give you a very solid open hand. Whap. No, it's not good to be like that, to be honest. That's why I try to put a lot of focus into not being impulsive. Being impulsive, for me, it doesn't work out it's not bad for everyone. Some people can be impulsive. But for me, if I'm impulsive, it's very, like, bad. Like, I'll be okay, but, like, everything around me won't be okay. Because I'm not paying attention to it. I'm not taking care of anything. I'm just doing whatever the fuck I want. And I see that a lot in my generation. Like, people between, like, 20 and 35. They want these, like, short-term emotional investments that don't last very long. But they want things in their life to be filled with, like, longevity and have continuity. And it's like, you don't get those things from instant gratification. And so I guess before I end my rant, it is very sad. I think most people are sad. And so even though I do have a high level of anxiety and stress, I'm very happy with myself and, like, who I am as a person. Like, I'm not a very negative person. Like, I'm not gonna go beat myself up later. Like, even if I'm facing, like, bad results, I might be angry, like, right then and there. But that anger isn't going to transition. It's not going to become madness. You know what I mean? I'm going to deal with it right then and there. I'm not going to allow things to agitate internally in me. I've had that happen before, and I know where that takes me. It might not be like that for everyone, but I'm not inclined to be like that again. Let's watch this.
Prepare
I'm sorry, I'll quit
yourself.
ranting.
I'm confident these scary videos are about to frighten you senseless. Number 10, Christian Garcia and a couple of his friends are riding around on a motorcycle late at night through the streets of Mexico and are enjoying their night when suddenly they come across something absolutely terrifying and startling on the road. Right here. This seems to just be a really sort of like isolated road in the middle of nowhere. It's clearly nighttime, and this individual is just sitting out here staring off into the distance. I wish they would have asked if they needed help. Instead, just sort of take off. But I guess they do decide they should turn around, which is the right thing to do, so respect to these guys.
Hola, señora.
He's in psychosis, bro.
¿Qué dice?
This guy's in psychosis.
¿Quién es? ¿Qué le pasa? ¿Cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama? Está en medio de la nada, ¿no? ¿Le pasa algo?
I don't know if you guys saw this in the beginning of the clip. There's stuff on this arm. It looks a lot darker than the other arm when they're driving up. And there also seems to be dark stuff up on his neck and his head. So this guy probably got beat the shit out of.
If anybody who speaks Spanish could please translate what
More than likely this guy was about to die and these guys driving up saved his life.
was said in this conversation, but I assume they were asking if they were all right, to which they get no response from the stranger, and I think eventually just decide, yes, to just take off.
¿Le pasa algo?
Even when Christian and his friends drive back to where the mysterious stranger is sitting down on the side of the road, doesn't really seem as though they are trying to talk to her too much, and I guess it makes sense because she is a complete stranger, and you never know exactly what a stranger is capable of. I just hope this person is okay and isn't suffering from any problems, but if they are, exactly what is
Blood splat. Maybe a rock. Blood splat. Blood splat. Blood splat. Blood splat. Blood splat. Blood splat.
stranger is capable of. I just hope this person is okay and isn't suffering from any problems, but if they are,
There's no blood in this image.
I hope they will be okay in due time. Number 9, Reddit user.
That's what it looked like to me. It looked like a blood splatter. Like that guy was leaking, whoever that person was leaking out of their head. Yeah, like, okay, what I was gonna say was like my problems weren't drugs. My problems were reacting. You know what I mean? Like, someone talked shit or they said something I didn't like and it made me angry. So, you know, like, I'm ready to fight. Like, and it realistically shouldn't be like that. For one, there's nothing wrong with civil discourse or someone disagreeing with me or just people having different opinions in general. Which is funny because when I was a kid, I was actually really into socialism. It really wasn't until I started understanding, like, how policies work that, I started reading more into things, like how, like, the whole government works and how, like, international treaties are made and just all this weird stuff. But it seems like every government entity, they have their own, and I mean like in America, every branch of the government has their own plan to be self-sufficient if shit hits the fan. Like if America goes under, they all have their own plans. All of these plans that they have are basically originally from manifestos of militia groups. And so they've over time tried to revoke our rights while enabling themselves to have these same rights and to be privy of these situations while we are not allowed to, which makes no sense because if what they're doing is just trying to trick people out of their stuff so that when everything goes south, we don't have it and they do. It's scary. Thank you for the B-Day cake. Oh, see. Like, it's super scary. And my bad for being so chatty today. I've just been talking up a storm. It's the end of the month, though. We got so close, dude. We got so close. Oh man. Like, dude. We got so close to reaching Trovo 500 from playing the games. It was so good. So good. And last week we did 30% better than like the week before. And this week we got a 30% basically we got 30% more watch hours this week than we did last week. So we're doing good. Probably like 150 hours, which is like 3 days. You know what I'm saying? That's like 3 days of streaming. We were so close. So close. I feel it. I feel it in the next couple months. Like, it's going to happen. gonna wake up one day like, check my phone and it's gonna be like, you're Trovo Browns. I'm gonna be like, oh, so close though. But see, I took a couple of days break this month too. I chilled for a couple of days. Dude, we really were. Hell yeah. Oh, it's creepy.
Xbeer Seekers took this video late one night and shared it to the subreddit Humanoid Encounters, not entirely sure of what exactly he saw while filming. In the video, the Reddit user continuously clicks a light on and off, seeming to be playing some sort of a trick on someone or something, but what exactly does he see? Although it may be hard to see, if you look hard enough, you should be able to see it. Right there.
You get it?
Yeah.
Right there. Someone or something is just peeking its head past this rock here, trying to obviously stay hidden, and as soon as it spots them, it takes off.
You get it?
Yeah.
I think they just capture it that one time, which I also feel adds authenticity to this video. But what I wish they would have done is actually go and check out this rock from the other side to see if whatever it was they caught on camera was still hiding there. Right there. Just for a split second. Is caught on camera. Unfortunately, the video ends just a few moments later, and we are not given any sort of explanation as to what exactly was hiding behind the rock that night. The uploader states that he believes it could be related to a Native American myth, but is not entirely sure, which is why he wants viewers to give their opinion of what they think it is. So what do you think this strange figure is? Number 8. A Russian YouTuber known as Tret shared a video online of him wandering around through a local forest equipped with a video camera. Because the video is in Russian, I'm not entirely sure what he is saying during the video, but I'm going to assume he is saying he is filming in the forest to see if he can capture anything of interest on camera. And if that is what he's saying, then he got exactly what he wished for.
Как-то мрачно, очень мрачно. Еще и в колодце что-то шипит. Может, мужик?
Oh, fuck no.
Wow.
Oh, fuck no. Fuck no.
What the heck is that? It looks like a human face, but its eyes are glowing, and you can kind of see it almost looks like a skull with glowing eyes. And what the heck it's doing down here is a question face, but it's what the heck is that? It looks like a human
It looks like an old man.
face, but its eyes are glowing, and you can kind of see it almost looks like a skull with glowing eyes. And what the heck it's doing down here is a question I do not have the answer to. It looks like it's at the bottom of a well and notices that it's being filmed and just sort of looks straight up into the camera. That is just terrifying. And in classic fashion, the cameraman runs away immediately after seeing this, which is totally understandable given the circumstances. Instead of looking like some sort of paranormal entity, I personally think that this looks like some sort of skeleton, because of the shape of its head, and I can almost make out some bones.
What I'm seeing right now, right here, bald head. This little fluff thing right here on the side of his head moves with his head, right? So I'm assuming that's like hair. Like this is like a bald man. You know what I'm saying? That's his noggin right there. And that's what's left of his hair.
Take out some bones. Interestingly though, this skeleton-like creature seems to have dark glowing purple eyes, which would be strange considering how skeletons are not alive. So what exactly is this creature that Tret saw? As for now, it remains a mystery. Number 7. Most people have home surveillance cameras installed for a security measure, just in case somebody attempts to break into their house late at night or an unwanted visitor shows up. But Helen Brookshaw's home surveillance camera captured something much more terrifying than a burglar. It captured an unwanted visitor, but not the kind you'd think or hope for.
You live at a funeral
Focus
home?
your attention on the upper left side here. So let's count. 1, 2, 3 ghostly figures here. Not just one, not just two, but 3 in total. And they just seem to be moving in unison, sort of just back and forth in this circle here. And to add to this, it also looks like this happens at a graveyard because these appear to be tombstones. The people who own this surveillance system must live beside a graveyard. And that makes sense because the title of this video is Ghost on My CCTV in Graveyard Next Door. So the fact that not only did they capture 3 paranormal presences on camera, but the fact that this also happens at a graveyard, I think just adds to how bizarre and creepy of a situation this is. I can't even begin to imagine how creepy it would be to have your home so close to a nearby cemetery or graveyard, but that seems to be the case for Helen. What gives this video even more credibility is exactly that. The footage is filmed in a graveyard, which is obviously going to be populated with ghosts and paranormal entities, and in this particular video, it seems like there are at least 3 or maybe 4 of them moving around in a strange, almost glitchy manner. Who knows? Maybe these are the spirits of passed away people going to pay their other family members a visit. Number 6. Millions of people all around the world wake up in the middle of the night for a midnight snack, and that's exactly what happened in this YouTube video published by Paranormal Nightmares. The uploader says her husband went downstairs in the middle of the night to pour himself a bowl of cereal. So far so good, but this seemingly ordinary trip to the kitchen at night quickly turns horrifying. Okay, so we start here.
For a second, I thought this dude was pantsless.
Cereal out of the cupboard and a bowl.
Is he pantsless, bro?
And right to pour in this YouTube midnight. Millions of people all around the world wake up in the middle of the night for a midnight snack, and that's exactly what happened in this YouTube video published by Paranormal Nightmares. The uploader says her husband went downstairs.
I can see his fucking butt crack, bro. Is this guy fucking...
downstairs in the middle of the night to pour himself a bowl of cereal. So far so good.
Okay, that's his shirt.
But this
okay. Bro. This motherfucker needs to wear form-fitting shirts, alright? His shirt was just hung in his butt cheeks. He's squinting right now. He's like pouring that milk.
seemingly ordinary trip to the kitchen at night quickly turns horrifying. Okay, so we a bowl of
he starts
cereal.
looking right now.
So far so
he's
good.
squinting.
But this midnight snack, and that's exactly what happened in this YouTube video published by Paranormal
He was looking at something on the
Nightmares.
table.
The
It was
uploader
weird.
says her husband went downstairs in the middle of the night to pour himself a bowl of cereal. So far so good, but this seemingly
See, he's squinting. And his head starts doing this. I think he's looking at something over here, maybe. This is spooking me out.
ordinary trip to the kitchen at night quickly turns horrifying. Okay, so we start here. He just grabs, you know, cereal out of the cupboard and a bowl. And right there,
I was right.
I'm sure you saw it. The cereal box just moves completely on its own. And what I like about this video in terms of authenticity is that the cereal box is coming straight from the cupboard. There's no possibility that it could be a string causing this.
But see,
and right there it goes.
He sets it on the stove, ain't it? Where'd he set it?
The cupboard. There's no possibility that it could be a string causing this. And right there it goes. And he's clearly perplexed by this, a little almost nervous. And right there the cereal box goes again. Some commenters on this video have questioned why there's seemingly a security camera set up inside the kitchen of all places, but the uploader has not responded to this. Perhaps they have them set up in various places in case of things like this happening.
His wife could be cheating, or he could have a nanny for his kids.
Of course, this could also have been done with the use of a very small string, but as far as I can see, it doesn't look like anything is attached to the cereal box. Plus, the way the husband
If someone asked me why I have cameras or something, I'd just be like, don't ask me about my whore wife, okay?
reacts to this box moving seems very genuine. His facial expressions seem quite confused and a little creeped out, especially towards the end of the clip. Who wouldn't be freaked out if they saw their cereal box moving by itself? Number 5. An old hospital that was recently turned into an office building is experiencing some pretty strange activity lately, as you will soon see for yourself on this unsettling piece of security footage. Right there it starts. And that door just completely opens by itself. Just watch that one more time. So the door stays completely closed and then just out of nowhere starts opening. And like the title says, this building is completely empty when this happens. So unless there's potentially a window open, like some sort of draft, I just can't think of any other reason why this would be happening. To provide some context on this video, the owner of the office building has said that he has seen somebody standing in the corner of this room, but he didn't want to say it was anything paranormal because he was a skeptic. However, just to make sure nothing serious was going on, he called the local authorities, and about a week later, after an alarm went off in the building, they came down to the office to come take a look, but they were unable to find anybody or anything. After checking the security camera footage, this is what they saw. So is this a haunted office building, or just something easily explainable, like a bad door that opens on its own or something? Let me know what you think. Number 4. Over on the r/ghosts subreddit, a user named CamSunkissed shares a video of a home surveillance recording on his front porch while a pizza delivery driver drops off the order at the house. Seems fairly normal right now, but this simple pizza delivery turns into something.
His shirt says beer, and it's like a digital clock, bear clock.
The delivery driver drops off the order at the house. Seems fairly normal right now, but this simple pizza delivery turns into something much more terrifying in just a matter of seconds. Very clearly, you can just hear somebody's voice. It's almost like a whisper, and it doesn't seem to catch the pizza delivery man's attention. It's just very bizarre and out of place here. I'll just play it one more time. Just listen very, very closely. Amazingly, it doesn't even seem as if the pizza delivery driver even hears anything, so maybe this bizarre sounding voice was only audible once listening to the recording and not in person. That would definitely explain why the driver has no reaction whatsoever as soon as the voice starts speaking, but I would like to imagine that if he did hear it, he would be a little bit freaked out and would probably quickly drop the order off and leave immediately. One commenter says it sounds like perhaps Spanish, and he thinks the voice could be saying, "Do you listen to me?" Of course, this is just speculation, so take it with a grain of salt, but either way, this is one voice you certainly wouldn't want to hear on your security camera. Number 3, a YouTuber named Yams is hanging out with his friend Bryson when they suddenly suspect that they saw something bizarre off in the woods located near Yam's house. When they took out their phone, they were able to take a picture of the strange phenomena in question, but they want to see if they can find it one more time, and this time in person, so they split up and go 2 separate ways in order to see if they can track down whatever it is they saw. Even still, I don't think they knew that this was going to happen.
What was that?
Right there. So I just want you to focus your attention. Upper left corner of the screen.
Dog step. Now.
There's clearly somebody walking in the woods here.
Dogs, get down.
Wow!
No.
Right there.
Get down. No.
Wow!
And I think this is actually a case of just a complete stranger just sort of wandering around in the woods here. But this also seems to kind of be a bit of a residential area, and there doesn't look to be, maybe there's a pathway right here, but they look to be walking directly in the tree line here. Almost like they're trying to stay out of sight, but it certainly terrified this YouTuber. Out of the corner of his eye, one of the friends sees the creature in question lurking around the forest and begins to run away from the scene immediately and starts to call out his friend's name in order to find him and regroup. Luckily, just a few moments later, the 2 friends are back together and the one filming informs the
Rufio, you have your own goddamn bed. You do. I just washed my blankets, bro. You think I want all your fucking fur up on that? No. No. My dogs know when I clean my stuff, and they just love to roll around in it, you know, get their sense back on it. Rufio shedding. No. No. We just watched those.
that he believes he was able to capture the creature on film. However, some people in the comments have questioned this video's authenticity, stating that just a few seconds before the footage cuts off, you can see a long black object laying on the ground, which some people say is a costume. Then again, it could have just been something completely unrelated, but you never know. Either way, fake or not, this is one creepy video you won't want to watch late at night. Number 2, Reddit user Pentax25 says that his dad captured something rather unnerving on his porch camera late at night on a breezy April evening. The OP says he has no idea what exactly was captured and is in need of second opinions. Take a look at this piece of footage and make sure your volume is up relatively high. That's chilling. I just wasn't expecting that scream there. That was absolutely terrifying. Really caught me off guard. Especially just that one lone scream in the middle of the night. And apparently something else is also captured here. Right there, just those very faint whispers. So that's just absolutely bizarre, this whole video between that one scream, and I know the usual explanation when it comes to these screams is, oh, it's like a fox or some sort of animal. What really I think makes this video terrifying is that that can't be the case, because there's also these very distinct whispers heard. But obviously that scream is by far just the scariest part of this video. Let's play that back one more time. It's absolutely terrifying. And there are the whispers. The video goes on for about another full minute after the last sound can be heard, but sadly, or luckily depending on how you look at it, no other sounds can be heard afterward. Opinions on what was making these terrifying noises are divided, with some saying that it could just be something simple like a fox roaming around late at night through the neighborhood or some other animal, but as you can expect, others are thinking that it could be that of a skinwalker, a creature in Navajo folklore that is said to be a dangerous witch that has the distinct ability to turn into, possess, or disguise themselves as an animal. Looking at this video footage.
That is not a skinwalker. Skinwalkers are not witches. No. Nope, nope. You done fucked up. Skinwalkers are scary to think about. Skinwalkers are like a perfect thought creation because they know when you think about them. Right? Or if you talk about them, they know. Right? So that right there is like just a perplexing like thought. Something knows when you think about it. That's very scary. That's very scary. If it knows what I don't like when people call things like witches or stuff like that. Specifically if it's not pertaining to like actual like magic, right? But like magic has a definition. Like magic is just like an unexplained event. It's something phenomenological, which means we experience it, right? And we can't explain it. Science are things that we can observe and explain. So magic is what we can't explain. So I'm not entirely certain on the origin of Skinwalker lore, but I'm pretty sure the way that they replicate is you get possessed by one, okay? And while you're possessed, you kill someone or eat flesh, and that's how they like concremate your that's how they turn you into a skinwalker or something. What was that old video game? I played an old video game where you had to deal with a couple of skinwalkers, and ooh, it was good. It was creepy. Actually, it was very creepy. You're on like some like ranch or something. Not a ranch, but like an old fuck. What was that game called? I think you play as a female too. I think you play as a chick, and you're like with your grandpa or your uncle and like your cousin or something like that. Fuck, what is that game? That would be a good game to go through. It was very creepy though, but it was all about whatchamacallits, skinwalkers, and I'm pretty sure we might have watched a video about some guy from Mr. Bond one of these times where the guy talked about eating his family. That guy talked about being possessed, and then like under the possession, he ate his family. You know, like he killed and ate his family. But I don't know if skinwalkers were ever considered I don't know if they were ever considered witches.
For a lot of people, dolls are one of the creepiest in
Because witches were like genuinely like hunted and persecuted, and there was like a whole big. I just had a realization. I don't even want to say it.
inanimate objects in the world. There's just something so eerie and uncanny about them
welcome
that
back.
is hard to describe, but many
stream
people
didn't cut
share
yet.
this
Let me check.
fear. That's why there have been an abundance of possessed doll movies,
good.
especially in the last 10 years, because filmmakers know that people are terrified of dolls. If you are creeped out by dolls as well, then this video by YouTuber Spooky Links is only going to add to your fear. And right there, did you see its hand just moved up ever so slightly?
Yeah.
And right there again, that's just absolutely terrifying. Button to find out. Number 1, for a lot of people, dolls are one of the creepiest inanimate objects in the world. There's just something so eerie and uncanny about them that is hard to describe, but many people share this fear. That's why there have been an abundance of possessed doll movies, especially in the last 10 years, because filmmakers know that people are terrified of dolls. If you are creeped out by dolls as well, then this video by YouTuber Spooky Links is only going to add to your fear. And right there, did you see its hand just moved up ever so slightly? And right there again, that's just absolutely terrifying. Almost looks like it's raising its hand to where its heart would be. And then just drops down again. Just that motion just seems so human-like as well. It's just super, super terrifying. I think especially because this doll is suspended in mid-air, just makes this video even more creepy and bizarre. The doll in this video is allegedly haunted, and the uploader tried to get that doll to move on its own, but at the time of the recording, he didn't see that it did exactly that. I'm sure he was equal parts terrified and fascinated at the same time upon reviewing the footage. Even if the doll did something as simple as just moving its hand,
I see the string
it's
right
still
here.
a sign that the doll may be possessed after
But the
all.
string doesn't seem like it's
Hopefully he
moving.
didn't keep it in his house for too
the thing that's
long,
attached
because
right
we
here.
all know how that would turn out. Mysterious events are happening among us all the time, and lucky for us, some of them are caught on camera.
Should we watch another one? The Ape Canyon. Ooh, what about this? No, that's too long. That's too long for reactions. Sure. The fuck is this? Hmm. What up? What up, what up, what up? Oh man, these are spooky. These are totally spooky. I've seen this pop up a lot, and I totally... Oh, wow, from 2 days ago? I've seen this thumbnail pop up a lot. Way later than 2 days ago. Oof. Which... Oh, I'm sorry, dang. I don't know. Which one should we click on? That intro's scary, bro.
How you doing? I'm Callan and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some creepy videos that seem to just get weirder and weirder.
Thank you very much.
So hit that subscribe button and get ready for more scary content just like this.
Thank you. I did totally give myself confetti. You can see on my own. I'm on my
TikToker Dino Nuggets 741 has shared a series of videos that seems to show an eerie haunting taking place in their basement. After hearing noises and footsteps throughout their house, this homeowner began documenting the strange occurrences. At times, they swear they could see an eerie shadow figure out the corner of their eyes. In the first clip, we can see the door to the TikToker's basement. He calls out hello to no response.
Hello?
Oh man.
Hello?
He mentions he keeps hearing strange sounds coming from the basement.
Keep hearing weird noises in the basement, Steve, so...
What?
Suddenly, the door slowly opens by itself.
Hell no. Nah, bro.
No way, oh my god, oh my god!
He goes to inspect the door, showing us that there's clearly nothing there that could have made the door accidentally open. He then shows us the stairway leading down to the basement, calling out once more to silence.
Hello? Yep, that I'm not going down.
The second clip shows us the TikToker's living room. In the distance, we can see an opening to another room. A few seconds later, we can see something eerie. Watch.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
What looks to be a shadowy figure appears to the left of the opening. The TikToker exclaims in surprise before quickly going towards the other room. He shows us his bedroom, which looks to be empty. He explores his closet space and bathroom, but nothing or nobody shows
Yo, that's
up.
scary. That's scary.
In the spine-tingling third clip, the TikToker asks his dog what's wrong.
What's the matter, buddy?
We can see his dog standing in front of the basement door looking concerned. The pup backs off as the TikToker opens the door. Immediately, as he does so, we can see something to the left of frame run down the stairs. though it's hard to make out what it is.
Oh. What'd you hear, buddy?
Here it is again in slow motion. The
That's
man then
fake. It's
walks
gotta be fake.
downstairs but stops halfway when he hears what sounds like a child's laughter in the background.
That's gotta be fake.
He then continues walking down, entering the basement and panning the camera around. That's when he spots something truly creepy.
No.
Watching again, there appears to be a shadowy person standing in the middle of the room. That's when the clip abruptly ends. The man has left his house in the fourth video, but left a stationary camera behind in case any paranormal activity occurs. A few moments after the clip starts, the lights in the home's entrance hallway begin to flicker on and off. We then can hear what sounds like a thumping noise and the basement door swings open.
Right? I can't that looked like a bed sheet with that clip. But this is juicy.
A moment later, a strange black mass, perhaps a shadow, seems to move through the hallway. Crying noises can be heard also. The door then slams shut and the lights flicker once again. In the final video, the TikToker is burning sage in hopes of warding off any evil spirits. He walks towards the basement door where we can hear more loud thumping noises.
I know, bud.
Definitely.
Right as he opens the door, he tells the spirit that he's not afraid.
I'm not afraid, man.
He then swings the door open and we can see the stairway leading down to the basement. As he begins to make his way down, we can see what looks to be some type of ghostly figure with a pale face wearing dark clothing, standing at the bottom of the stairs.
Hell yeah.
The figure is quite hard to make out, so the TikToker has provided a screenshot of it to take a look at. The TikToker then walks all the way down to the basement, the figure completely disappearing, and we can hear more crying or perhaps even laughter. He then makes his way back to the stairs where the door slams shut in front of him. This set of TikTok clips has set off quite the debate on the social media platform. Some viewers are positive that something terrifying has claimed the TikTok user's basement, and the only solutions are to either have someone bless the house or for him to move out. Others swear that these videos consist of well-orchestrated pranks. For instance, in the video with the stationary camera, some other users swear they can see a hand opening the basement door, as well as another hand switching the lights on and off. For instance, in the
there was something here.
Video with the stationary camera, some other users swear they can see a hand opening the basement.
There's some sort of stick there. But see, it protrudes out almost the same distance that this one protrudes out. But it seems to be longer. Right? Like something was pushing the knob. Like, because he had the little handle. It looked like someone went, you know, like, and pushed it open. There was a thin,
as well as another hand switching the lights on and off.
Thin discrepancy right there. But then there was something up here.
They also question why the TikTok user didn't turn on all of the lights when exploring parts of his basement. Whether these videos are fake or not is up for debate, but the TikTok user has certainly succeeded in making many viewers' hairs stand on edge.
I was buying it until I saw the bed sheet.
Sometimes terrifying figures are not seen until much later, including when we rewatch old video clips and suddenly see them there.
I mean, I'm cool with
That was the
making
case with a video uploaded by Omzul on YouTube. What was supposed to be a cute clip of a man holding a baby turned into something much more chilling. We can see a man holding a baby in the video walking slowly along a dark street. In the background is a large bright light. A few moments into the video, something very eerie happens. Watch. What looks to be a strange woman slides by in the background. Here it is zoomed in and slowed down. It almost looks like she's floating. What looks to be a strange woman slides by in the background.
Shit feet.
Here it is zoomed in and slowed down. It almost looks like she's floating along.
Not a few staking steps.
One viewer speculated that the being could actually be the legendary Kuntilanak, a mythological figure deriving from Indonesian folklore. This figure is also known as a white lady in other Southeast Asian cultures, a ghostly woman dressed in a white gown who has suffered a great tragedy. The white lady is often associated with having vampiric qualities, sucking a victim's blood, or even eating his or her internal organs. If this is the case, the man in this video should definitely hold on tight to his child. When flying an aircraft, the last thing we want is for...
Well, my only discrepancy is this.
Lady is often associated with having vampiric qualities, sucking a victim's blood, or even eating his or her internal organs. If this is the...
This guy's on the street, and that's not the street. You see what I'm saying?
He's sucking a victim's blood, or even eating his or her internal organs. If this is...
If he's on the main road, that lady's like on the side. You see what I'm saying? That's a little creepy. Like, this is like the side yard. You see what I'm saying?
The case, the man in this video should definitely hold on tight to his child. When flying an aircraft, the last thing we want is for something to go horribly wrong. For one pilot, something was definitely wrong, but just what it was is hard to pinpoint. Twitter user ConspirationESP uploaded this clip for everyone to see and to try and make sense of. Take a look. 2 seconds into the video, a sudden flash of white light appears and the pilot grabs his helmet. He adjusts himself before continuing to fly. Twitter users had plenty of suggestions here. A few viewers thought that it was lightning, while others suggested some type of bullet may have whizzed past. Some even suggested it could have been a meteor fragment. Then there were those who thought the phenomenon was related to an alien craft in some way. Here it is again in slow motion. The object moves far too fast to be a bird of any kind, so what is it? Unfortunately, till more info comes to hand, this strange little clip will have to remain a mystery. Still, I'll throw it out to you, the viewer. Love to hear your theories on this one in the comments section below. The country of Japan is home to some of the world's best and scariest horror books, films, and TV series. At the center of many of these stories is a yurei, or a...
Yuris are scary. Are these saggy elbows or saggy tits?
Japanese ghost. This type of ghost is believed to have died in a terrible...
What the fuck is with this? The point is that?
...way, such as by murder or suicide, or died without resolving issues that dealt with jealousy, revenge, or passion. Oftentimes, a yurei is portrayed as a very pale girl or woman with long, silky black hair and wearing white clothing. They haunt various dwellings, often seeking vengeance on those who have done them wrong while they were alive. In one YouTube video uploaded by A Lot of Musics, we get a potential viewing of a yurei that has petrified all who have seen it. In the video, we can see a group of friends exploring a body of water at nighttime. They shine a flashlight on the water, seeming to look for something. One of the friends points to a particular spot in the water where we can see some of the water bubbling. The video then cuts to a little while later where we can see that the bubbling has disappeared. The camera pans to one of the friends who continues to talk and point to the water. Watch what happens next. Watching again, as the camera turns back, a woman is now standing in the water. She has long black hair and a pale face. She's wearing what looks to be a kind of white sweater and a buttoned up blue shirt underneath. The friends panic and the camera becomes shaky. If you slow it down and zoom in, you can see what looks to be some ghostly faces reflected in the water. The woman in the water certainly resembles what is commonly perceived as a yurei, though there has been no confirmation as to who she may be exactly. Many claim this is just a short clip from a Japanese movie, but no one's been able to pinpoint which one. So what do you think? Yurei with a plot for revenge, or a clip from an unknown movie? Let us know what you think down below.
Yuris are also a curse, by the way.
It's believed by many that the US military and Navy see things that it keeps secret, such as UFO sightings. While
Government brings up UFOs every time they do something really, really bad.
secrecy is to be expected by the government, occasionally US officials will let citizens in on certain events and situations.
After they do something really, really bad.
That was the case when the Pentagon confirmed that a video of a suspected UFO taken by the US Navy was indeed real. YouTuber Jeremy Corbell
After they sent hundreds of billions of dollars overseas.
shared the video for all to witness for themselves. Viewers can see footage of the San Diego sky as shot in 2019. In the middle of the sky is what looks to be a kind of pyramid-shaped aircraft hovering in the air. The aircraft seems to blink its lights on and off as it floats around the sky before coming to a stop. Just like with nearly all other UFO videos on the internet, the clip has caused quite the debate among viewers. Some were sure that UFOs had finally arrived on Earth and humans' doom was impending. Others believe the Pentagon is simply lying and maybe pushing this video to distract from other, more pressing matters. For instance, there could be an even greater threat on the horizon that we can't even imagine. Perhaps only time will tell what's happening here and what its consequences will be.
That made me crack up.
Before we take a look at some eerie security footage, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon there and turn on all channel notifications. That way you'll be in the loop every time we drop our scary and mysterious videos. Also, remember to do a backflip, then click that thumbs up button. In one TikTok video shared by Paradolia Paranormal, something weird seems to have been caught on camera.
Oh.
Take a look.
Phantasma?
Watching again, the chair budges before it begins to slide down the hallway, seemingly all on its own. A man comes out of a door in the hallway, sees the chair and quickly re-enters the room in a panic. Although short, this clip has caused a stir on a number of paranormal forums. Viewers have provided some ideas for what they think is going on. Many think it's nothing more than a prank, perhaps to scare the man that we see in the clip. Others thought the chair is moving due to a gust of wind. Of course, there are many people who subscribe to the idea that what we're seeing here is within the realm of the paranormal. As always, I'll throw this out to you. What do you think's going on in this strange clip? Now, if you want to see some more freaky videos, then check out that link on the top there.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have a massive...
Have a great one, dude. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'm going to be up for a while longer. It's almost 2 here, so... But, oh yeah. Yeah, I still like to keep it at like 8 hours. We're coming up on 5 hours right now. So we might switch back to some games. So we got about 3 hours left. Always, bro, always. Oh, I so want to watch that. We need a short clip. We need something short and scary. I'm going to add these real quick. Save the playlist. We'll hit YouTuber. Save for playlist. YouTuber.
You would think by now that
Yo, we've been watching scary shit for like half the time. What up, bro? Lonnie just left. I think it's time I bust open the other drink. When they updated the broadcaster, it doesn't pick up my vape anymore, so you can't see my vape. It keeps screening cans out. Oh, I actually picked it up that time. Normally, ooh, yeah, see. Hell yeah. I programmed the Tartarus for GTA. Do you play on PS4? Ooh. I'm gonna have to add you. I'm trying. I got Trovo Cast to work. God, I got Trovo Cast to work. Fuck. Well, I wonder what else I can. Trovo Cast is pretty good. It's got very good image quality. There's a slight bit of latency between the phone and like the image. So I'm gonna try next time I do it. We might play some tonight. I don't know. Next time I do it, excuse me. Next time I do it, I'll try to connect with the USB. Hey, get down. I cleaned off my bed, dude. I don't want you ripping it all up. Be good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It works good. The only issue I had was my Samsung hibernates or sleeps apps whenever you take them off the forescreen. The foreskin. So anytime I would capture the display and like switch games, since it goes into sleep mode or whatever, it was canceling my capture. So I asked Trovo. I tried to look it up a couple of times, but it's like new, so there's not really anything that you can look up. And some guy named Pine got up in chat, asked me what kind of phone I was using. And then basically just from like knowing like what kind of phone I was using, like the Samsung, he told me that it's probably just the app sleeping it. So I went to my settings, changed that real quick, and it worked fine. I was playing with my controller. I think I'm gonna start playing without the controller. Try to be a real mobile gamer. Fuck. Yeah, basically, problem solved. Just fucking throw the phone. Just pick my monitor up and just... You think they'd get views? I'm gonna just pick up my monitor and just... Hey! I'll try to fucking push my head through the motherfucker. You got something on your neck? What's that? What's that? Love you. Alright. I'm going to hide this screen really quick because I'm going to smoke really quick. It's going to be like 2 minutes. I only got up to eat and I was only gone for like 2 minutes. I came like right back and then left to go grab it. Quick smoke break. Hell yeah. I was trying to download VODs earlier. I've only downloaded like 5 videos from Trovo. And the first time I tried to download a video from Trovo, they all processed for like an hour, and then I didn't even realize that there was like a notice up on my screen asking me if I wanted to download them all in like one folder or separately, like Twitch. And so I was like, motherfucker, you know, I downloaded them. The second time I downloaded some VODs, it was almost immediate. I don't know if it's like a menu thing or like a time of day thing. You know, I don't know if it's like less workers or less workers, like more traffic, slower downloads or something. Or if it's just like they have like some server maintenance going on, they're adjusting some stuff and the downloads take a little longer at those points. But today my downloads didn't even pop up. I waited like an hour. I'm gonna make a video. I see this whole thing. I have to have a whole. I gotta keep posting to Facebook. I haven't posted to Facebook in like a week, really. I posted on my personal Facebook. I didn't post on my the game page. Fucking haven't tagged any of my old archived streams on YouTube, which again, I need to go back and tag every single one of them. So I need to just do a bunch of copy and pasting, just over and over and over and over and over and over, because I don't have an option to do them all at once. I can't just tag all my videos with one generic tag. I can tag uploads with some generic tags that may or may not stick when the upload is done being processed for whatever reason. Probably because YouTube knows that anyone with, like, any YouTuber, like Asmongold, he don't make his own YouTube videos. He has an editor right there in real time making all of his clips, and then they're editing it while they're watching his stream. The shit gets uploaded while he's live. Fucking. So they know, YouTube knows that there's a system like that in play between content creators. And so me doing everything myself, there is not a system in play for me to be doing it myself. Most of them make $14 an hour, 24/7, 365. That's my goal. My goal is to reach a point where I'm making $9 an hour, 24/7, $9 to $10 an hour, 24/7. That's my goal. That's my goal. That's not even unrealistic. Like, when you really break it down, what most of the streamers make, they make a killing off of promotions and tips. Their normal, like, income is pretty average. It's pretty normal. But it's not just for 8 hours a day. It's 24/7. It is. It is easily accomplished. That's very true. I filed for my first payout because it's Friday. So hopefully that comes. It'll either come today or on Monday. I'm trying to get it figured out to where I'm trying to figure it out to where I get my money on Monday, right? So I prefer to start my week with my budget, right? Opposed to, like, when you get paid on the weekend, what do most people do? Spend their money, right? But if you get your money on a Monday and then you work all week, you don't spend your money. That's the smart thing. Yeah. When I went to go cash out, they were like, this will only take 1 business day. And I was like, oh no, please. Take 2, take 3, 4 days. That's fine. Don't give me the money on Friday. Don't give it to me on Saturday. Give it to me on Monday. I don't want to wake up and have some money in my fucking bank because I'm going to go smoke some pot. You know what I'm saying? Do it on Monday when I'm feeling responsible. Exactly. Do you know why your employer pays you on Friday? if he were to pay you on Monday, you would save more money. You would budget yourself better. And that increases your likelihood of success. No, this is real. This is really why employers will choose to pay you on a Friday. Regardless of what they believe, getting paid at the end of the work week has always had more negative effects than positive effects. What's the positive effect? You have extra money, you have an extra surplus of money for the weekend, the 2 days a week that you don't go to an office or you don't go to a warehouse. So what are you going to do with that shit? You're going to go get drunk. You know what I mean? You're going to go waste that money. Why do you think most jobs, okay, most of the fundamental jobs in America, the jobs that need to be done, don't have windows? Why? Because sunlight makes you happy. If you're happy, you have ambition. If you have ambition, you move on. They kill your ambition, you never move on. Dirty little game. I've worked in so many buildings. They were like, people are like, oh man, oh god, that guy, the guy Frank, I'm scared. He said he's gonna shoot the place up. It's like, bro, we're in a prison. There's a fence around our doors. Steel fence around the bulletproof door. Surrounded by concrete and mortar. Like, no one's gonna come shoot. They can shoot the building all they want. It's not gonna hit anybody. Sorry, I live in a bad place. That actually happens a lot. There's a lot of people around here that threaten to shoot jobs. Normally because they get terminated or fired. 2 places I worked at out here, actually in like the last 2 years, had like real ass cops and like not just Ford security members. Like they were like real security. Like someone really threatened the Carl Buddig building. I mean, Carl Buddig genuinely steals money from people. Like their employees, they steal money from their people. I just went through my court case with them because they stole fucking like $900 from me fucking 2 years ago. It's courtside deprivation, what they do. They try to steal your money, and they think that because it's going to cost you $100 to hire a lawyer anyway, that you're not going to do it. It's like, motherfucker, I will give the lawyer all the money. But you're going to tell the judge that you lied. You know what I mean? Like, you ain't going to steal my shit and just get away with it. I made those motherfuckers pay me my money. I was going to just go through the Department of Jobs, the DOJ, but they told me that they'd only pay me federal minimum wage. And I'm sitting here like, I make 3 of that. That's not worth it. You know what I mean? But that's like literally what I would get paid for like 2 days of work. Like I ain't doing it, bud. Not happening. That'd be like 2 fucking half days at work. You want me to fucking like they took 100 hours of my money, not fucking 10. You know what I'm saying? They took fucking 100 hours of my fucking. I was so salty. Ed Miniat wasn't as bad. They were a lot cleaner. It was a lot more stable there. Alright, let me get a little smoke break in. I'll turn on a song real quick. Might use the bathroom too, so. Oh man, I used to. I used to think that if I just like put my best effort forward, that a company would recognize me or like value me or anything. They never did. None of them. You know what kind of person literally gave me the money to go to a dentist to get my teeth fixed? My rich boss. A guy that had his own business and shit. It wasn't HR or health insurance, because I had health insurance from a union. They don't cover anything, they literally don't cover shit. Rob Fulkin, the senior superintendent from Densification Incorporated, probably one of the more wealthy people I've met in my life, because I mean, I try to work for wealthy people, because wealthy people will actually give you good advice. You know what I mean? Like my dude Rob Fulkin, he didn't go through a bank and pay for a house with mortgages. He went through a financial advisor and someone that does personal loans, and he paid them back, right? So I'm not looking at a bank to help me buy a house. I'm looking for a financial advisor and someone that can loan me money and work with me, because with my lifestyle, give or take, like say in the winter I don't normally work or do labor, so normally I got like 10 racks saved up by winter, and that 10 racks lasts me until, you know, I get my first job. If I play my cards right, I still got money by the time I pick up my first gig. But like, I've never gotten anything through health insurance. I've had health insurance, it never covers anything. It doesn't cover anything. They want a deductible, they want this, they want that, and then they want you to pay fucking like 400% interest. And it's like, no. Like, on my insurance, my teeth were salvageable, but because I didn't have super nice insurance, the dentist lied to me. He told me that it would just keep happening, right? He didn't let me know that my teeth were already damaged, right? Because I boxed and I used to not wear a mouth guard, right? Things that are like in my record. And so his alternative, he gave me two alternatives. Instead of actually like giving me advice and seeing what we can do to help my teeth, because now the one in the back, it's like glass. It's glass. Glass. It's not a real tooth. It's a nub with glass on it. It's all made up. I don't even get I might not look like it. I got 6 missing teeth. I didn't pay more than like $150 for each tooth. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, you want to charge me $80 to inject my mouth twice for something that's going to numb my mouth for like 30 minutes, right? Effectively, just allowing the dentist to work less hard, right? This is my thing. A lot of the times, the dentists, they put that thing on your tooth and they start to apply pressure. And instead of just trying to lift it out, they try to turn it, because most people, their teeth twist. My teeth are actually really big. All of my teeth are actually really fucking big, okay? This tooth goes all the way up in my mouth. It's like that fucking long. My teeth are kind of compacted, right? But they're huge. I didn't have any of these problems until the dentist told me I needed to take out my my wisdom teeth, which I didn't need taken out. They lied about that too. So they took out all 4 of my wisdom teeth at one time, and it unaligned all my teeth, making the problems that I had already, all the micro fractures and the damage on my teeth, way worse, because now there are parts of my teeth that are cracked that are being exposed, right? Because I have these tiny little micro cracks on my teeth. And now gaps are developing in my teeth. And those cracks that are filled with enamel are now exposed, and like water and abrasive material are fucking pushing the enamel off the cracks. And my teeth start falling off. You know what I'm saying? Dentist totally knew that they were giving me bad info, right? And because of my insurance, they didn't give me the right info. Like shit like that, I'll never go back to a 9 to 5. I'll never go back to a warehouse. I'll never work for any of these companies, any of these corporations. What I'm doing right now, this is what I'm gonna do for the remainder of my future. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll figure out how to camp and stream. I'll go live off grid, bro. People think that you need to ask to go live off grid, bro. I'll go bumfuck in the middle of nowhere. 4G frequencies fucking shoot into space, and people think that it can't go across the forest. I honestly do love streaming. I really like this stuff. If I didn't like streaming, when I said I was gonna go, I would have just dipped. But I enjoy this. So, I've been talking for another fucking 20 minutes. Eat. Trovo cast, okay. They gave me a birthday cake? Congratulations, you are the winner of Trovo's treasure box. Check out their rewards now. Holy shit, I got a bunch of things in my Trovo box. Jeez. Whoa, dude, whoa. Fucking whoa, bud. Wow. 1 second, there's a lot of stuff here. Let me mute that. Holy shit. Wow. Dude. I still got 20 confetti. They gave me 2 B-Day cakes. They gave me an 8-day B-Day hat. I got... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. I gotta use these on somebody else's stream. That's too many. I don't want to use those on my own stream. I want another one? Bro! Stop! Fucking stop! Okay, well, give it to me now that you showed me it, so give it to her. Thank you. Tease me. The fuck? That's probably from the stream I sent you. It said that they had 100... What? They had 150,000 winners? Is that what that means? Jesus Christ. So much cake. Wow. That's insane. I want to check this really quick. There's 2 notifications. B-Day cake and confetti. Okay. So maybe it just well, I saw 2 cakes in there. Yeah, I got 2 B-Day cakes. 20 confetti. 1 hat I'm wearing, and then I got 1 more hat. I didn't have anything but the hat. Wow. Today we got a dub. Okay, how do I go to this? No way, dude. Awesome. I had to reply to the Trovo chat too, sorry. They messaged me. Or not me. They replied back to me, so I was just like, it was the Samsung sleeping it. Curious how many people are. Rufio, you go back. That was awesome. That was so awesome. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh shit. Thank you for the cake, Anna. Dude, so I'm signed up for another box. Okay. And if I get that, I think that box is an emote. So if I get that emote, I get it like a winner, like a winning chicken or something, like a chicken doing a dab. So that'll be cool. It says only one winner. I like the emotes, that'd be cool. And the fact that they have emote rewards is fun as hell.
Just the other day, I ran to get away. Now I must hold my head up high, pretend that I won't cry as I slowly fade away. It's just another day. I walk down the street of gold, the shining lights we must behold. The path that leads us nowhere. Vanity yields life unfair. You know I won't be sold. It's time to turn around. This street will lead you down a path to troubled sanity. You must walk with certainty. Just look what you have found. It's just the other day I ran to get away. Now I must hold my head up high,
It actually took a second. Yeah, I didn't even smoke. I just fucking... I saw the mask and I was like, I gotta be done. I'm gonna take my dogs out real quick when we got the spooky stories down. I was assuming when I read that title, I was like, this is a Christmas song. And I look at it, it's a Christmas song. That's Santa Claus.
frantic, he was running down the stairs, and it was intense. He was just doing whatever he could to reach the top of the stairs, and it was on the ground. Shots were still going on. I'm running, I'm moving, and it was. She was static, she was lying on the platform as if waiting for someone else. Was it for them? Her eyes wide open on some kind of mystery. Painting blue, is this come? Should I look away now? Is it madness or wisdom? Did someone hear us talking? Did you want to say oh? Exhausted by the order, did you expect more? Did someone hear us talking? Did you want to say oh? Exhausted by the order, did you expect more? He was frantic, he was running down the stairs, and it was intense. He was just doing whatever he could to reach the top of the stairs, and it was on the ground. Shots were still going on. I'm running, I'm moving, and I was shot.
definitely had a solid little smoky break just now. Hey. Oh man, but after I was going to bed on time for like 2 days in a row. So today I'm actually like sleepy, which is weird. I haven't been sleepy at nighttime in like fucking 3 weeks. Normally I don't get sleepy till like 5.
Ooh. Scientists would have pretty much explained everything. They've certainly been explaining stuff for a long time.
This one seems a little more peppered.
And there's surely only so many things that actually need explaining, right? But it turns out there are some mysterious places that have the guys and gals in white coats scratching their heads and wondering how they ever came to exist. Aliens? It could always be aliens. Never rule out the aliens. But until we've proven that aliens do exist, we're going to have to admit that these are some real mysteries. From the literal mystery spot to the river that cooked the conquistadors. Here's the 15 most mysterious places scientists still can't explain.
This isn't even scary.
Number 15. The mysterious spot. Back in 1939, the mysterious spot opened up in Santa Cruz, California, as a tourist attraction, and its proprietor was George Prather. Prather made his living as a welder, mechanic, and inventor. Back in those days, the automobile was giving Americans a freedom they had never known, and all kinds of new roadside attractions opened up. Although none of them were quite like the mystery spot, when he was exploring this area, Prather noticed his compass was behaving strangely, and then when he climbed the hill, he began to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. So of course he bought the land and opened up his attraction right there. In what is known as the Crazy House, there are things which seem to defy gravity and physics in general. There are tilted floors which make it seem as though people are able to lean an incredibly long way down. There are even balls and water which flow uphill, among many other strange and unexplained attractions, although one theory is that a meteor strike caused a disruption to the regular behavior of things in that spot. Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping. Number 14. The Boiling River. It is known as the river that kills everything that falls into it. It was first reported by conquistadors who made the big mistake of deciding to take a dip, and ended up apparently being boiled alive while their companions watched from the sidelines. Since then, the legend has developed, and it was considered to be the river which ran through the lost city of gold. But scientists laughed at the idea, saying that hot rivers only come from volcanoes, and there are no volcanoes in that part of the Amazon. However, one Peruvian geoscientist believed otherwise, and he went out to prove that the boiling river really did exist. Andres Russo was led to the mysterious river by his aunt, who had visited it before, and he made sure to pack a thermometer. When he got there, he measured it as 187 degrees Fahrenheit.
That's hot.
Not quite boiling, but pretty close. Only no one knew why it would be so hot. After more study, Russo discovered that it may turn out to be the fault of underground hot springs, which are heating up the river. Did he go for a swim? Well, no, not after witnessing a few animals fall in and be cooked to death. Number 13. Yonaguni. The island of Yonaguni, off the coast of Japan, is one of the most fascinating and mysterious places on Earth, and we could honestly fill this whole video with the topic just from that island. But we are going to concentrate on one aspect of it, which is in fact just off the island, deep under the water of the Pacific Ocean. This area of sea, which lies between Japan and Taiwan, is a popular diving area because of the many hammerhead sharks in the region. And in 1986, 1986, one diving expedition uncovered something truly astonishing: a series of rock structures that resemble square pyramids, which surely can only have been created by intelligent life. Were there incredibly ancient humans living here a million years ago with extremely advanced technology? Is this proof of alien life, or did the ancient Japanese or Chinese try and build a city under the ocean? Some people say they just formed naturally, but there are very few other natural rock formations that have such precise geometry. Interestingly enough, both the governments of Taiwan and Japan say that they have no interest in even researching the find and have completely ignored it. Do they know something that we don't? Number 12. Geoglyphs. People recently began noticing that strange drawings were visible on the ground in open landscape areas of the Amazon, and the questions about who made them and why are still very much unanswered. Known as geoglyphs, they are often found in parts of Bolivia and Brazil, and scientists have been able to date them back to at least 3,500 years ago. It is believed that they may have had an important role as a meeting place or even for rituals, but this is just guesswork, and the truth is that there is no real evidence to suggest what their true purpose was. The geoglyphs can be as much as 1,000 feet in length, and the trenches that form them are more than 30 feet deep. So far, more than 450 have been discovered in the Amazon, but it is believed there may be many more still to uncover. Yet there are no other remains of the cultures that created them, other than the occasional smashed fragment, so we know nothing about the people who built them or why indeed they did so. No doubt this is not the only mystery that the Amazon rainforest holds. Number 11. Moeraki boulders. New Zealand is a pretty mysterious place itself, with some incredible landscapes and a few unique and interesting species. One of the strangest things in New Zealand is the Moeraki boulders, which has been called New Zealand's Stonehenge. These huge spherical stones stand more than 6 feet high and weigh several tons. They can be found on Kokohi Beach, which is situated at the country's Otago coast. The Maori have a legend that the boulders are the remains of a giant canoe which was shipwrecked there in the ancient past. But they also have some pretty great nicknames for the boulders, including Eopods, Hooligans Gallstones, Giant Gobstoppers, Alien Brains, and the Bowling Balls of Giants. However, there are scientists who are saying there's no chance these boulders were formed by any kind of intelligent life, and have just been eroded to that particular shape by the natural conditions that surround them, and the process may have begun as long as 65 million years ago. Since then, the softer rock on the outside of the boulders has reduced, leaving the circular, harder rock beneath. Number 10. Crooked Forest. Back in 1930, some pine trees were planted in a section of deep and eerie forest in what was then German Pomerania. Nowadays, this region is occupied by the nation of Poland and is near to the Grafino. In the 90 years since something pretty weird happened to the 400 or so pine trees in that forest, and no one has any idea what. At the base of the tree, they all grow out with a sharp 90-degree angle northward before turning back to grow to the sky like a regular tree again. This makes for some weird and unnatural looking trees, and has led to the area becoming known as the Crooked Forest. In spite of this deformity, the trees are all healthy and have grown to lengths of 50 feet tall. There are many theories on what caused this unusual pattern of growth, including gravitational pull, heavy snowfall, and even that the German people who planted them, and who are now long gone, grew the trees this way on purpose, as it creates an extra strong kind of pine wood which is ideal for making cartwheels. Number 9. Nazca Lines. The Nazca Lines are one of the world's most famous mysteries, and these lines in Peru were created around 2,000 years ago. At that time, the people who inhabited this region were known as the Nazca, and it seems they spent a lot of their time and energy carving crazy huge depictions of animals into the ground. There's a spider, a hummingbird, monkey, lizard, pelican, and even a killer whale. There are also trees and plants, as well as what some people believe to be alien visitors who shared some secrets of the universe with the Nazca, which sadly were never passed on when the Nazca disappeared as a people. There are also a lot of geometric patterns showing this was a people with a strong grasp of mathematical ideas. The earlier lines were made with piles of stone and date back to 500 BC. One thing that gave the Nazca an advantage over other groups was their advanced understanding of irrigation, and many people think the lines may be connected to some form of irrigation system. Other people say that since the lines are so huge, the Nazca must have had hot air balloons so they could see them. Or maybe they were just a way of saying hi to some of those passing aliens. Number 8. Door to Hell. The door to hell has been found, and apparently it is in the country of Turkmenistan. 40 years ago, a crater opened up in a desert in the north of the country, and this huge molten cavity has not stopped burning ever since. Most people would keep their distance from a portal to hell, but not the Canadian adventurer George Kourounis. He decided to head down into the pit and take a look around. Theories about where the hole came from are abundant, but many think it was a secret Soviet expedition to look for gas, which was then set alight as they believed they had tapped into some poisonous gases which would disperse if burned. Only the fire has never gone out. The story behind how the crater came into existence has been sort of shrouded in mystery, and there's no other place like it on Earth, said Kourounis, although disappointingly he only came back up with soil samples rather than a whole band of demons. Although when he was asked by National Geographic how he felt before the expedition, he did admit he was a little nervous, with Satan being right down there. Number 7. Papakolea Beach. Papakolea Beach is an extremely rare kind of beach. In fact, it is one of only 4 beaches of this kind in the entire world.
Why? Is there beach in a beach?
The reason it is so unusual is that it has green sand. The color comes from the surrounding volcanic rock, which produces a kind of sand known as olivine, which has a green hue. The beach is in a bay and surrounded by the volcanic cone, or tuff ring as it is known, and it was formed 49,000 years ago. The tuff ring was formed by violent interactions between extremely hot magma and the ocean, which cools it off. Since the last eruption, the tuff ring has partially collapsed, and the sea has begun to erode it, which is how the beach was formed. It has become a popular tourist destination on the island of Hawaii, but maybe not all visitors to this green paradise are aware of the incredible and terrifying smashing together of the power of the sea and the heat of molten lava that had to happen to form it. Number 6. Kawa Ijen. There are some more weird colored volcano things happening in Indonesia, this time the volcano Kawa Ijen, which spews out blue lava. The lava is blue due to extremely high levels of sulfur. In every part of the world where there are people living near to a volcano, the volcano will almost always become a central part of culture, folklore, and religion. None more than the Kawa Ijen.
What is a Kawa Ijen?
Not only terrifying and powerful, this volcano is also deeply mysterious because of the blue lava. It is part of a large complex of several volcanoes, but it stands out from the others. Not only is the lava blue, but a higher amount of underground activity means that the huge blue flames rise up into the sky, a phenomenon which has been described as being like electric blue fire. These flames are caused when sulfur gas makes contact with air, which has a temperature higher than 360 degrees centigrade. The vision of these flames at night is strange and extraordinary, said one professional photographer visiting. We felt like we were living on another planet. Not only that, but at the crater is the world's largest acid lake. The turquoise blue water might look appealing, but it is truly deadly. Number 5. Lake Hillier.
Whoa.
Off the south coast of Western
Whoa.
Australia, there is an island known as
acid lake?
Middle Island, and on the island is a lake which is entirely pink. It is called Lake Hillier, and it is a saline lake, with a narrow shore separating the lake from the Southern Ocean. The lake measures around 2,000 feet by 800 feet and is surrounded by sand and woodland, with a large number of eucalyptus trees, so it probably smells pretty good around there. The lake's pinkness is not an illusion, as the water stays pink if you take a glass of it out of the lake, but it's probably not a great idea to drink it. Scientists believe the color might be from an organism known as Dunaliella salina. It is known to be safe to swim in though, but the Australian government banned it as a precaution anyway. One of the best ways to see it is a scenic flight in an airplane, and there are usually around 6 flights per day for curious tourists. The lake is extremely salty and has around about the same levels of salinity as the Dead Sea. Number 4. Stonehenge. Stonehenge is the most famous of the many ancient stone circles on the island of Great Britain. It is believed to be at least 5,000 years old, and once upon a time was likely a place for healing and also for a little partying down, at least according to some archaeological remains. It may once have been even larger than it is today, and many people have speculated on its origin and how such an ancient people had an advanced understanding of time, since Stonehenge functions like a giant clock, with the sun breaking through the gap in the stones at the solstice. It is one of the most famous landmarks in the UK, and it is a popular tourist destination, although in recent years access has been restricted to ticket holders only after some incidents of vandalism. The ancient culture who built it remain largely mysterious, but it is clear that they were capable of archaeological and technological innovations, which at the time were a match for ancient Egypt's Old Kingdom. Since then it has attracted many different kinds of druids, witches, wizards, and hippies, which England seems to produce in abundance. There are also plenty of ghosts wandering among those ancient stones. Number 3. Spotted Lake. Known as the most magical place in Canada, the Spotted Lake has become famous for its colorful show, which it puts on every summer. Located northwest of Osoyoos, in British Columbia's Okanagan Valley, the Spotted Lake looks like any regular lake for most of the year. But when summer comes and the water begins to evaporate, dozens of briny pools are left behind, giving the lake its unique yellow, green, and blue polka dot pattern. The colors come from very high concentrations of minerals, which are left behind when the water evaporates. Calcium, sodium sulfates, and magnesium sulfate are the main ones, and the color depends on the combination and concentration of these minerals in each individual pool. Nowadays it is a popular tourist destination, but for many centuries it was considered a sacred place by the local indigenous Okanagan Nation. Their belief was that different colored circles had different medicinal and healing properties. The Okanagan Nation now own the lake once more after many years of exploitation, such as mining it for salt to make ammunition, meaning that the lake's future is protected from development or mining projects. Number 2. Fairy circles. In the Namib Desert of southern Africa, the grasslands have a special feature: fairy circles among the grasses and circular barren patches, which range from 10 feet to 65 feet in diameter. There are a great many of them, and they stretch across hundreds of miles. Nowadays, looking down at them from an airplane gives the impression of viewing a giant polka dot dress, although local folklore says that they were created by a god who was tiptoeing through the grass. There is certainly something unusual about the way they are spaced, which seems too neat and regular for just some random occurrence in vegetation. Mathematician Karina Tornita has been on the case, trying to find out what the real truth about the fairy circles is. She is a specialist in theoretical biology, and her team at Princeton University look for patterns in nature and then model them to help better understand how nature is able to organize itself and end up with unusual things like fairy circles. Such a huge expanse of land is not so easy to observe scientifically in this way, but she has discovered that there may be a solution, and that it might be to do with one of nature's hardest working creatures, the termite. Underneath every fairy circle, there seems to be a termite nest, and these insects have amazing abilities when it comes to city building, knowing just how to space things out so they can all have enough of everything and not all wind up building on top of one another. Other scientists are convinced it's merely due to there not being enough water for all the vegetation, so gaps develop and grow. But Karina is confident her termite hypothesis will turn out to be the truth. Number 1. Skellig Michael. The mysterious island of Skellig Michael will be familiar to fans of the Star Wars series, as it has featured in the classic Force Awakens. But there are other mysteries to uncover about this Irish island. It is situated 8 miles off the coast of the town of Port Mage in Kerry, and the island is completely uninhabited. However, its new star status, literally, is set to launch a massive tourism boom for the island. It rises around 700 feet above sea level and holds the ruins of an ancient monastery. It was named a World Heritage Site in 1996, but the first records of the island we have date back from the 8th century, when Dog, King of Westmunster, was forced to flee to the island after a conflict with another tribal king. It was also around this time that the monastery was first mentioned, but it was likely built in the 6th century, making this place very old. In around the 11th century, it was dedicated to Saint Michael, the Archangel, who was kinda like the General Patton of God's Angel Army. By the 13th century, climate change forced the abandonment of the island by the monks, as weather became much colder in Ireland around that time. However, pilgrimages continued until the 18th century by particularly devoted people. Sometime in the 16th century, lighthouses were installed, and it is also famous for its large colony of seabirds. Would you love to visit one of these mysterious places? What kind of blue lava god would you be down to worship? Let us know in the comments below. Also, check out our other cool stuff showing up on screen right now. See you next time.
What is this? I don't know which one to watch. I don't know. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh, shut up.
Things in that spot.
Before we go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping.
Number 14.
We're not gonna watch all these. But that sounds creepy. I think we gotta switch over soon. We gotta play some Fall Guys or something. These videos are getting me wild eyed.
Now, I'm sure most of you are familiar with the Dyatlov Pass incident, a favorite of horror fans on YouTube. What you may not have heard, though, is the equally disturbing and still unexplained Hamar Daban Pass incident, sometimes called the Buryatia Dyatlov Pass. On August 5th, 1993, a team of mountaineers were trekking through the Hamar Daban mountain range in Siberia.
See if they got some.
The expedition was made up of 7 people and was headed by Ludmila Korovina, a seasoned hiker with tons of experience. Joining her were 24-year-old Tatiana Filipenko Denis Svachin, Vika Zalesova, Timur Babanov, Valia Utachenko, and 23-year-old Sasha Krisin, who Ludmila had effectively raised and thought of as her own son. The young group set off on the morning of the 2nd, as did several other hiking groups in the area. Unfortunately, although good weather was predicted, the team were blasted with freezing cold rain and snow. This didn't dissuade them from continuing, however. Like I said, the group was young and eager to prove themselves to Ludmila, whom they all looked up to. Ludmila didn't go easy on them either, and along the way made some questionable decisions. On the night of the 4th, for instance, she had the group set up their camp on a slope about 4 kilometers away from the nearest forest. There was a thunderstorm raging that night, and this area was completely unprotected from the elements. Given her mountains of experience in, well, mountaineering, you'd have thought she would have chosen to camp elsewhere. The next morning, it happened. As the group packed up their things and descended down the mountain, Sasha suddenly began bleeding heavily from his nose, ears, and mouth. He fell to the ground and was dead within moments. This happened so suddenly that everyone else was left dumbfounded. Sasha was strong, healthy, and hadn't complained of any pain up until that moment. What had just happened? Most distraught was Ludmila herself. Like I said, Sasha was like a son to her. She ordered everyone else down the mountain while she stayed with the body. They followed her instruction and started walking. No more than a minute later, however, they heard Ludmila shouting to them for help, saying that she couldn't move. They rushed back to see what was wrong with her, only to find their leader sprawled out on the ground beside Sasha, blood gushing out of her face. The rest of the group were horrified. 2 of their team, who were apparently healthy that morning, had just perished in front of them in the blink of an eye. They started to panic, terrified that the same thing was about to happen to them. Well, it did. Valia Utachenko, the group's only survivor, explained what happened next. Moments after discovering Ludmila's body, Timur and Vika began tearing at their clothes, fell to the ground, and started twitching and foaming from the mouth. In Valia's words, Denis began to hide behind the rocks and run away. Tatiana was banging her head against the stones. Vika and Timur probably went mad. Valia tried to help Vika, the youngest female in the group, but when she did, the girl bit her. Denis and Valia were the only 2 group members still unaffected by whatever was happening. They both began to run at full speed down the mountain. Denis told Valia to take out the essential items from her bag, abandon the rest, and run as fast as she could. She started rifling through her belongings, but by the time she looked back up at Denis, he was lying on the ground, bleeding from every orifice. Alone and terrified, she sprinted off. Now, without any provisions and still far from civilization, she was forced to sleep alone in the forest at the bottom of the mountain, all through the freezing night. The next morning, Valia made her way back up the slope to look for survivors, and came upon a scene of pure carnage. All of her young co-hikers were dead. For 3 days, the 17-year-old wandered through the mountain pass alone in hopes of being rescued. She tried following electric cables, but they only led her to an abandoned village. Her mind had been shattered by what she had witnessed. Eventually, she made it back to civilization, but at first was too traumatized to tell anyone what had happened. Still, when she came back alone, a search and rescue operation was immediately launched for the other group members. Their bodies wouldn't be found for another month, by which point animals had already started devouring them. What the rescuers could tell was that the figures in the snow were contorted and their faces were twisted in pain. It was a scary picture, said one of the rescue team. The hikers were lying on a small ledge, some huddled together, some a little distance away. They had no eyes. In the empty sockets and parted mouths, worms were crawling. We packed the bodies in plastic bags. When they flew to Ulan-Ude, the smell in the helicopter was impossible. Some of the men were sick. To this day, we still don't know what strange phenomenon claimed the lives of 6 of those 7 hikers. Autopsies confirm that they were all otherwise healthy, though there was bruising in all of their lungs. Could this have all been the result of some strange sickness? Some sort of poisoning? Hypothermia, perhaps? Or did they stumble into a secret test site for nerve agents? What's strange is that there were numerous other hiking groups in the same area, yet none of them were affected by whatever killed Valia's group. There's a lot of debate online about this, but as of right now, no definitive conclusion.
Okay.
Let's rewind the clock back to February 1st and take a trip to Yakima County, Washington. En Route 24 near Moxie, a man was spotted lying down, dead in the middle of the road. He was middle-aged, wearing glasses and dressed in a military-style outfit with work boots. There were no substances in his system. He was believed to be the victim of a hidden run, and a Chevrolet Camaro was seen speeding away from the scene around the time he died. Since he wasn't carrying any form of ID on him, his identity remained a mystery. He would stay at John Doe for another 10 years. But that's not even the crazy part. Let's get into it. The day before the John Doe's body was discovered in Yakima County, 1,600 miles away in Amarillo, Texas, Karen Glenn Lewis and her daughter were returning home from a shopping weekend in Dallas. They opened the front door to their home, expecting to find their husband and father, David Glenn Lewis, waiting for them inside. But they didn't. The house was empty. Strange. Stranger still was that David's wedding ring and watch had been left on the kitchen counter. It was Super Bowl weekend, and a tape which had been manually set to record the match was still recording, despite the fact that the game was long over. There were 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches in the fridge. There was no note or anything to indicate where David might have gone. It seemed as if he had left suddenly and in a hurry, but why had he left his ring and watch behind in plain view? The following day, when David still hadn't returned home, on that same morning the John Doe's body was discovered, Karen filed a missing persons report for her husband. The investigators examined the house and found no signs of a struggle or forced entry. It appeared as if David had left on his own volition. That didn't make sense though.
That's weird.
David was a devoted family man with a good job, and, as far as everyone knew, a stable state of mind. Their search for David quickly turned up a vital clue. His car was found in Amarillo's downtown area. Under the driver's mat were David's house and car keys. In the glove box were his credit cards and driving license. All of David's personal items were now accounted for. The only thing missing was the man himself. This is when Karen, his wife, told the detectives a vital piece of information. Just before he disappeared, David had confided in her that his life was in danger, but refused to go into details about it, only telling her that someone had been threatening him. This is where his job comes into play. David was an attorney, and even the most amicable of attorneys have enemies. Though we don't know exactly who was threatening David or why, it could easily have been one of his former clients who felt that David had failed them in some way. On top of that, David was a man with strong principles. His law firm were fighting their own case against a wealthy client, and David was scheduled to speak against his own company. He told his own father that at the deposition, he planned to tell the truth, whoever it hurt. With the law firm standing to lose a lot of money if David refused to lie, it's possible that they were involved in his disappearance somehow. After digging a little deeper, the investigators learned that David had booked a plane ticket on January 31st, the same day he vanished. This ticket was from Dallas to Amarillo. Wait a second. David's wife and daughter had just come from Dallas back to Amarillo on that same day. David wasn't in Dallas with them. That suggests that he had secretly followed his family to Dallas, though how he got there remains unknown, and then booked a plane ticket so he could get home before them, and make it appear as if he had been at home the entire time. It's unknown whether he made that flight or not. The plot thickened even further when they also learned that he had booked a ticket on February 1st, the day he was reported missing, the day that John Doe was found. This ticket was from Los Angeles International Airport to Dallas. This extremely strange and seemingly nonsensical twist in the investigation took the detectives down a rabbit hole, which led to a dead end. The only other thing they learned was that on February 1st, a man matching David's description got a taxi from a hotel in Dallas to Fort Worth International Airport. The taxi driver said that the man was extremely nervous and fumbled to pay him with a wad of $100 bills. With no other information to go off, the case went cold. 10 years would pass. Then, in 2003, a patrol detective named Pat Ditter made a connection between David's case and that of the unknown John Doe in Washington. If you hadn't guessed already, the two men were one and the same. This was confirmed after a DNA test. David was the John Doe who died in a supposed hidden run 1,600 miles from his home. This was a huge discovery. The mystery surrounding the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis had been solved. But even though that mystery now had an answer, we can't really classify David's case as being complete. There are still a whole bunch of unanswered questions pertaining to his death. Why was he in Washington in the first place? How did he get there? Why was he wearing a military uniform when he died? Why had he secretly booked these bizarre plane tickets? What business did he have in Los Angeles? Did he really book the tickets on his own accord, or was he taken against his will? Did any of this have to do with the threats made to David's life? Was the hidden run really an accident? No one has ever been able to answer any of these questions. Still, the police have discounted foul play, and the investigation into David's case has officially ceased. So, there we have it. The two mysteries of the Yakima County John Doe and the whereabouts of David Glenn Lewis turned out to be one big mystery after all.
That was creepy.
Still, the puzzle remains incomplete, the unanswered questions being the missing pieces. It's an intriguing case, one that continues to baffle professional investigators and internet sleuths alike, even all these years later. Hopefully one day we'll have some answers, and David's family can have the closure they so desperately crave.
That's creepy.
The Battle of Derna took place between April 27th and May 13th, 1805, in Libya, then part of the Ottoman Empire. The action was part of the first Barbary Wars between the United States and four North African regions that were called the Barbary States. Before the battle is discussed, the events leading up to it must be understood. The cause of the war were pirates from the Barbary States seizing American merchant ships and holding the crews for ransom, demanding the U.S. pay tribute to the Barbary rulers. European countries had grown accustomed to paying tribute to the Barbary rulers, just to keep their citizens and shipping safe. Newly inaugurated United States President Thomas Jefferson in 1801 refused to pay this tribute and sent a squadron of ships to the Mediterranean Sea to protect American interests and defend against attacks on its ships and citizens. Shortly after, the Pasha of Tripoli, Yusuf Karamanli, declared war on the United States. In spring 1801, President Jefferson ordered a blockade of Tripoli's port, but didn't officially declare war. Over the next few years, the American Navy maintained a military presence off the coast of Tripoli, trying to put a stop to pirate attacks with limited success. In 1803, during the third year of the war, a larger U.S. squadron was sent to the Mediterranean Sea under the command of Commodore Edward Preble. On the 31st of October 1803, one of Preble's ships, the frigate Philadelphia, ran aground on a reef near the harbor of Tripoli. Captured by Tripoli gunboats, the frigate was floated free and taken into port. Captain William Bainbridge and the 307 crew were imprisoned, and the Pasha of Tripoli demanded $200,000 for their release. In the fall of 1804, the former American consul and army officer in Tunisia, William Eaton, returned to the Mediterranean, deciding to act. He persuaded President Thomas Jefferson that only a land attack on Tripoli would force the Pasha's hand. Eaton's plan called for an alliance with the pretender to the throne of Tripoli, who was in exile in Egypt, to aid him militarily to overthrow the Pasha of Tripoli. A detachment of 9 Marines under the command of Lieutenant Presley O'Bannon were sent to help Eaton. William Eaton led a mixed force of U.S. Marines and Greek, Arab, and Berber mercenaries. They marched across the desert from Alexandria, Egypt, to assault and capture the Tripolitan heavy defended fortress of Derna. Starting on March 8, 1805, the column moved along the coast and was supported from the sea by the warships USS Argus, USS Hornet, and USS Nautilus under the command of Master Commandant Isaac Hull. By April 27, 1805, Eaton's army had made the epic march across the Libyan desert from Egypt and stormed Tripoli's second most important city, Derna. Grabbing a musket, Eaton personally led his men forward and was wounded in the wrist as they drove the defenders back. By the end of the day, the city had been secured and O'Bannon hoisted the flag over the harbor defenses. It was the first time the U.S. flag had flown over a foreign battlefield. Concerned about Eaton's success in capturing Derna, Yusuf Karamanli began suing for peace. Much to Eaton's displeasure, American consul Tobias Lear concluded a peace treaty with Yusuf on June 4, 1805, which ended the conflict. The hostages were returned, and the Allied Pasha was sent back to Egypt, while Eaton and O'Bannon returned to the United States as heroes.
I didn't even see Lonnie
Completely occupied by the War of 1812, the United States' problem of Barbary piracy was not fully settled until 1815, when American naval victories finally led to treaties ending tribute payments to the Barbary states.
Immediately after the Revolutionary War, the U.S. lost the protection of the naval forces of Britain and France in the Mediterranean. And the Barbary pirates were the naval forces of the satellite states of the Ottoman Empire, who essentially demanded tribute or would seize commercial vessels and hold as prisoners and hostages their crews, and sometimes even put them into slavery. Jefferson heard about the seizures of American commerce, and he realized that something had to be done, but he was against paying tribute or ransom. So when the issue came up in Jefferson's time, Jefferson did explicitly authorize the naval forces that Congress had provided him to defend American commerce. And if they saw a Tripolitan Barbary pirate ship coming out to attack a U.S. commercial vessel, they would...
The Barbary Empire, they specifically enslaved like Mediterranean white people. Okay, and they tried to negotiate with America, like right after like the First World War. Y'all fuck.
Were given instructions to go ahead and prevent that attack and to attack those vessels. He did not inform Congress of those specific instructions. It's important to emphasize that Jefferson did nothing wrong. When Congress provided him with these very impressive ships, their purpose was to defend American commerce in the Mediterranean. That's why they were built. That's why Congress paid for them. The notion that there had to be a declaration of war before any kind of military action went on between the United States and some other foreign country, that was not anything that occurred to any of the major framers of the Constitution at the time. They regarded the use of these vessels as purely defensive. They were going to be going out into the Mediterranean and protecting American commerce, and the Tripolitan or Tunisian or Algerian ships that would come out and attack our commerce had already proved to be aggressive and offensively attacking. The issue of a declaration of war never came up. No one suggested that these actions were illegal because of lack of declaration of war. The important precedent that an objective person would derive from these is that, first of all, that Congress can authorize the use of military force without a declaration of war, just by providing the president with frigates to defend American commerce. This is the way our Constitution works, with power over the same issue distributed to different branches. So it's very important that people realize that you can't simply resolve these kind of disputes in our constitutional system by saying, oh, the president has this power, commander-in-chief. Oh, the Congress has that power to declare war. That doesn't work. That's not what the framers intended. The framers intended to give powers to both branches, and indeed to the Supreme Court as well, to be able to affect the very same issues. So there would be conflict between the branches based on real power. So the Barbary Pirates then are a very important part of our constitutional history, and they show that Congress can give the president powers to use force, largely in that case in self-defense, in a continuing dispute with foreign powers.
Boot up some Fall Guys. What the fuck is Lace says Farrer? Hell yeah. All these motherfuckers look like they're in some weird 80s workout outfit. But I'm just running in place. You know, somehow I'm still sweating. Just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Stop it. Wait. No, really cancer. I got something in my eye. I'm not crying. You ain't going fuck. You ain't going out there. Good work. What? Body. No. No. It's like Zumba exercise already. You know what Tybo is? No, I'm not sleeping anymore. I drank some energy drink. You know what Tybo is? Sounds like some music in a Tybo workout. Tybo. 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 Baby! Show me your tits. Show selector. Main select. Gauntlet show. What the fuck is a gauntlet? Only gauntlets all the time. Get set, ready, go. What the fuck is a gauntlet? That was a good yawn right there. Imagine the music video to some of these soundtracks. Just some guy and his fucking glasses look like this. He's got one of those pianos, like an electric piano, with fucking overall suspenders and shit. They're doing all those weird little fucking like transitions with the scene where he's like sideways and shit. He's got like visor goggles on, like Cyclops. They show him upside down and shit. The sky is on the ground. Fuck, stop! Stop! No more nostalgia. I don't want it. I want some of these though. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, what? Thank you. Rage. I do rage a lot. That's why I made that emote. That's just me fucking screaming. I think that picture is actually me screaming, "Come on, fuck." I would scream right now, but it's like 3 a.m. and I don't want the neighbors to call the fucking cops. Imagine playing this on fucking Guitar Hero. So many fucking buttons and dick. It'd be horrible. I fucking hate Guitar Hero actually. I'm really bad at those games. I'll be staring at the thing. I just miss every fucking time. I barely get yellows anytime I play a fucking game. Which sucks because I did play guitar when I was younger. Suck ass at those. Those games are so frustrating for me. So is Rock Party. Or like, what was it? Fucking like something Jam. Oh god, dude, all my friends used to love those fucking things, dude. I was so bad at them. So fucking bad. Give me some fucking fake drum set and How do I get a theatrical? Let's go back. What we're gonna do. I think I want my shark to wear pants. Half shark. Half gator. Addicted. Fuck. I'm dying. Valiant Dancing Monkey. I like that name. Skipping it. Sorry. What's my phone at? My phone's actually fully charged. I need to grab tissues. I'm gonna slam this right. How are you guys doing? I gotta blow my nose. I tried enough variations. Dark Knight don't talk too much, but it's alright. Behind me. Why did I set that way over there? nice. Motherfucker. Just one of those guys, man. That's good. That's super good. Actually, me and Anna try to coordinate a good bit. I try not to text when I'm on my stream and stuff. But we're definitely working together in this. Never mind. I was playing Call of Duty, so it's a normal keyboard right now. It is not all fancy. Oh, I have a hand, and it's not showing up. I have. Fuck. I programmed. Look. Fuck out of my way, guy. Alright. I programmed my keyboard, my Tartarus. I programmed it, and I was supposed to hit shift. I programmed my keyboard. Okay, I programmed my keyboard. I can play Grand Theft Auto on it. I can play Grand Theft Auto on it. Fuck all those buttons, dude. I just turned my keypad into a controller and it works. I haven't tested flying yet, but it shouldn't be too complicated. I can't pull back and accelerate at the same exact time. Good job, moron. Good job. Me too. Oh, I missed. Okay. Use the camera, guy. Use the effing camera. 450 DPI. That's a little high. The game probably overwrites it. That's alright. Fucking touch me again, bro. You're a moron. Catch these hands. Fuck this game. I know what I was doing. I was holding shift, so I wasn't running as fast as I should have been. Maybe I should put this in the controller mode. Not this time, fella. I'm gonna grab him as soon as he goes to jump. Seinfeld. You can't order soup here no more. You're banned. I don't know if y'all know what Seinfeld is, but that's one of my favorite episodes of that old show. You can't order soup here no more. You're banned. Fly. What? You can't ban me. Meow. Number one. Ha! You numbers suck. You're a failure. Failure. You don't belong here. This is me. I really like that episode. can't order soup here no more. The soup kitchen guy. And then he bans like everybody. Have you guys seen the creator of Friends? They had an interview with him about having like an all-white heteronormative cast, and they're like, "Do you regret it?" And he was like, "No." He's like, "They're a great cast. Why does it matter if they're black or not?" I'm just like, damn. He's like, none of that shit matters. It was just nice that like one of the clickbait articles I saw today was actually someone just saying like, no, that's not what the fuck this shit is, bro. I don't want to watch another one. I'm a contender. Let me back in. You fucking... He's way too excited for fucking sucking. Nameplate? Okay. There you go, you suck. Get the sad face going. They don't have a Fall Guys. They don't have a Fall Guys. Sad. They don't got a Fall Guys. I'll try again, I don't know if they got it. They update it all the time. It's the easiest way to do this. Click on viewers, and mine's always on the bottom. There we go. I think it's weird that it lets you view yourself. And it counts. Like, I've done the math, it counts. My view counts. And I'm not even viewing myself, I'm literally just in my chat. Like, that's weird, but thanks. That's like a free 5 hours. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm playing. Let's try Fall Guys. I got Fall Guys. It is there. Maybe the last time. Maybe the last time it just didn't have a picture, so I didn't click it. True. Easy watch hours. I feel like I typed in Fall Guys before. Or they might not spell Fall Guys the right way. Like, on Steam, they might not have a space. It might be Fall Guys, and then they spell it Fall Guys. But either way. Thank you. Okay, yeah. I think I was thinking of Oddworld, actually. Imagine if every time you loaded into a game lobby, you just got, like, ejected out of your chair, and you fell. You know what I mean? Like, you had to go up, and you came down. Every time you join a game, you get shot into your ceiling. That'd suck. But it'd make the start of every match exciting. You know, like... You sit in the, you don't even put your hands on the desk, you just sit into the chair and you just get shot right into the ceiling. You know what I'm saying? Smack the ground, you gotta rush to get back up and like put your seat back in place. I don't know what I'm even thinking about right now. I would eat these though. If these were candy, I would eat these. All these little peoples, I'd eat them. They'd be fucked. They'd all be running through their little obstacle course. I'd just be like... No! You're a cheating bitch. Fuck. No! No! That's bullshit. That's some bullshit. No! Hit me up. Come on, come on. No! Fuck! You're a lying sack of shit. Don't! Don't! He's too excited about being a loser. Get out of here. Oh shit. Thank you. Damn, we got a gifted stop. Dang. Dang. Dang, guys. Yeah, Lonnie, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes! Flag. Hey. That was sick. Huh? I just realized something. Should be able to customize those Btccoin commands now too. Yeah. Damn it. Gauntlet is hard. Oh, you motherfucker. Hey, papi. Go. 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 Going mid, going mid. Fuck out of my way. Now we go mid. Straight line. No. What is? Fuck. Oh, what the? Quit. This shit's dumb as fuck. I got 2 sharks? Wait. Blue. Blue looks better. Jump 10 times. Qualify from any round 4 times. I haven't qualified for 1 fucking round, thank God. Earn at least 2 silver medals in any round 2 times.
There is a bizarre place in the remote Western Sahara Desert called the Rishat Structure.
I keep thinking about this.
And if you've never seen or heard of this place before, you are in for something truly fascinating. Some people refer to it as the Eye of the Sahara or the Eye of Africa, and when you see it from space, it's not hard to understand why. I mean, it really does look like an eye. And people are absolutely stunned when they see it for the first time. Between its unusual symmetrical shape, color, and immense size, it takes many people by curious surprise as they wonder not only what this thing is, but how did they go their whole life without seeing or hearing about it before. However, the fascination of this place goes far beyond its intriguing shape and design. 2 years ago, I made 3 videos where I shared more than a dozen remarkable similarities between this structure to that of Plato's description of the legendary lost ancient city of Atlantis. And these similarities are so astounding that the topic of Atlantis and the Rishat structure quickly became one of the most discussed and hotly debated topics involving lost ancient human civilizations, as tabloids...
Actually, a lot of scientists believe that Plato was talking about Florida. Like when you do the math, like the nautical miles, that their route took them to Florida. Like it lines up. Which is really wild. Because if that's true, that further proves that there were people coming to the Americas before it was colonized, and there are legitimate Viking artifacts here. And Vikings also had some artifacts, like native artifacts. So, there's that whole thing that the history guys like to ignore. Vikings had Native American artifacts, and what up, Biggie? Thank you. Thank you very much. The Native Americans had Viking artifacts also. It's not educational, don't listen to her. I like conspiracies. But this was something that keeps popping up on my stuff, so I just wanted to listen to the first couple minutes of what this guy was talking about.
Tabloid news outlets from around the world picked up on the story, and the videos ignited thought-provoking conversation as to whether or not it's possible that the lost city of Atlantis actually existed, and if so, had it been hiding in plain sight in the remote desolate Mauritanian desert of
Right
Africa
insight.
for thousands of years. But even for most people, when they hear the words Lost City of Atlantis, most would usually think of some animated Disney movie about a fictional underwater city, or perhaps some beach resort in the Bahamas. However,
I'm about to lose
a
interest
little
in
known
this guy.
fact is that the true origins of the tale of Atlantis originates from the ancient Egyptians, as they had carved in stone that there were survivors of Atlantis, which were said to be a sophisticated civilization that existed some 12,000 years ago.
How old is this video? May 22nd, 2021? Oh my god. This guy's about to lie, I think. And I think I know what he's going to say. And I don't want him to say it.
That was until their island was obliterated by a cataclysm, and the survivors of Atlantis found their way to the Nile Delta region to start all over again as colonizers. And I'll be retouching on many of those similarities again in this video, as incredible new information has come to light, and it is now time to revisit this topic again. You see, the interest in the...
Can't be that place. That's not what Homer's talking about. They went on a boat, bro. They took a boat there, bro. They took a boat there, bro. Took a boat there, bro. It can't be on land. They took a boat there. Took a boat. Voyage. Ocean. Took a fucking boat. They all said it. Starting with Homer. You fucking idiot. You're probably in the news because you lie about controversial shit. You piece of shit. If you follow the nautical miles, you can do the math. We can look it up right now. It's somewhere between Florida and South America. There's a coin that we made like 100 fucking years ago pertaining to this same shit. Literally. It's not even the fact that I don't care if anyone proves that, you know, like I primarily, before I was presented with evidence and actually listened to not just the whole story, you know, the supposed historic traveling to and there from a couple of times. He says it goes 2,000 fucking nautical miles. Bro, that's the span of the ocean. Like, what's gonna irritate me is that guy's gonna say that Atlantis is black. That's what I was about to think he was gonna say. Now, give or take, there are multiple, okay, civilizations that we know have sunk. Alright? Like that video about the pyramid in China, in between Taiwan and China. Big ass concrete blocks, right? We keep finding these fucking concrete blocks all over the place. Obviously, there's multiple civilizations, right? As if they were living in fucking plains. You know what I mean? Like literal fucking plains areas. And this motherfucker's gonna be like, nah, man. Atlantis was in the desert. No, motherfucker. They said they fucking 2,000 nautical miles. 2,000 miles. Not fucking 20 kilometers in the goddamn desert. Oh, I kind of want to go back to the video and just listen to him lie. But it's gonna make me salty. I fucking hate every motherfucker on YouTube right now. Not to mention, like, in the last 30 years, Mediterranean whites and Caucasians are now the same thing. Caucasians came from the northeastern part of the fucking, there's a mountain range called the Caucasus Mountain Range, bro. So, defined by the characteristics, okay? Literally, in the 1600s, the guy that characterized races, okay, in the name of democracy, that asshole, right? The super racist guy. Northeast of Caucasus Mountain Range, Caucasian. Anything west of that are Mediterranean whites, right? So we've, in the last like 30 years, people are just like, no, it doesn't exist anymore. And it's like, okay, what about the fucking Syrians? Okay, those the literal, they walked through the snow to China, and that's why they're Mongols. You know what I'm saying? They're yellow skin. Mongol means yellow skin. Caucasian means yellow skin, not white. Like, what the fuck? People are just allowed to make up any fucking bullshit and say some shit, and people believe it. Literally, Mongolian is Caucasian. Caucasian means yellow skin. Because Mongolian means yellow skin. Fucking liars. Let's just lie about more shit. I won't step on your button. Oh. Let me through. Going mid. Come on. Ah. I was hoping one's gonna pop up left. Go to the next one. How are you gonna go right and then you're gonna go left? Ah. Yes! No. Victory is mine! I jumped over 2? And then I got hit by 2? I kind of jumped over that one. You can give me credit for that one. I kind of made it. Yes! Proudest day of my life! They're cute. I just want to eat them all. Like they're little pieces of candy. I just want to start picking them up. When I get like 9 of them in my mouth, I'm going to just... Here, I'll go. cancel. Don't cancel, bro. We're in it. We're gonna get this, brother. Okay, okay. Oh! I hit the up arrow. I don't know why. I should have just kept going straight. No! That's it. Motherfucker! Haha! You piece of shit. Only 3 have made it. Get out of my way, filibuster. You ain't shit to me, bud. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna make it, bro. No! 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 You fucking suck. Fish are friends, not food. You piece of shit. How? Man, how? How you gonna lose? How? You didn't even jump at that? Come on, you little taco. You motherfucker. Oh. Oh. Show up at your fucking house. I'm gonna dunk your dog in the fucking pool. Piece of shit. Stop being happy. Loser. Loser. Fucking suck. Story of my life. Point, 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 point. Failure. Fuck. I'm just kidding. Trying to pass it back. What do you want? $5 for this? You want $5 for this most shit? $5. Oh, we don't do Amazon Prime anymore, but I'm sorry. useful. Wow. Save. Where's it fucking save? You know who G-Unit is? Imagine just like, wow. Anna, you got problems. Never doing that again. This is bullshit. Fucking bullshit. A bowl. And shit in the bowl. I don't want no milk with that, thank you. No milk. I had to change a heart one time. I gotta get that music out of my head. Gotta get that music out of my head. This game is fucking rough. We ain't going out like that. Disgusting. I was looking for my garbage can. I gotta tighten my little specs up. Shit. I don't know what's wrong with me, honestly. I don't know why I was doing that. See this? Oh shit. Thank you for the mana, bro. How do I make it chill the fuck up? There we go. Dying Light 2 is coming out soon, guys. I'll just read the notification. The notification. Oh, it's fire. Super fire. Oh man, that's hype. I gotta pre-order that. That's fire. That's fucking fire. You remember the game Dying Light? The second one, Dying Light 2 is coming out. Super fire. Super fire. Yeah. No, the second one is supposed to be crazy. Dying Light was one of the last games that came out that was fully fleshed. Like, it was functional. Like, that was like one of the last games that came out that worked right. Like, most games just don't run the way that they're supposed to run. A lot of these studios, they don't even show you real gameplay footage. Make demos now. Oh god, I imagine it'll be a $60 game. Yeah. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna figure it out. Yeah. Dying Light, I wouldn't feel like bad about paying like the $60 mark for it because I know when I start the game, I'll be able to just do like one playthrough, right? Like even if it takes me fucking like 24 hours or 30 hours, I'll be able to do one playthrough and complete a story. They're not gonna fucking cut the story in half and try to sell me the next bit of the story. They'll sell me a whole new story for $30 next year or in 6 months. Like that's way more feasible. A lot of these games now, they're super glitchy or buggy. They come out for like $30, and in 6 months they charge you $30. In 6 more months they charge you another $30. You know what I mean? And so then by the time you've completed like one phase of the game, you've paid like $150 over the course of like 2 years, and the progression's just not there. It's almost non-existent. So like the original Dying Light, you crash. Okay, like you crash your parachute, right? So you get all messed up. Some bandits whoop your ass, and you get bit by a zombie. So now you're infected. So it's like that classic like MMO feeling, like where you're just a noob ass adventurer. Because in a lot of games, you start off with like some capacity or some ability, right? But in like Dying Light, it's really just about like action and crafting like crazy guns or not really guns, but crazy melee weapons. Yeah, dude, like, so you go from like, you know, having to punch a zombie in the head like 30, 40 times to having like the ability to build like a sword, you know. Like you can build Excalibur and put like electricity on it. Oh, look again. This was from yesterday night. Light 2 Stay Human is available for pre-order hardcore through the vast open world, various tactics and combat, and secrets. Let's watch the gameplay trailer. That might give us a better idea. Go back to YouTube. Ta-da! There we go. Cool. Oh man, that's probably only a couple hours old. What's up, YouTube? I didn't even see you. I just saw it on the. I saw my own live for a second. I stream over on Trovo. If you're wondering who I'm talking to, I'm not crazy. You think I can't hear your voices inside my head? Huh? No, I'm just kidding. That's a quote. That's a quote. I promise that's a quote. I'm not crazy. Yeah, I think it's someone. No, I'm just kidding. What up? Come here. Oh yeah, I forgot they can see your messages. My chat box was covering your messages on my screen.
Hey everyone. We've been quiet for some time, since, like the rest of the world, we had some unforeseen hurdles to clear. But the wait is over. Let's dive into the open world of Dying Light 2.
Push him.
The last slice of Dying Light 2 showcased the mission from the main storyline.
You get after those fuckers.
You saw how your decisions influenced the narrative and notably changed the environment. This time, we want to give you a broader look at the game and a sneak peek at some of the things we'll be talking about in upcoming months. In Dying Light 2, you become Aiden Caldwell, an outsider trying to unravel a tangled mystery from his past. Its trail leads him to the city,
figure that out by
probably the last bastion of mankind in the world.
I'll try to figure that out by the end of next week.
At first, you feel like this intense, brutal place will tear you apart. But then you meet the Night Runners, veteran survivors who helped people in better days.
By the way, I'm Hagon. You were a Night Runner. You used to help people, remember? Night Runners are gone. Finished. A myth.
And although it's not entirely clear you can trust them, you need allies in the dark. And these are the modern Dark Ages. It's been 15 years since the apocalypse and the world has changed. The old civilization has fallen, but a new one has been built on its ashes. People fight desperately for scarce resources. Rules are broken, and weakness is punished.
She's innocent!
3 factions struggle for position in the city. Survivors pride themselves on being able to adapt to any circumstances and cobble together safe zones almost everywhere.
What up? Welcome back.
Peacekeepers, loyal soldiers who want to impose their version of law and order and trample all in their path. Renegades, ex-prisoners serving their ruthless colonel, seeking to become sole rulers of the city.
Where is Wallace? Make him tell
I think I should make a video of like what I think. Okay.
Use these factions to reach your goal. Help or harm them to reshape the city to your liking. Just remember, each faction contains complex characters.
Nosy Parker, ain't ya? Got some kind of bad habit of yours?
So, will you follow cold calculation or your heart?
The bazaar needs good people. Help us and you'll find a home here.
Some in the city offer no chance for an alliance. Bandits, outlaws, and common thugs live only to plunder and kill, plunging the streets into chaos. Yet, nightfall scares all of them equally. Darkness changes the rules of the world. As the light fails, monsters crawl out of hiding to prey on the poor souls caught outside the safety of UV rays. Hordes of infected pour into the streets like decaying lava. The deadly spawn of 15 years of mutation and evolution. Your only escape? Exploit the city's verticality and flee to the roofs. Though even there, you are never safe from swift and deadly virals.
The virals are the ones that have like gas and green cloud and stuff on top of it. And then the abominations are like those guys or whatever.
Yet night brings opportunity
They're like
as well.
mutated ones that change at nighttime.
Nests rife with infected during the day now lie empty. To explore them, you must tread carefully. But those brave enough to face the terrors of the night can loot a jackpot. Luckily, you have all the tools you need to survive.
That's some of my favorite stuff in the game. It's just parkour. Yep, wall run.
Your extraordinary parkour skills allow you to navigate even the most treacherous terrain. On the roofs, you can count on your parkour acrobatics to save your life.
Ooh.
But often, you'll have to face your enemies head on. And then you have to be smart.
It'll look even better when it comes out. It looks a lot nicer. This is just demo.
Determined. We've worked hard on the essence of our combat, making sure swinging a big, meaty weapon is fun, satisfying, and well executed. But even the most brutal fights can be tactical as well. You have multiple ways to hone your skills toward the gameplay style that suits you best.
Yes.
It's up to you if you focus mostly on mobility and parkour, or aggressive, blunt force combat. A crafty approach where the tools you've created get the job done. Every ability you learn can be a game changer and possibly a new favorite move. Things move fast and quick in Dying Light 2. Each moment matters. Each move could mean triumph or defeat. Choose your actions and friends carefully. Everything you do in the city can reshape the gameplay environment, change the course of the narrative, and decide the fate of the city's residents. But most importantly, you decide your own fate as well.
You're about to turn.
Make sure to stay human.
So I can turn into a zombie. That's another game I want to get. the Forbidden West. That looks really good. I like Horizon. Oh, man. That was good. Like that, all of that, that probably wasn't like in-game footage. That was probably just the... Oh, it'll be fine. New World comes out like next month or the month after that. Perfect New World is coming out soon. There's a couple of different like MMO games coming out with a good story narrative. You know what I mean? Forbidden West looks good. I don't like the problem with the combat in Horizon is literally that it nice. The combat mechanic though relies on you to only like slow-mo. You know what I mean? Like every time you jump you enter slow-mo. Every time you slide you enter slow, like everything enters slow-mo. The whole game is like based around slow-mo precision shots. And it like with how big and fast everything is, it doesn't help. Slowing me down where my entire screen is obstructed and shit, and I need to actually quickly see, and I can't adjust or anything. It's just like, bruh, you guys suck. Why would you do this? That should just be an option. Like if I want to slow-mo, I should be allowed to slow-mo. But I don't want to be forced into slow-mo. And more often than not, slow-mo got me killed. Like, it was just fucking irritating. It made me kind of not like the majority of the combat. I liked the really hard fights where everything was like coming in at you real quick and I could just spam fire or like like melee them a little bit and shoot them. But there were a lot of fights where like it just relied on you to slow-mo the entire time, and I don't like that. I didn't like that at all. Story was fucking good. Very, very good story. Dude, so at least I'm not the only person that hates fucking slow-mo. Like that shit was so unnecessary. That guy must have been on acid. He's just imagine if every time you jumped you went into slow-mo. You'd never trip in real life again. You'd never fall down. Yeah, how'd that work out for you, bro? Fucking fuck. I'd be in like slow-mo and it would look like my trajectory, like my step would land on the cliff, but I'm in slow-mo and then like it speeds up and I just slide right the fuck off. Like, okay, you fucking asshole motherfuckers, like this makes sense. You fucking cock. Fuck me. And then I don't think they were going to release a DLC for that game. Because if you look at the game from a finished perspective, you got the armor you get for beating the main story gives you back health. And then the other one like has like it has another effect, right? But they interject the DLC before the end of the story. So it made me think that they put in the exact opposite armor set, right? Like instead of giving you regen, it gave you like overshoot. I don't remember which one it was. I remember always recovering my health super fast after I got that last armor, which is what I really wanted in the game. The legendary shield armor. That shit was beefy, dude. And then like they try to give you a different set of armor. But I always play like main story game. Like I do main story before I do peripheral quests and stuff, like the side missions. All the side missions, unless the game has a really long campaign, like a long campaign, because even though like a lot of these games they say that there's like 30 or 40 hours of content, we've been gaming for like fucking 70 years. Gamers are very good now. And everyone always goes for story first. And these dudes add these story quests and they're just like interjected in the middle of the game, right? But there's already side quests in the game. Why do you need to interject another side quest? Why can't that just be a different story arc that unlocks when I finish the game? Like that makes a lot more sense. You know what I mean? But I'm also like OCD about like organizing and managing things, so I don't see like how you do that. That's like writing a story and then like just making a new chapter of you know what I mean, and adding it somewhere else in between two other chapters in the same fucking book. But that chapter that they added doesn't matter. So it's like, why add it? Why? It should just be at the end, right? Because when you finish the game, you're like, oh man, I wish I had more shit to do. There you go, more shit. It makes sense. Fuck. I had a couple of problems with Horizon. Oh, whoa. Wait, actually, that game's beefy. Horizon? That fucking game ate up my GPU like a mug, dude. Good analogy? Bet. When it comes to being like objectives, right? Primarily finishing something. Okay, this is why I use that analogy, right? Redundancies are things that repeat themselves unnecessarily. You already have the story quests, right? You already have chapters and stuff. And so they just added an extra meaningless chapter in the middle. That's redundant. That's redundancy. Like I'm actually pretty redundant. Aside from like my occasional stuttering. I say like a lot and I'll be like, dude, bruh. Like those are linguistics. Like linguistic redundancies. Like unnecessary speech pattern or whatever. Which aren't like it's not like a physical disability. I'm just thinking too much. I'm trying to talk at the same rate I'm thinking, and it don't work. Play one more song for a second before we get back into it. Might grab some water real quick as well. Also, thanks for being in my chat, guys. This is fucking awesome. Super awesome.
Today is the eve of tomorrow.
Oh. Click on that. 15 minutes till we hit 8 hours. No, I'm done, sorry.
Makes you wonder what the world's coming to.
Muscle spiral. Hey, I'll loop you on tomorrow. Eat. Have a great day, my dude. Oh, it's probably a little later or a little earlier where you're at, too. We're probably off by like 2 hours. I lost my vape. It was just sitting right here. I don't know what to do. Always. At least I don't have to buy a new one this week. You guys don't feel surprisingly good?
There's always future. But I'm talking about now. All I can see is chaos and confusion and panic. Breaking down, burning out, terrified, blinding doubt, fading in.
It's a muscle spiral. I'll put a tube in it. Use it to like roll on my muscles and do like slight adjustments. It is a good back massage. It's good for stretching out like your lower lumbar. A lot of men actually, because we do labor and then we like sit down a lot, right? We go against the natural arc in our back and stuff, so our vertebrae will actually start to fuse in our lower lumbar. And I sit down a lot, I play a lot of video games, so to make sure that doesn't happen, I stretch a lot. And that's really why I got that. You can also use it to do like deep tissue massages. Because when you're like massaging yourself, you can really apply enough pressure in the right spots. So what you can do with that is put your weight on it and then just smush the entire muscle. Instead of giving it an actual massage, you can just roll the muscles out. Similar, but deep tissue massage is probably more beneficial for like muscle growth. That's just good for helping loosen like tension in like ligaments, joints, muscles. Was underneath the controller. I went and checked in the bathroom. You ain't kidding me like that, guard. Oh, no, no. Oh.
We will get this.
No. That's it. Serious game face.
I will shit in your mouth.
You're all dummies.
Shit.
Fuck these guys. They cheated.
Big fat phony.
We escape. Get the fuck out.
Don't you do it. You're not happy. You're not happy. No. No. Okay? We said no.
We're done. We're done. We're done.
Motherfucker. Now we're gonna I don't know if I want to do some Call of Duty or if I want to look at one last creepy video before we call it a night. You know what I mean? Those creepy videos get me, man. I fucking love that shit. Oh god. Oh god. Oh. If I could make a transition or I want to try to design my own layout soon. I'm not good at making my own layout. Like, I can kind of do it, but they don't look very good. Watch. Okay. Let's get something creepy. Something creepy. Okay. 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 Twitch. How do you get started on Twitch in 2021? Beginner guides to streaming. I think I did start to watch this, but then I quickly lost interest because she wasn't giving like bad information. It was just stuff that I already knew, and the stuff that people already know, they don't do it anyway, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Like, I made $50. You know what I'm saying? Like, over the course of a month. And, like, that's cool. That's cool as fuck. Fucking, that's super cool, to be honest. Let me figure this out. Click on something. That's a horrible thing to imply. That's something worth watching. Yeah, New World isn't really looking very hopeful. Yeah, that honestly, I mean, like, I know that don't sound like a lot, but that really helps me. Like, that really helps me. I'm gonna make that last a while. You know what I mean? Because the minimum withdrawal is like $50. So I don't know. The new and improved hot tub section. Mm-hmm. Oh gosh, this one looks scary. I gotta change the thing to check.
Hey, 42 here. If you walk the long and winding Batona Trail through the dense New Jersey pine barrens, you'll eventually stumble upon a small, abandoned hamlet. Well, I say hamlet, it's more of a hut called Ong's Hat. Countless random hikers still show up there every year, entranced and obsessed by the stories about this place, and searching for a mysterious gateway to another dimension. Yes, you heard me right. Today, nestled amongst a 1.1 million acre forest, Ong's Hat is little more than the abandoned ruins of a shed. But in the 1860s, this was a lively village with a reputation for bootleg alcohol and prize fighting. So it was a lovely place to spend your evenings if you wanted to get punched in your liver or poison it. Ong's Hat's nomenclature is just as much an enigma as its dark and unsettling history, which, don't worry, I'm about to tell you in just a moment. According to local legend, the name comes from an early settler in the Pine Barrens, Jacob Ong. Ong was a bit of a Lothario, a strutting peacock of a man who would go out of his way to impress the local ladies with his fabulous clothes. Ong's most prized possession was a silk hat, oft displayed proudly on his foppish head. The story goes that a jealous lover took exception to him being flirtatious at a local dance one night. So she yanked the glorious hat right off his exquisitely coiffured head, threw it onto the floor, and stamped all over it like a spider in the bath. Distressed at seeing his baby abused, Ong threw a paddy, then lobbed his hat into a nearby tree, where it remained lodged in the branches for many years, and ultimately became a marker for the village itself. By the late 1980s, however, Ong's Hat had left its best days behind. The descendants of those early settlers had long since moved to greener pastures, and all that remained was a single decaying shed. But this old place hides an old secret. Rumours began circulating after a mysterious photocopied pamphlet popped up in various locations all around New Jersey in the late 80s. Plastered on the pamphlet was a title that seized the attention of local residents: Ong's Hat, Gateway to the Dimensions. It was supposedly published by the Institute of Chaos Studies and Moorish Science Ashram, and opened with a sentence that would make any conspiracy buff go weak at the knees. You would not be reading this article if you had not already penetrated halfway to the Institute of Chaos Studies. You have been searching for us without knowing it. Wow, Whose curiosity wouldn't be piqued by that? Mine is, and I already know it's probably a load of bollocks. According to the pamphlet, the Pine Barrens were home to the Moorish Science Ashram, a commune set up in 1978 by seeker of spiritual enlightenment and international carpet salesman Wally Fard. He'd been travelling all around the East, India, Persia, Afghanistan, dipping his toes into all sorts of spiritual practices, from Indian tantric to the Islamic practice of Sufism, doing his very best to flog a few Turkish rugs along the way. And he must have been a pretty good salesman, because when he returned to America, he'd made enough money to purchase 200 acres of land in the Pine Barrens. It was here he founded the aforementioned Moorish Science Ashram, where Fard and his converts would spend their days indulging in all kinds of bizarre pseudoscientific nonsense. Apparently, the spiritual rhythms in the place were ideal for that kind of thing, and spiritual rhythms are something you should always ask your estate agent about when buying land. Whilst the inhabitants of the ashram were trying to unravel the mysteries of the universe by jumping up and down cross-legged on a mattress, it just so happened a couple of real scientists, twins Frank and Althea Dobbs, showed up in nearby Ong's Hat. Well, I say real scientists. Frank and Althea had been kicked out of Princeton University under charges of seditious nonsense, I you not, for experimenting in chaos studies. So they took their chaotic curiosities into their own hands by building a secret lab at Ong's Hat. Before long, Fard and the Dobbs twins combined their nutjob research programs, Moorish Science Ashram and the Institute of Chaos Studies, respectively, and began working together, mixing their knowledge of things like classical physics, meditation, quantum mechanics, and alchemy into one big stew of insanity. After a few months, and after their membership numbers had swelled significantly, they had garnered enough knowledge and followers to build a mysterious device called the Egg. Yeah, it was roughly the size of a small car and was described as a modified sensory deprivation chamber. It had a computer terminal, electrodes which could be taped to the body to collect data, and a helmet which would sonically stimulate brain cells. The original purpose of the Egg was for the researcher to be shrunk to atomic size and descend to the quantum level, like sci-fi micronauts as the pamphlet described, with the goal of discovering the point at which a wave becomes a particle, known as the collapse of the wave function in quantum physics, and thus solve Schrödinger's famously unsolvable dead cat in box. But the first time the Egg was fired up, something unexpected happened. It didn't shrink, because, you know, that would be totally expected and normal, but it disappeared into thin air. And then, as the pamphlet so eloquently puts it, for about 7 minutes the entire ICS lost its collective cool. At that point, however, the Egg reappeared with its passenger intact and beaming, like Alice's Cheshire Cat rather than Schrödinger's poor victim. The man explained he'd travelled to an alternate dimension, in a forest very much like the Pine Barrens. Everything was exactly the same. The earth was lush with nature, but with one crucial difference. In this dimension, human life had never developed. He was alone. After this discovery, things started to go really wrong for the ashram and ICS. There was a nuclear accident at a nearby military base which threatened the residents with radiation poisoning, and government agents carried out a violent raid on the compound in order to destroy the Egg. Things were all getting a little too chaotic for them, and this is a group that called itself the Institute of Chaos Studies. I mean, sure, they were doing their best to rip apart the fabric of space and time, but was a bit of peace and quiet too much to ask? Faced with the possibility of more inconsiderate interruptions, they unanimously decided it was time to emigrate. Not to another forest, but another world. Remember, they had just conveniently created a device, the egg, that travelled through a gateway to another dimension. So, sure enough, they transported everything to this other world. Trailers, huts, laboratories, you name it. Leaving behind only a small building to obscure the gateway from prying eyes. And presumably, they're still up to building egg-shaped TARDISes and other weird shit in this alternative dimension to this day. And all we have now is their story, fully divulged in the aforementioned pamphlet. The pamphlet also reveals that these universe hoppers still travel back to our world every now and then to pick up vital supplies, specifically books, computers, and coffee. Now, books and computers, fair enough, but you must have a pretty extreme caffeine addiction if you're willing to travel between universes just to pick up a jar of Nescafe. Now, unfortunately, I have a rather large confession to make. No, not that. And this may come as somewhat of a shock if you're mental. All of what I just told you is completely made up. Ong's Hat is a real place, and there is an abandoned hut there, but the rest of the story? Secret science camps in the forest, eggs, and a gateway to another dimension? That's all fake. I know, it all seems so utterly
It's gotta be some sort of psyop.
But bear with me, I'm not just telling made-up campfire stories for the sake of it.
Yeah, it's gotta be a psyop.
Perhaps a little. The fictional story of what happened at Ong's Hat is unlike other fables because it has a really interesting backstory of its own. You see, the story of Ong's Hat just so happens to be the internet's very first viral hoax. The story of Ong's Hat and the Egg was first published in 1988 in a magazine called Edge Detector. It was credited to writer Peter Wilson, a friend of one Joseph Maffini, who would later turn out to be the story's primary creator. Maffini is a writer from Chicago who is fascinated by alternate reality games, and Ong's Hat was his masterpiece. Thought to be the first alternate reality game that spread via the early internet and captivated the minds of millions. If you're unsure what an alternate reality game is, you may have heard of a creepypasta, which is essentially the same thing. A creepy, often paranormal story, copied and pasted around the internet and elsewhere, and modified by random individuals along the way, who add to and expand on its backstory. So much so that it can reach the point where it's difficult to differentiate if the story did actually take place in the real world or not, particularly as they often blend fact with fiction. So, in 1989, Maffini and friends were leaving photocopies of the Ong's Hat pamphlet in places like coffee shops, magazine racks in stores along the Pine Barrens hiking trails, and anywhere else curious minds dissatisfied with their real lives might stumble across it. Soon enough, they were offering the brochure through mail order and advertising it in places like UFO newsletters and paranormal magazines. And then, in 1990, it was published in a popular book catalogue called Incunabula, a collection of descriptions of books and papers on alternative worlds and alternative science. Maffini's idea was to get the story of Ong's Hat published in as many different publications and locations as possible, to give the story he'd made up veracity. So, if any intrepid conspiracist went down the rabbit hole of research, he would find a slew of source material and references. And it worked, to a certain extent. By the mid to late 90s, the mystery of Ong's Hat and the Egg had piqued the interest of countless travelers and conspiracists. But just when it seemed the story of Ong's Hat had spread as far as 20th century technology would allow, something called the internet came along, and Maffini suddenly realized this new technology could transform his story from local curiosity to global conspiracy. So he started posting the Ong's Hat story on every primitive webpage he could find, bulletin boards, forums, anything was fair game. It spread fast, and Ong's Hat obsessives started referring to themselves as eggheads, filling forums and blogs with their own theories and findings. And by the late 90s, early 2000s, people started to believe that just reading about Ong's Hat was doing weird things to them. Strange dreams were reported, along with unusual visual perceptions. To be fair, I've had the very same side effects after visiting that weird corner of YouTube. You know the one. Maffini always claims the entire Ong's Hat thing was carried out in good fun. And to be fair, there were interviews available at the time where he clearly described it as a game. In fact, a photo of the Ong's Hat survivors in one of their many brochures and pamphlets is quite clearly a photo of American sitcom family, the Brady Bunch. It soon became obvious, however, that half of the so-called eggheads were failing to bite the breadcrumbs Maffini was leaving behind. They were so invested in Ong's Hat mythology, they refused to reconcile the reality. In 1999, Maffini published his book, Ong's Hat: The Beginning. Then he spoke about Ong's Hat on a popular paranormal radio show, Coast to Coast AM. And from here, things started to get weird. Well, more weird. Even though Maffini had left many clues behind, even in the original pamphlet, that the Ong's Hat story was made up, just a game, eggheads all around the world started taking it far too seriously and were demanding answers from him. Conspiracy theorists, UFO obsessives, and the genuinely mentally ill were hounding Maffini for more information. They sent him threatening emails, phone calls, letters, and then they started showing up at his house. By the year 2000, Maffini was finding conspiracy theorists camped out on his lawn. He was forced to march one intruder off his property at gunpoint. One of these cracked eggheads even contacted Maffini's employers, claiming he was a dangerous liability, which is a bit rich coming from people who genuinely believe in a New Jersey vortex. And so, in 2001, he finally came clean. He posted an open letter online to the effect that he no longer wanted anything to do with the whole Ong's Hat thing, and concluded by saying, "I am glad to finally be myself again." It was signed, The Real Joe Maffini. But you can't keep a good tinfoil hat owner down for long, and the conspiracy theorists weren't about to be satisfied by something as flimsy as the creator of the hoax coming out and saying, "The hoax is definitely a hoax." So conspiracy theories about the conspiracy theory started to spread. Had the government got to Maffini? Had they threatened him? Had someone bought his silence? Maffini's confession ultimately brought the harassment from strangers to an end. Well, mostly. But he still couldn't seem to help himself. He clearly enjoyed playing with the eggheads' paranoia, giving vague answers to their questions, and constantly keeping them guessing. In 2001, he even worked as a consultant on an entirely new internet hoax based around the character of John Titor, a time traveler from 2036 who made worrying predictions about nuclear war and other catastrophic events, which turned out to be the creation of Florida lawyer Larry Haber. Ultimately, the story of Ong's Hat may not be real, but its legacy is. Some say it's the first alternate reality game in history, at least the first that went viral, and there are still plenty of people out there today, desperate to believe in the mythical egg and the presence of an interdimensional vortex somewhere around the ominous hut
This was a good one.
There are plenty of YouTube videos of people hiking around the New Jersey Pine Barrens, searching for Ong's Hat, desperately hoping to uncover a gateway to another world and go for a ride in the egg. And who are we to crush their hopes and dreams, even if they are mental? After all, in this day and age where the internet is consumed by yet more ARGs, VR headsets and video games that enable you to shout violent profanity at people from all over the world, the line between fiction and reality is blurrier than ever before. Thanks for watching. You can get your hands on my book, Stick a Flag in It, over on Amazon or on Audible. Links to both in the description below. Thank you.
Quantum biology is super interesting. What?
Hey, 42 here. What would you do if you were told you only had days left to live? That was the situation Ashley Halford faced in 2008. The year before, doctors had found a cancerous lump in the back of her neck. And 33 weeks pregnant, Ashley was induced so that she could start treatment right away. With her newborn son at home, Ashley had surgery, only to find the cancer had spread to her brain, lungs and liver, and that she had innumerable tumours. It was diagnosed as stage 4, theoretically incurable. The doctors told her to make video journals for her son and prepare for the worst, whilst giving her a lifetime's maximum dose of chemotherapy in just 6 weeks. They then switched her chemo to another mix and hoped for the best, doing everything they could. Still, as Ashley waited for her scan results in July 2008, she expected the worst. Incredibly, she was given the all clear. Not only did she get another chance with her son, but despite medical guidance that her treatment had pushed her into the menopause, she went on to have 2 more completely healthy children. Despite predictions her world would end, Ashley survived. Now, imagine it wasn't just you in Ashley's position given days to live, but us, the entire human race. What if the whole world as we knew it was coming to an end? What would you do? In reality, the Earth has been a pretty safe place to live for the last 66 million years or so, since the KPG impactor, the celestial body which scientists think was probably a comet, crashed into what is now Mexico and killed 75% of the world's species, including the dinosaurs. We haven't had too many truly global catastrophes. The KPG impactor marked the end of the Mesozoic era, or the Age of Reptiles. And as well as ensuring we'd never get eaten by a T-Rex, it sowed the seeds for humans and many other mammals to eventually evolve. With that in mind, it's only fitting that we start with another comet. Halley's Comet orbits the Sun and is visible from Earth once or twice a lifetime, far more frequently than any other comet we can see from down here. This flying lump of space rock caused one of the earliest recorded cases of mass hysteria and paranoia. When it was visible from Earth in 1066, it was considered an omen of ill fortune. And later that year, Harold Godwinson, who you can read all about in my book, The Last Anglo-Saxon King of England, was killed at the Battle of Hastings during the Norman invasion. His 1222 appearance is said to have inspired the great and terrible Genghis Khan to turn his conquests towards Europe. And in 1910, its reappearance ignited trouble once again. Not that it actually did anything, but as you'll see, that's something of a reoccurring theme in this video. After all, scientific reason is a relatively new tool of humanity, so we still fill in many of our knowledge gaps and answer many an augury with superstitions. And thus, seemingly every year, people get needlessly worried about things that end up proving pretty harmless. Our story starts with French astronomer Nicolas Flammarion, who sounds like a Harry Potter character crossed with a Pokemon. This guy had an imagination befitting his name. He authored several early science fiction novels, including one in 1893 about a comet colliding with Earth which leads to the planet's death. And in 1909, major news outlets started covering Halley's Comet, which was due to pass Earth on its roughly once every 75 years flyby the following spring. And this was no ordinary flyby. Earth's orbit would actually take it through the 24 million mile long tail of the comet on May the 19th, 1910. Before this happened, the media whipped the public into a frenzy. It was none other than the New York Times in February 1910 which gave Flammarion a platform for his hypothesis, where he boldly stated that the gas in the comet's tail would impregnates the atmosphere, and possibly snuff out all life on the planet. Cue mass panic for months, which only increased after the first sightings of the comet in April. Never once to miss a chance for a quick buck, salesmen cashed in by selling anti-comet pills, gas masks, and even umbrellas that would apparently protect against the impending doom. But in May, we passed through the comet's tail without any noticeable atmospheric effects whatsoever. But that's not to say it didn't do anything. The great American novelist Mark Twain was born in 1835, 2 weeks after the comet's previous appearance, and as it approached in 1910, he predicted that he would go out with it, the same way they had come into the world together. Sure enough, the day after the comet passed by at its closest point, Twain died of a heart attack at the age of 74. Sad? Absolutely. But the end of the world? Not so much. Now, if we were to cover every religious leader who'd boldly told his followers the exact date that the world would come crumbling down, and that we'd only be saved as long as we followed devoutly and donated generously, the world may well have ended for real before this video would. So we'll only cover a couple of them here, and the first one to really kickstart the trend of throwing guesses at the calendar until something sticks was Herbert W. Armstrong. He founded what would become the Worldwide Church of God in the 1930s, initially as a small radio program in Oregon. He soon found that prophetic claims caught the attention of his listeners. But 1936 was his first big end-of-the-world claim. Armstrong took to the airwaves to announce that the rapture was coming, which isn't a 90s emo boy band, and that only members of his church would be saved. If you thought that 1936 passing without the world ending would damage Armstrong's reputation, think again. That's not how believing nonsense works. By 1942, Armstrong had expanded enough to land himself a nationwide broadcast from a radio superstation, 500 times more powerful than his first. Enjoying such success, did Herbert decide to rein in the predictions and play it safe? Hell no. Instead, he went out on a limb once again, saying, "Look guys, my bad, I got the dates wrong. It's actually 1943 that the world is going to end, so sign up now, give us 10% of your income, and save yourselves." Now, 1943 came and went, without the rest of us being smited out of existence, and Armstrong calmed down for a while on the predictions front, instead focusing on expanding his radio show and causing unnecessary deaths by banning his members from seeing doctors. Maybe it was the passing of his wife and distant cousin Loma in 1967 that made him reflect and decide to get back into the prophecy game. In 1971, he criticised other religious teachings that had named 1975 as the fateful year, writing that there was no possible way Jesus was returning that year. He instead plumbed for 1972, because why not? And when that didn't come true, he had a whole bunch of years to pick from, but boldly decided to contradict himself and made 1975 his fourth and final unsuccessful prediction. Armstrong paved the way for many other similar prophets after him. You could say Harold Camping was a sort of spiritual descendant of Armstrong's. Another radio evangelist, Camping was prolific with prophecies. He made 12 predictions in total, the first on September the 6th, 1994, and the latest October the 21st, 2011, all based on numbers and dates from the Bible. He said that his own poor calculations were to blame for the constant revision of the dates, which he initially changed by just a month, then a few months, and so on. Camping told his audience of listeners that just 3% of people would survive God's judgment and be taken to heaven, with the rest of us cast into the flames or something like that. The Christian radio network, Family Radio, which hosted Camping's show, spent $100 million spreading his message. Herbert Armstrong would have been proud. Let's consider something more realistic. Sandwiched between Armstrong's predictions, the 1960s brought us perhaps closer to the actual end of the world as we know it than at any other point in modern times. In October 1962, The world held its breath as tensions between the US and the Soviet Union escalated over Soviet missiles being readied in Cuba. The Cuban Missile Crisis is considered the closest the Cold War came to escalating into nuclear war between the two superpowers, which would have devastated the world forever. Again, people panicked, stockpiling cash and goods and even purchasing fallout shelters sold by opportunistic entrepreneurs. Luckily, for all of us, the crisis lasted just 13 days, with John F. Kennedy and Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev reaching public and private agreements that saw the Soviets withdraw and led to the creation of the Moscow-Washington hotline, popularly known as the Red Telephone. Now, whilst nuclear war is scary, what's likely far more terrifying for many of today's society is the thought of our computers not working. Where would we be without our laptops and tablets, our Netflix-enabled TVs, our sat-navs, and voice-controlled dishwashers? It almost doesn't bear thinking
Who
about.
has a voice-controlled
Unless
dishwasher?
you're one of those people who's managed to resist device addiction and believes not being glued to a screen 24/7 might be nice. But then, how would you watch the latest 42 videos? You're right, it doesn't bear thinking about. This was what the world apparently faced in the run-up to the year 2000. The Y2K bug. People
1999.
predicted that computer systems around the world would crash, causing power plants to melt down, banks to fold, medical equipment to fail, and planes to fall out of the sky. But why? The Y2K bug, or the year 2000 problem, was related to how computers stored dates. Storage used to be incredibly expensive. These days, phones come with hundreds of gigabytes of space as standard. But in the 1960s, a single bit of core memory that could on its own store either 1 or 0 cost as much as $1. That would put the price tag for most modern phones in the hundreds of billions of dollars. Because storage was so expensive, many computer programs represented the year using only the final 2 digits, like using 84 to indicate 1984, which the computer prefixed with 19. The problem of this approach was that it made the year 2000 indistinguishable from 1900. Both were just 00 as far as the computers were concerned. But that was only one problem. Many programmers had incorrectly assumed 2000 wasn't a leap year, because of the rule that centaurial years normally aren't, unless they're divisible by 400. Those who had missed this exception had created computer calendars that treated 2000 as if it wasn't a leap year, so it was a day shorter than it should have been. So, what was going to happen as computers failed to deal with this monumental change? The ensuing electronic meltdown would plunge mankind back into the Dark Ages, right? Many people believed so. As early as March 1997, a year 2000 index began trading on the US stock exchange to enable investors to manage the risks that the Y2K bug posed. As awareness and media coverage of the problem began to grow, companies invested more than $100 billion to fix and test code ahead of...
Things like this are created by governments, genuinely, to create mass spending, right? But what do they spend money on? Name brands. And then the government, literally through regulating these companies, gets the money back. And they use it to rob us of our spending power.
The approaching new year. On December the 31st, 1999, the world held its breath to see what would happen at midnight, and as countries moved into the new year, not a lot went wrong. An alarm sound.
Like, I didn't just lose my job and shit, you know what I mean? I didn't just become unemployed. The government basically performed an acquisition on everyone's fucking payroll. That's what they're after. They're after the things that we think that we need in order to live in a functional society. Because if they have all of it, we need them. But people don't need government. Government's just like necessary. We need to be able to govern, but we also need to be able to govern ourselves. So things like this is propaganda. If you look up the definition of propaganda, you're gonna hit the little drop box, the little arrow, and it'll literally tell you propaganda by definition is spread from a government body.
Sounded in a Japanese power plant. 2 Australian bus ticket validation machines stopped working. Perhaps most amusingly, the US Naval Observatory, whose master clock sets the official time of the most powerful country on Earth, displayed the date as January 1st, 19100. But all in all, whether the panic had been an overreaction or the billions spent had kept us safe, the Y2K bug didn't deliver the destruction many expected. Y2K's effects were so underwhelming that a similar problem 10 years later, the so-called Y2K plus 10 bug, actually caused more trouble. On the 1st of January 2010, number encoding problems caused text messages to be reported as being sent in 2016 instead of 2010. Imagine getting a text 6 years in the future. You'd probably ask it to look up some old lottery results, right? Funny though the texts were, Germany did encounter some fairly sizable problems when over 20 million bank cards became instantly unusable, the machines thinking they'd expired. But at least the world didn't end. Modern technology was again under scrutiny with the Large Hadron Collider, the largest particle accelerator in the world, which lies underground on the France-Switzerland border, constructed to allow us to study the fundamental building blocks of the universe. Many worried we were getting too close to playing God. And fears were heightened further when CERN scientists admitted it was possible that the collisions, which began in 2010, could produce black holes, albeit very small ones. Their subsequent explanation that any black hole produced would be highly unstable and disintegrate immediately was presumably drowned out by the instant cries of panic. The LHC was going to create a black hole that would swallow the entire world, apparently, even though the energy of the LHC's collisions was less than that produced regularly in collisions between cosmic rays and particles in our very own atmosphere, which at the time of writing haven't caused any black holes yet, or the end of the world for that matter. Whilst fears around the Y2K bug and the LHC were caused by technological advances, 2012's big end of the world scare was quite the opposite. It was one that had been predicted over 5,000 years earlier. The Maya civilization lived in the Americas before its colonization, mostly covering what is now Mexico.
Yeah, but we did that math wrong. That math is wrong for the Mayan calendar, so the Mayan calendar had already passed. You know what I mean?
Guatemala and Belize. They were considered a sophisticated people when it came to art, mathematics, astronomy, and tracking time. The largest unit of time in the Mayan calendar was the Btccoin, which was roughly equivalent to 394 years. And their 5,000 year calendar ended after the 13th Btccoin, which corresponded to December the 21st, 2012. So, what did the end of the calendar represent? The Mayans themselves hadn't really said too much about it, but since when has the truth ever stopped conspiracy theorists from having their fun? Ideas for how the world would end range from your classic religious judgment day to the Earth colliding with a mythical planet called Nibiru. How a half-naked people whose rituals involved piercing their own tongues with stingrays, then threading a thorny string through the resulting hole, could accurately predict the trajectory of celestial bodies 5,000 years in the future is beyond me. Naturally, panic yet again ensued. Continuing the outlandish alien theme of the Nibiru theory, also known as Planet X, thousands of people swarmed to peek their...
My only rebuttal to that is that we can't build anything that big that looks that perfect. And you're going to say that they didn't have some sort of mastery of math? Bro, those pyramids look like they were 3D printed. How the fuck are you going to argue? They were highly advanced. They could probably... White people weren't the only people to think about space. You know what I mean? they did do the majority of space thinking, but they weren't the only people that were like, huh, we're in a rock in a big, vast, black fucking ocean. You know what I mean? Lots of cultures thought about that shit. There's lots of pyramids. There's lots of monuments and fucking giant fucking buildings and ruins from, 2,000 plus years ago. I mean, either we shrank or we had better technology than what we know about. Obviously something happened. There is a very big gap missing, actually. Like, in world history, there's literally a giant gap, right? And this gap is created by all the countries wanting to control information, basically, right? Like that last video we had seen about the blocks underneath the ocean between Taiwan and China. Yeah, obviously they've investigated that shit. They're not gonna say it to anybody. They're not gonna tell you anything worthwhile. They're not gonna be like, oh, well, we think that they, you know what I mean? They're not gonna do that. They're not. That's life.
Bugarash,
No one's
a
giving
mountain
anything
in
away for
France
free.
famous for being geologically upside down,
determine the value of
with
things.
older rocks having been pushed to the top for a break in the Earth's
If you want
crust.
to know something that's valuable,
Why did the mountain get so busy that the mayor of Bugarash had to shut nearby
we know
roads?
what you
Well,
want to know.
of course,
That's even
since
more
the
valuable.
mountain looked a bit odd, people naturally believed it was concealing a long-hidden alien spacecraft that was going to rise up out of the Earth and carry the chosen believers to safety. One Chinese man took his 2012 operations even further. Lu Zhenghai spent his life savings, which totaled £100,000, building himself an apocalypse-proof ark, just like Noah, but Asian. Did it have space for two of every animal? Not quite. The 20-meter-long vessel wasn't the most impressive craft, considering the apparent world-ending raft to come, but luckily for Lu, kinda, it proved completely unnecessary. Again, the date came and went without incident. Never ones to let go, some people recently revisited the Mayan calendar and realised something terrifying. A discrepancy in the Gregorian calendar. Introduced in 1582 as a more accurate representation of how long it took for Earth to orbit the Sun, removed 11 days from a Mayan year. When they took this extra time into account, they found the end of the world was actually going to be June the 21st, 2020. So, yeah, we got away with that one as well. Just. It's worth noting that there are feasible ways that the world could end, or at least be cataclysmically changed. One such way is the swapping of the magnetic poles.
This is happening right now. This happens every 10,000 years. We've already documented proof. Okay? Check it out. This is something I know about. Okay. Our planet is in the habitable zone, right? So, when you factor in the equator, in the habitable zone, the equator is always the same proportional distance from true north and true south. So, depending on the atmospheric pressure, the equator will be wider or thinner, right? So, now that we know that this point and this point will always be the same proportional distance considering the amount of mass on our planet, we know that when these start moving, the equator starts moving too. So if the equator has moved several kilometers over the last couple of years, right, it's actually moved quite the fuck ton a bit. And Google seems to be one of the only entities acknowledging the fact that true north and true south are moving, right? So the fact that they're moving is going to change atmospheric pressure all across the planet. That's inevitable. We don't know how fast this process happens. We do know that it is related to the ice ages. So say our equator is literally only like fucking I think it's farther up than that. But it's literally only like that thick, like on our planet. You know what I mean? It might not even be that thick. Okay? And basically, true north, true south. Okay? These magnetic areas suck into each other. Okay? So, because this is a force at play, and they crash into each other, they have to disperse, right? That's why we have all that. Well, it's not why. It contributes to all the molten activity in the center of our planet. Now, okay, what does that make the equator? If this is the area where our planet is technically heaviest, most dense, and it goes in, right? That's kind of like an equator. You know what I'm saying? But it's like a gyroscope. So it goes through the center mass, right? The equator is where we have the least amount of atmospheric pressure. And to be more accurate, I believe the equator, that's America, that's South America. I don't think it follows this necessarily. I think it's, let me guess. This has to be Africa, that's Syria and Russia and stuff. If that's America and Canada, that's South America. So, equator's either there or it's like there. I can't remember. But basically, the equator is where we launch our satellites and our space shuttles, because there's the least amount of resistance. It's easier to punch through the atmosphere.
This was predicted to occur on July the 29th, 2016 by a group known as End Time Prophecies. They were kinda onto something. The Earth's magnetic poles do regularly switch, reversing from north to south, and this has happened many times in the planet's history. In fact, such a switch may be about 500,000 years overdue. The poles tend to swap every 200 to 300,000 years.
They swap every 10,000 years. I don't know what this guy's talking about.
And we haven't had one for nearly 800,000 years now.
12,000 years.
As they swap, it's been suggested that we could be exposed to large doses of solar radiation, have our atmosphere stripped away,
This guy must
or
be
even
reading
suffer
facts from, like,
a mass
fucking 30 years
extinction
ago.
as previous swaps may have caused. Even though we're overdue a polar reversal,
we're literally like 6,000 years past where, what's it called? I'm getting sleepy, so I can't remember. We're like 3,000 years past an extinction period. Like people wonder why there's big old monuments and shit left from the old world and shit. It's because there were extinction periods. There's no way around it. the probability of not going extinct is impossible. Like there's fundamentally humans have to become gods. We go extinct. That's what's gonna happen. End game of the universe. The universe is literally falling apart. Alright. When we first started observing dark matter, there was less dark matter in the universe than normal matter. Now, there is more dark matter in the universe than there is normal matter. What does that mean? That means that there is a gap between molecules in space. That there is a gap between spaces. You can't have a gap between spaces. Okay? So, a lot of people, when they think about how the world's going to end, they think it's going to end in fire. No. Matter is going to become so stretched that it stops. Everything will cease. Eventually, everything in the universe is going to stop. It has to. That's just the way it works.
There's no need to panic. They're typically estimated to take thousands of years, and they often snap back instead of swapping completely. Of course, end-time prophecies weren't to know this. This is a group that also predicted Barack Obama.
But he's saying, I don't know why he says swapped. I want to go back to that picture. I'll fast forward again.
One such way.
Okay. Come here, annotate. This is what they believe happens. They think the equator starts to move, right? But what we know so far is that it does in fact begin to move. It goes pretty far. And it swivels back. Almost to its same point. But then it goes a little bit farther. And it swivels back. It goes a little further. It swivels back. It goes a little further and it swivels back. So it's more than likely just how they have the little circles drawn around the planet, right? It will probably keep moving until it gets to a point to where there's too much resistance and the equator can no longer sway, and it will snap back. That's just the way it works. That's matter, mass. All mass has gravity.
Is the swapping of the magnetic poles. This was predicted to occur on July the 29th, 2016 by a group known as End Time Prophecies. They were kinda onto something. The Earth's magnetic poles do regularly switch, reversing from north to south, and this has happened many times in the planet's history. In fact, such a switch may be about 500,000 years overdue. The poles tend to swap every 200 to 300,000 years, and we haven't had one for nearly 800,000 years now. As they swap, it's been suggested that we could be exposed to large doses of solar radiation, have our atmosphere stripped away, or even suffer a mass extinction as previous swaps may have caused. Even though we're overdue a polar reversal, there's no need to panic. They're typically estimated to take thousands of years, and they often snap back instead of swapping completely. Of course, end-time prophecies weren't to know this. This is a group that also predicted Barack Obama would reveal himself as the Antichrist, so go figure. Bringing us to the end of our run-through of nearly apocalypses is a well-known psychic and astrologer who actually got a few predictions right. Jean Dixon. She sort of predicted the assassination of JFK and kind of made some guesses about popes being harmed that may have come true with John Paul I and John Paul II, which, for an astrologer, is pretty good. Good enough that Richard Nixon met with her whilst he was president, and that she later gave advice to First Lady Nancy Reagan. She even had a term coined after her, the Jean Dixon effect, about the tendency to promote a few correct predictions whilst ignoring the much more common incorrect ones. I think there's another term for that, being a scam artist, because Jean definitely didn't always hit the mark. Before she was a regular at the White House, Jean predicted that the world would end on February the 4th, 1962. What was the reason for Jean's claims? The Sun, the Moon, and all the planets from Mercury to Saturn were roughly aligned, and there was a total eclipse of the sun. That has to cause world-ending earthquakes, floods, mass destruction and devastation, didn't it? Well, you're probably able to guess by now that on that day, nothing happened. History shows us that planetary alignments like these aren't only harmless, but fairly common too. One similar to that in 1962 happened every 57 years on average. We even had another one on May the 5th, 2000, again with no effects whatsoever. But
planets don't rotate like that. Planets don't rotate like that. I don't know what this guy's doing right now, but planets don't rotate like that. They don't. See, that ring goes, whoop. This ring goes, they're going in all different directions. They all have their own unique rotation. They are not. They're not all on the same horizon. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't put a line underneath all of them. They are all fucking over the place. You know what I'm saying? They are everywhere. It is not.
That didn't stop Gene Dixon, as well as plenty of famous Indian astrologers, from making their predictions and causing panic. The monthly magazine, produced by Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, describes how they were inundated with inquiries leading up to the big event, and on the day itself, they had their biggest ever crowd. Cars were bumper to bumper on the road to the observatory for half a mile. And one woman, practically on the verge of collapse, was weeping so badly it was hard to understand her. This anecdote illustrates how these predictions aren't always as harmless as they are ridiculous. Lots of them prey on the vulnerabilities and insecurities we have and exploit these for their very own gain, even if it were just for attention. But imagine if one were to actually come true. Gene Dixon died in 1997, and of course, she uttered, "I knew this would happen, just ahead of time." Profound, given that we all die. But by then, she'd made one prediction which we're yet to safely get to the other side of. In her 1971 book, The Call to Glory.
Okay. So New Science shows. I'm going to try to find it. This is it. Okay, so what this project figured out, basically, every genome right now, every genome sequence is traced back to 6,000 years ago. That puts it on par with creationism. And right now, yeah, the scientific committee is going wild, or the scientific community is going wild right now because there's a lot of people that are trying to just be quiet about it. But something like that, when a lot of scientists actually are very religious, by the way. Like Calhoun, super fucking religious. I read his original manifesto on rat utopias, right? Over socialization. He references biblical, like, third horseman type stuff, you know, the four horsemen type stuff in his original manifesto when he presented it to the rest of the world. He actually had to revise it and take out all of the biblical references. But yeah, I'll try to find it. I'll dig it up, and we'll put it up on the next stream, and we'll dive into the more recent studies.
Dixon predicted an apocalyptic war would occur in the year 2020. With how it's going, is that too much of a stretch to believe? We'll certainly find out. Thanks for watching.
I think that guy got most of his facts from China. Some of that shit was just made up. I mean, I'm really into science. Like, I really love science. I'm not into a lot of other stuff. Like, I don't care so much about math as I care about science. Math is important for science. See what I'm saying? But yeah, two major discoveries at the end of last year. One, DeepMind's algorithms were upgraded, so now we can effectively protein flip vaccines, which means we do not need to isolate a germ before we create a vaccine. This also means that we can create germs, which is very fucking scary. Alright? But see, there are 3 DeepMind machines. There are 3 DeepMind machines, right? And before any of those 3 DeepMind machines got the upgraded algorithm or engine, hardware, whatever, we already created the vaccine for COVID. So that's impossible because we never isolated COVID. See what I'm saying? Like, you can look that up on the CDC website. We never isolated COVID. Number 2, we found out, like, the last 20 years or so, we've been collecting genomes from all around the planet and tracing the gene sequences, okay? This is how we found out that there is an extinction period roughly every 10,000 years, okay? That's how we found out that all of our genomes, okay, trace back to 6,000 years ago. Modern man, human sapiens started 6,000 years ago. Alright? There might be 200,000 years of history, but our genetics, are us, humans, are us, we're 6,000 years old. We're not 200,000 years old. We're not 1,000,000 years old. We're 6,000 years old. We can't even properly gauge the years on most of these dinosaurs we have. And most dinosaurs aren't even real, okay? This is another real thing. Most dinosaurs aren't even real. I'll show you guys this right the fuck now. Most dinosaurs aren't real. They're put together because some rich, fancy philanthropist wanted to name something, right? And so what do? They go on an expedition, they collect a bunch of bones, and they build some ridiculous animal, and then have an artist draw a commission. That's what they did. Like raptors. Raptors had feathers, my dude. And I've known that since I was, like, in elementary school. You know what I'm saying? Like, literally. Raptors had feathers. They came from chicken. Or, that's where chickens came from. Chickens came from fucking those reptiles, right? So, if chickens share DNA with reptiles, then it's safe to assume that reptiles that had wing-like appendages probably had feathers. Like, hundreds of dinosaurs were made up. Let's find it. Let's find it.
Hey everybody, thanks for coming back to Test Tube Plus today for episode 2 of 5 in our series on dinosaurs. How they were discovered for the first time we covered yesterday, and today we're going to talk about what makes a dinosaur, and later in this series we're going to talk about the economics of fossil hunting and if we can clone dinosaurs, and some other really awesome go. Biggest the leg out of the side and looks stupid.
All dinosaurs are not fake. There's just not that many of them. This will be the last thing I pull up. A conspiracy theory. Let's find a good one. Let's find a good one. See? Do you want to know how they found out about this? So we 3D artists can use DNA, okay, to generate lifelike images of structures, right? So they take a raptor's head, okay, and they take its genome and they put it in a computer, right? And the computer, from analyzing the DNA, the genus, the genome, okay, decides whether or not, okay, the computer acts like nature, okay, not like our imagination. It's not what we want it to be. It decides these things based off of a numeric pattern, ones and zeros, just like nature, right? So I'm going to trust the algorithm. I'm going to trust the computer that was made, okay, to assess DNA and to give an accurate description of a physical, not even really a drawing, but like a physical, or a digital mold of that creature, right? I like looking at that stuff. I'll pull up those videos too. But yeah. Why are dinosaurs found in really weird places and shit? It's because the dinosaurs that we think existed didn't exist. The dinosaurs that did exist probably weren't all reptilian like we think. They were probably a lot more like birds. Like, I think it's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, I just think it's wild that we lie about a lot of stuff. Like, even scientists get paid off and they'll lie about it for a philanthropist, like, or for a rich asshole. That's also a reason why dinosaurs don't match up with the mythology, right? Dinosaurs don't match up with the animals that we know went extinct over the last like 2,000 years, because those dinosaurs didn't exist. The animals actually existed. Those dinosaurs didn't actually exist because it's like a mix and match, right? It's a 4-for-4 deal. That they take all these different bones and they just throw them together. Like, literally, a lot of those structures don't even go together. They had to mount and hoist everything together, right? In one way or another, if this structure went together, you know what I mean? You could assemble it in a way that would look normal, like it would look organic. But a lot of the dinosaurs they make, like all those, they have no range of motion. So even if they were big animals, even if there was a surplus of oxygen, they're huge animals. They can't move, right? When America got colonized, there were giant sloths in America, right? We have hand-drawn pictures of giant sloths. Giant sloths were bigger than bears, right? They were like literally the size of a small fucking cabin, and nobody knows about them because they weren't extinct. Nobody wants to be like, oh, well, we came here and we killed the first big-ass animal we saw until it was gone. Like, there's various reasons as to why they don't want to say that, though. That's not ethical. It's not sustainable. And humans definitely have a problem getting rid of things that they think are scary. And giant sloths, even though they weren't carnivores and they didn't attack anyone, they were still scary. I guess it's more of the thought that like a giant sloth might, you know, like hurt your young kid or something in the backyard while you're away. Then, you know, like the fear of one of them like running up into your, because apparently they were just slow. Like they were like giant sloths, like literally just a giant breed of sloth that didn't do shit. But there are genuinely historic pictures of giant sloths from like the 1600s to the 1800s. They got you know what I mean? I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna end the stream. I don't know if you heard me. Hope everyone had a great